Steel Toe Morning Show.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to the Steel Toe Morning Show. I'm Aaron. That's April.
Good morning.
My Anthony Cumia shirt fit lovely yesterday.
Sure did.
It was just a large, and it fit nice. If I, a little bit better shape, and I can have that busting out of it look in the shoulders, not like busting out in the titties.
Much like Geno, right?
Oh, yeah.
That was his shirt.
I mean, Geno got me a large. I felt like he was mocking me.
No.
But it worked out.
That was his shirt, and he left it for you.
Oh, that wasn't like a shirt he brought, and
No.
he was like, here, man.
No.
Wait, so I have a Geno hand-me-down Anthony Cumia Show shirt?
He wore it the whole day before he left. It was the one that had the 6 hair on the shoulder.
Oh, yeah, you washed it, right?
No.
Fuck. Welcome to the show, everybody. Very excited to have you. A very exciting show ahead. Thank you to our stupid little hour and a half stream, which did the hour and a half solo stream, which did a hell of a lot better than I thought it would.
I thought it was fun.
I thought I think we peaked out at 250, which look, not great, but usually we're in the 350 area when it's the two of us. Yeah. And so me just fucking around solo, not really doing anything and going 250. I was very excited about that. Hey, can you do me a favor? Can you make a note? There's some things I want to do today. We're going to the gym after the show. I can't sit down or lay down. It's Wednesday. I'll fall asleep. So gym after the show, but right after the show's over, before I do anything else, I unplug that fucking router and plug it back in. I've got to. I keep forgetting to do that.
This deserves a bigger note.
Thank you. I've got to remember to do that because our KBS is bouncing all over the place again for the third or fourth straight day, and I keep forgetting to do that. And it solves everything. I kind of hate living in the era that I live in because we so have not figured out the internet yet.
No.
I hate, like, you can call your internet provider and you can be like, why is this being weird? And they'll be like, oh yeah, every month you have to unplug your shit and plug it back in again.
You just got to blow on it.
Microwaves don't do that. Refrigerators don't do that. Ovens, stoves, they don't do that.
Dishwashers.
But, washers, dryers. But the internet, like, you call the company that's supposed to be providing the service, and they go, oh, yeah, didn't you know? You have, for some weird reason, for some cosmic magician reason, you have to unplug this thing and plug it back in.
My new thing lately when I find out stuff like that is like, what am I paying you for?
Right.
What do I pay you obscene amounts of money for? My goddamn TV's not working.
So, like, I have to watch my light bounce between green and red and green and red and green and red on OBS. There's nothing I can do about it because I'm not going to stop my show, shut it off, and, take a 5-minute break and then turn it back on again. But it annoys the fuck out of me.
I have a solution coming for you.
Uh-oh, what's the solution? April's got a... Oh, we're going to take the little piece of paper and we're going to put it right over the KBS thing. You have no idea how much that would help me. You have no idea how much that would help me.
Your autism is crippling.
Dude, look at my legs going already.
I know.
Look at that. I got twitchy leg already this morning. There we go. That's actually going to help me a ton. And you know what's funny is I see it and the audience doesn't. Like, nobody, like, these last 4 days, nobody said, oh, it's bad. Like, it looks bad or it sounds bad or anything like that. Because it's It's just fucking, it's obnoxious.
I wish all of you could see how silly this is.
QAnonymous writes, it's because computers begin filling up memory and a restart clears it. That's retarded. We should have that figured out by now.
Isn't that your cache or whatever? You got to clean it or empty it.
Are you really going to start this conversation as if either of us know what the fuck we're talking about?
Do you really want to? Brought it up.
Do you really want to have this conversation?
No.
It's going to be you and I fumbling around for our dicks in the dark.
I'd rather not do it in front of the computer.
And spoiler alert, we're not going to find them. We're not going to, because we don't know where they are. I have a huge announcement to make, boys and girls. We are now officially affiliated on Kick.
Aww.
You can now gift subscriptions on Kick. Now, it's not a big deal right now because it currently shows 0 viewers on... Oh, no, I'm sorry. 5 viewers on Kick.
You're important. You matter.
Kick.com/SteelToe Show. So now, here's what I'm going to do. This is more of our shitty economy scraping around for cash while we keep this fucking mom and pop shop afloat. Any gifted subs or anything that come in on Kick, you know what I'm using it for?
What's that?
It's the petty cash fund. It's the cushion fund. So like whatever comes in on Kick, we just build it up. And then when we fail to raise the money we need to keep the lights on around here, we go, well, what do we have in the Kick fund, if you will? And we just fill it in from there.
So are you keeping like a running track of this somewhere?
It doesn't matter. There's nothing that's come in yet.
Oh.
Yeah, don't worry. I mean, at 5 people at a time. And by the way, none of those people are new.
What if those were 5 David Chandlers?
Look, then awesome. Great. I'm very happy about it.
Keep your mind open.
Yes. Thank you very much to Kraken Slappin' for becoming a member for his 17th month. Okay, here we go. I'm going to do it again today. I hope it doesn't cause me any anxiety. I hope I don't start shaking and twitching. I hope I'm not falling apart as a host with the shaking and twitching. I hope that's not a sign that, like, dude, wrap it up.
No,
Train's pulling into the station. Career's over. The twitching and the leg bouncing and everything else. I hope that's not a sign that I'm deteriorating quality-wise.
I don't think so. I believe for the almost 4 years I've known you, you've done that the entire time.
Good.
I do believe you did that back in the radio.
Bouncing and
Your
everything?
knee bouncing.
Holy shit. All right. Well, guys, here we go. I'm going to do this for a 3rd straight day. We had mixed success yesterday. It did end up working out.
Yes.
But boy, did it look like a failure for a little while. It's the not mentioning the goal during the show, thanking people when they contribute, and then updating them on what the number is, and then assuming the audience will take care of it, and I won't have to talk about it and go, please, 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 because then at that point, you're barely doing a show, and you're just like, you're basically, I show my cards. I'm a very honest guy, and I go, look, we've kept this thing afloat for 3 years. It's been tough. Lately, it's been really, I think once it was Raleigh's and Old Cap left back to back, and those were 2 of our biggest ones.
Kicking the dick.
We were like, yeah, this is going to get fucking snug here.
It was. And then before that, it was My Pillow.
Yeah. And that's just it. Like
in a row.
Right. It hasn't been like the audience contributions have gone down. They stayed the same, but it was us trying to keep those numbers the same while losing all these other people.
Brutal.
Yeah. He says, stop talking about it. Just do it. Go. I can't. I'm incapable because I'm nervous and I'm terrified and I'm not sure it's going to work. $300 away. There you go. Everybody get irresponsible and send us a shitload of money right off the bat, and I don't have to worry about it. $300 away. Streamlabs, PayPal, and Venmo are the preferred ways to do it. And if you could, super chats, memberships, and everything else. Just don't mention the goal while not mentioning the goal for 15 minutes, says Gray Idols. I'm going to try. I mean, that's, like I said, that's kind of up to you guys. It's our survival is completely in your hands.
Yeah, you all know this guy. That means you actually have to knock the goal out.
Yeah, Cheetos goes, but then Stoney stepped up. That's true. Stoney stepped up huge.
They did.
And now as Stoney stepped up huge, basically our fingers were about to fall from the cliff. And Stoney's went, here, I'll dig your fingernails in for you and make sure that you don't fall. And I'm like, thank you, buddy.
Let me hammer your nails to the ledge.
I appreciate that. Thank you, pal. Johnny 1.0 starting us off with $2 today. Says Johnny gave Aaron MS. Twitchy legs are the first sign. Rest in peace.
Uh-oh.
You would think that it would be the opposite of that it wouldn't be twitchy legs. They would just start kind of shutting down on you.
Nah, your legs know something's up, so they're trying to get some action in before it's over.
Yeah, they're like, look, we got to keep moving because something like these nanobites keep eating us.
You know how, like, if you stop moving, suddenly you're just exhausted and dead? Your legs feel the same way.
Oh, shit.
Yeah.
Annoyed Wawa supervisor letting us know twitching and bouncing is actually a Johnny Rock bit.
Oh.
Damn it. Damn it.
Oh, you are a hack.
I know. I just keep ripping everyone off. Susan M says restless leg syndrome. It's not a biggie. Okay. Well, let's go with that then. Casey's general store manager says, sorry, Aaron, our Totino's pizzas will not be available for the rest of the week while we fumigate and try to get our pests under control, but we hope to see you soon.
Icky.
I did eat the rest of that Totino's party pizza.
And what'd you think?
I just
Oh, no.
I was satisfied.
Oh.
I would call a Totino's party pizza satisfactory.
Really?
Yeah.
And that second one, that was only a cheese. That was triple cheese.
It was a sweet sauce.
The sweet sauce is maybe the best part.
I like the sweet sauce. Fred says, how do worse shows that are less funny make money? I mean, I don't know, maybe drama. I know drama sells. Look, I'm not dumb. I know drama sells, but drama is no way to live your life. I would rather do this show and fail and then go do something else and know that I did the show I wanted to do that made us very successful than live that tortured life. Like, just live that life where you're always online. Mm-hmm. And like you're fighting with people who you don't know, and you have to keep fighting with them or nobody's going to watch you. Like, I don't know, like drama, it feels like if you do drama, you're taking a shortcut and you don't really have fans. You just have a group of people that hate something else and you're talking about that versus actually having fans. Like, you go to these drama people and they couldn't put 200 people in a building for an anniversary show or a comedy show because you guys aren't a community. You just hate the same thing.
Yeah.
Whereas we can put a couple hundred people in a building. We can have shows. We can go out and meet our audience. I would much rather do that. Plus, I will give you this. Shows that are less funny and less popular also don't have 2 full-time employees. That's
yeah, I will say they don't pay anybody.
They don't pay anybody.
In those type of shows, there's so many like mentally ill people out there that are willing to throw out so much money to like do a mean thing to somebody or have somebody read a nasty thing. It's like a weird hellish form of shock jockery. Like, I'm going to send you $50 so you have to say this.
Yeah, and I was a shock, or I am a shock jock, I guess, in the classical
it's a different
sense.
form.
But this is, it's a different kind of shock jockery. It's weird. Matt Melt with $4.99 says N, and then another $4.99 and says train. No, you cut it out there, Matt Melt. God damn it. Well, cut it out on YouTube. Do whatever the fuck you want on Kick and Rumble. That's our N Train channel. There you go. $2.95 away. Thank you very much for starting us off this morning. Like we said, just get irresponsible and clear that thing out, and I'm a happy guy. Let's go over to Rumble. Scarface with $5 says, Aaron smelling like whiskey and garlic from wearing that unwashed Guineas shirt. You're going to catch the Dago. It's an incurable disease. It's like grayscale.
Nuh-uh, we proved we could heal
That's
that
true.
one.
Hobo Chili Recipe with another $5 says, here's some money for cake, you fat, obnoxious Arctic jig. Spend the whole day at the gym and lose at least 1 pound, you queso walrus. All right, queso walrus is officially my new favorite insult.
Queso walrus is fun.
Queso walrus sounds almost like a superhero. I kind of like that.
Right, like I want him to be bathing in a tub of like queso.
I like the queso walrus sounds adorable. I like it.
I need a shirt.
All right, $2.85 away. Thank you guys very much for that fun start to the day. And again, anything that happens on Kick is, as the kids say, cushion for the pushing. Thank you very much to Daniel for $5 over on PayPal. Very much appreciated, buddy. Look at this starting off today. $2.80 away. So you guys are $20 in already. Thank you very, very much. Let's get started. Yesterday, did Compound Media with Geno. I didn't do Compound Media yesterday. There's doing Compound Media. Mm-hmm. And then there's hosting the Anthony Cumia Show. Ooh. Which is, cool. In this podcast world, here's what all these tiny little podcasts like ours and others don't understand. I understand it, but they don't understand it. they want to talk about Compound and they want to talk about Anthony like it's in the same stratosphere. He is so far above them in terms of revenue, in terms of viewers, in terms of subscriptions, in terms of all this stuff. He doesn't need to mention any of these people. But every once in a while, he throws one of us a bone.
But they do need to mention him.
They do need to mention him.
They need him.
And, Anthony is recovering in the hospital from some kind of heart procedure to remove some blockage. Geno and I got to do a show yesterday, and I have to say, it was a good show, man.
Yeah, bravo. It was very fun.
It was a great time. I
laughed almost audibly multiple times.
Yeah, so. It was just such a good show. It's so easy to do a show with Geno. Go check it out. Thank you, Balls Deep, for putting the link in the chat. Compoundmedia.com if you want to check it out. You can also check out our 5 or 6 shows that we have up there. I did get a text from Geno yesterday. I won't share too much of it. Some of it's about Anthony, and I don't think it's my place to to talk about it. But nothing bad, but it's just not my place to read that text. But it sounds like it probably could happen again. The Geno and Aaron show.
That'd be awesome.
As it were. Yeah, I'd be very excited
What a great honor to host that guy's show.
Yeah, man, it was a lot of fun. It was the booth guys seemed to have a great time. Garrett and Drew, just a nice, real easy 2.5 hours, and it made the right people salty. It made the right people just full of hate and anger and anguish, and they torture themselves, and I love it.
Were you mining salt yesterday?
I was a humble salt miner yesterday.
Uh-oh.
And it is so much fun to watch them because, like I was telling Geno on the show yesterday, Geno, you and I are different. Yes, I enjoy that they get angry too. Mm-hmm. I do enjoy that. That is something because I have a life to go live and I can pop on the internet. I can go, haha, that's what you're doing today is hating and watching me. But like, Geno likes to go seek it out and taunt it and provoke it.
He needs it.
Yeah.
Somehow he wants to poke it with a fire poker.
Geno goes out there and Geno tries to provoke that emotion, whereas I just wait for it to come to me. Because in my mind, if you wait for it to come to you, and then you respond to those people with, look what I made you do. Like, you're over here where I am. Mm-hmm. I didn't go seek you out and go fighting you. Like, if you Twitter search or Google your own name to see what people are writing about you, that's insane.
I would never.
That's fucking psychotic.
No thanks.
Yeah, and then
I don't think I've Googled myself since I met you, basically.
Yeah, like if you go and you Google and Twitter search yourself to find people talking shit and then you go respond to those people, that's psychotic. That's too much.
Yeah.
But if you wait, and this is what I was trying to tell Geno yesterday, if you wait for them to come to you, now you have all the power. You're like, I didn't say anything to you. I don't remember calling your name. I don't remember seeing you raise your hand. Yet here you are, and I'm driving you nuts, and all I did was do a show.
Was that what yesterday was about? Is that what happened?
No, I mean, there were a handful of people, but I love that. I love when they come to you and go, I fucking hate you, you suck, you're going to die, it's shit, it's garbage, and you're like, it's easy to ignore, pal. You don't ignore it, you can't ignore it, and they get mad, and you're like, you understand you've given up all the high ground here. Like, you're sitting here emptying your emotional clip on someone who literally all they did was do a show. Like, did nothing actually to you, just did a broadcast, and you are losing your fucking mind. I don't understand how people who live on Reddit and the internet ever consider that a win. It's like they don't have an emotional mirror to look at how they are.
Well, that's accurate.
It's like, dude, you are freaking the fuck out. And I'm sitting here going, you could just not watch. That is an option. No, fuck you. You're gonna burn. It's like, well, look, man, I've been internet solo for 3 years now. Yes, eventually it all burns and dies. All things have to come to an end. Eventually you're going to be right. So why drive yourself nuts like this? Just let it happen. Like, let it come to you.
Some people crave the anger. Like, you've said it before about some people. Like, I think you're just addicted to feeling that way.
Yeah.
And no matter what's going on or what's not going on, you'll find a way to feel that way again.
I know they don't like this, but it's true. It's usually indicative of no significant other, no family, no kids, nothing really to fill your day.
Dude, some of them even have that, which is even more terrifying.
Those are the ones I really feel bad for, because it's like, dude, you gotta, like, now your life is stuck in neutral. You gotta get out of that. Like, you gotta move past that, because that's gonna eat you alive, and it's probably going to result in, like, getting divorced and, like, losing jobs, because you're too emotionally invested in strangers on the internet. That's got to be a sign of psychosis.
Yeah, I can't imagine living that way.
It's got to be a sign of severe mental illness. I know people are going, oh, wow, Aaron, hot take. People who spend a lot of time on Reddit and Discord are mentally ill. Wow, you cracked the code, buddy.
I actually was sitting over here thinking you were really onto something.
Yeah, Gray Idol says, your haters do seek you out. It's the most amazing and pathetic thing I've ever seen. Look, and again, if you just let it come to you, it's so much more satisfying. Well, you know what it is? I think for a lot of people that have very small podcasts and then they have very small audiences and they all spend so much time hating me, this happened to me in radio too. It's a lot of people who think it's not fair and they should have what I have. And I'm sorry, I hate to break this to you, but even if I crash and burn and fail, which is very possible, that doesn't mean that there's no spot I'm taking up that you're going to fill in. Like you're not going to do better because I fall apart.
That's similar to how I usually feel when I get my haters, which to me is somehow even lower and more pathetic than your haters, because at least you're loud and obnoxious and like say things that could cause somebody to be angry. Like I'm even less so, and you're on air more than I am. So when I get my haters, I'm like, do you think that once this all falls apart for me, that I'm going to you?
Yeah.
I don't understand your angle here.
Epic Dance Party says, I work and have 4 kids. I barely have enough time to do anything online. Yeah, I mean, look.
Right.
Not
worth it.
Hobo Chili says, is small podcast code for small wiener? No, I just say small wiener when I mean small wiener, Hobo. I'm a very honest guy.
Okay.
What can I tell you? It's just small wiener just means small wiener. Thank you, buddy. I don't mean to brag, but we're in the double digits on Kick.
Oh, very nice.
You guys
matter.
If you're on YouTube, if you're on Rumble, if you're anywhere right now, do me a quick favor. Hit the thumbs up button. Hit subscribe. That like button is great for the algorithm. It spreads the number. We're at a point in this show's history now where we're only going to grow by 2 or 3 fans at a time. And if you can grab 2 or 3 new fans a week, I think at this point, that's great. That's awesome. So just hit like, hit subscribe, share the show with others. We do appreciate it. We've got plenty to talk about today. Circumference K says, I'm wondering, Mr. Steel Toe, has your belt size increased? No, you know what? I'm actually, I don't mean to brag, you guys, and I don't know how this happened with all the Totino's Party Pizza and Brown Schwagert and all that yesterday. I'm under 225. We're making the move.
Oh, wow.
We're making the move back to 215.
Amazing.
We're going to be back there in no time. Gym today, gym tomorrow, maybe gym Friday morning. This gym guy's lucky.
Yeah, that gym guy is lucky you do him so often.
Yeah, that gym guy is going to have me sweating. Sweating and breathing heavy, I can tell you that. And we're going to make that jump to 215. Maybe by Thanksgiving, I can get back to my fighting weight so I can gain 5 pounds on Thanksgiving.
Yeah, just in time to gain it back.
Exactly. Let's go. Let's catch up with you guys, and then on to, we got a bunch of stuff to talk about today. These protests about Israel and Hamas are getting, as the kids say, lit.
Dude,
oh boy, it's getting spicy.
Not as lit as us pumping so many, what do we call them, weapons over
there. A lot of guns.
Holy shit.
I saw the meme yesterday. It said, it showed rockets going one way, and it said American weapons versus, and then rockets going the other way, American weapons. And, I mean, look, Israel's military is funded in large part by aid that we give them. And now we're finding out that Hamas has been getting guns from Afghanistan that we left behind. Mm-hmm. Iran has gotten billions of dollars from the U.S. for, freeing prisoners and shit. And they've been giving that just directly to Hamas in the form of weapons. And
any secondhand weapons from Ukraine that would have been via us as well?
Not yet. There's no evidence that that's happened, but right. I'm never going to be surprised if it does.
Never say never.
Yeah. When it comes to America arming evil people by accident, certainly never say never.
We've always got time.
Yeah. I mean,
until we blow each other
our
up.
weapons do have a very interesting way of just finding terrible places.
They circulate. They really make it their rounds.
Yeah.
You know?
We have weapons inflation right now all over the world. They're just laying around. You just pick them up like you're playing a first-person shooter. They're just sitting there on the ground, and you just go, oh, you just picked up an AR-15.
This does feel like a video game.
Yeah.
Oh, my God.
You just picked up an M16. Oh, look at that. The Americans must have just left it laying there. You've picked up a belt full of grenades. Oh, look, the Americans must have.
Boy.
You kill
a fun world.
Kill an American in a first-person shooter video game, and you just have a litany of weapons that you just get to take from them. It's great.
It's an arsenal.
Red Fox. So let's catch up with you guys in the chat. Let's make a shitload of money, and then we'll get into stories here. Red Fox Mad says, I can't imagine having that much time to be online. I hardly have time to have any relaxing time. Working a full-time and having a family, it's impossible being online much. Yeah, that's for sure.
Gotta find balance.
We have thank God, we just have an audience full of remarkably normal people for the most part. I mean, compared to internet people.
Normal.
Just remarkably normal human beings. Matt Joe says, dude, I'm just spending time in my garden, just planted tomatoes and strawberries and basil. I'm going to get grapes this year, plus my boysenberry bushes, almonds, and olive trees are full. Oh. See, like, compare a guy like that to someone who's like, I got to go on Reddit and tell people, I got to show this clip of this fucking guy I hate. And you're like, dude, you look like, I'm going to compare you to this Matt Joe.
Yeah.
You look like a bag of shit, no offense.
I'd like Med Joe's life any day.
Yeah.
I love gardening.
Ooh, boy.
That's great.
My relaxing time consists of going to the range and the gym, says Hobo Chili Recipe. Well, there you go.
That's a good way to spend it. That's similar to us. Like, we do the gym and I go to the woods. It's similar.
Yeah. Where was... Oh, I had one. God damn it. Something about weapons. God damn it. God, I fucked that up. I had one I wanted to read. Eagle of America. Oh, there it is. 62 Luap says, are those weapons really going there by accident? Well, okay, then we get into a whole new conversation of, do they really give a shit where the weapons end up, or they just like the money? Eagle of America says, yet they worry about assault weapons in our country. I think it's fantastic that we have a president who is lobbying gun control in the United States and like, we need to get these guns and we need to get those guns. And no president has sent more guns to more places in the last 10, 15 years than this guy. I mean, if it's a law-abiding American citizen, we got to take their guns away.
No.
But if it's warlords and lunatics and psychopaths that are fighting on America's side and giving the Biden family money under the table, well, we got to make sure that these lunatics have as many automatic weapons as humanly possible.
Well, it's because we're not giving him money for having our guns.
Yeah,
now, if we were to send him like monthly payments, like rent checks almost for using our guns, maybe he'd be for it.
Maybe then he'd be for it. If we wrote a check to Burisma, maybe we'd be... There you go, a Burisma tax.
Let's start washing money.
We all get to have as many guns as we want as long as we pay the Burisma tax. Perfect. Like $5 a firearm goes to Burisma.
Oh, my God.
Perfect.
Business is booming.
Yeah, exactly. Let's get into our first thing today. Tommy Fury is fighting KSI. KSI is going to get annihilated. And the thing about Tommy Fury is he's not a great world beater boxer. In the line of Fury brothers, he's in third place. He's the third best. Tyson, of course, being number one, Huey being number two, and Tommy being number three. But Tommy beat Jake Paul and would probably beat him worse if they fought again.
I think so.
He's like a top 200 cruiserweight in the world. I mean, he's not the best, probably not even top 100. And I think it just kind of goes to show about this influencer boxing stuff. Like, yeah, just because you can beat the shit out of other YouTubers doesn't mean that you belong in the professional boxing game. I mean, if anything, all of these influencer boxing things, I've said this before, should all be fought under amateur rules. They should be, it's fine for amateur boxing.
Sure.
I think it's great.
You don't do this for a living.
Yeah, but it's not professional boxing. And none of these guys belong fighting professional fighters, because Tommy Fury, if there was an Olympian coming out and he had to start his professional career and he fought a Tommy Fury, like let's say the guy who won the heavyweight gold medal in the last Olympics, Let's look it up. Heavyweight gold medal last Olympics. Samuel Berger. What an awful name. 1904. Here we go. 2024 Paris. 2020 Tokyo. That would be Albert Batskarayev.
Oh.
There you go.
Oh, wow.
Albert
that is a mouthful.
Batskarayev. Oh, wait, no, it's flyweight. I'm sorry. Let's go down to heavyweight. Here we go. The heavyweight. This would be light heavyweight. That'll be perfect. Let's take that one because it's taking too much time. Arlen Lopez of Cuba or Benjamin Whittaker of Great Britain. If either of those guys turned pro and fought Tommy Fury, they'd probably wipe the floor with him.
Yeah.
Okay, they'd kick the shit out of Tommy Fury, excuse me. And Tommy Fury would kick the shit out of Jake Paul and KSI. So, on one hand, I'm glad Tommy Fury is fighting these influencers because it kind of exposes that, look, you guys belong in this yard, and maybe there should be like a separate influencer boxer league, and you guys can be in that one. But it's a far cry from being a professional fighter.
I always thought influencers should have their own deal.
Oh, their own belts, their own rankings, their own whole deal.
Because they don't really do that for a living, right? Like, so there's no way
they make
a
shitload of money when they do it.
Yeah, it's not there every day. Then no, I don't think they should have their own if they're doing this.
They could make a lot of money. I mean, it's a hard question you ask. You're like, well, they don't do this for a living, do they? It's like, well, define living. I bet you Jake Paul has made more money as a boxer than he has as a podcaster influencer.
That's a different meaning than I'm using. I'm saying the frequency that they're boxing. I would assume they're less experienced.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Therefore, to me, less experienced people need to be in a different league.
Yeah.
On their own.
Like I said, if they would just fight these under USA amateur boxing rules instead of professional sports commission rules, I think that would be way better. But here's the dirty little secret. You can't monetize amateur boxing. You can't get paid if you fight amateur. So they've got to do it professionally. But I think it is time to branch off and break off and create like basically semi-pro level, like influencer boxing. Like they can do their own thing and make their money. And they need to stay away from these professional fighters. They just need to stay away from them. Has there been one professional boxer that one of these influencers has beaten?
I don't think so.
Yeah, I think it's all MMA guys, right?
Yeah, which I don't think we should be mixing that either.
Look, man, I've sparred boxing with MMA guys, and they're babes in the woods. I mean, they are stumbling around. Sometimes when you go to throw punches at them, they'll just instinctively lift their leg up to check a kick.
Well, yeah, we shouldn't be mixing the skills because you're going to get yourself hurt.
But I will say this about MMA guys. They're a lot more amenable. They're a lot more willing to go in a boxing ring and spar with a boxer than a boxer is to like spar MMA with a mixed martial artist. Like a mixed martial artist will be like, sure, I'll come in and box. And you take it really slow with them because like the footwork is all fucked up for them and it's totally foreign to them and they don't get it. And you take it slow. If I went in, if an MMA guy said, hey, you want to put the leg pads on and all that stuff, and you want to do some mixed martial arts a little bit, they would have to take it so slow with me because the idea of checking a kick, I would have no idea how the fuck to do that. How to get up from a takedown, no fucking idea how to do that.
Well, and you're also sparring with very, very, very amateur like gym goers, whereas these people are doing it with professionals, and MMA people might do a lot more boxing in their private life than the people that you experience.
But I mean, the influencers should stick to those guys. Those are, no real boxer should struggle with Nate Diaz. What I mean is if you're a professional boxer and not an influencer boxer, you knock Nate Diaz out in a round or two.
I think so.
Jake Paul struggled with Nate Diaz. Like he kicked the shit out of him the first 2 or 3 rounds. And that's the other thing about Jake Paul. He gets gassed quickly.
Yeah, it doesn't really have much for endurance.
No, there's not a lot of zip on those shots after 1 or 2 rounds. And, like Nate Diaz shouldn't, if you're a good boxer, professional, you shouldn't go life and death with Nate Diaz.
No.
You shouldn't. You should be able to take him out. Tommy Fury would probably stop Nate Diaz. But
quickly, even just their size difference.
I do like that Tommy is kind of making himself the measuring stick, though. That's kind of cool. Where he's like, yeah, I'll fight all these influencers. I'll be like the big stop sign. I like that Tommy Fury's drawing the line and saying, here's where your guys' cute, carnival sideshow influencer thing stops. And this is where real boxing begins.
Well, and I guess if you're Tommy, why not take the fights even if they're influencers just because of the money?
You're making way, way more money fighting a Jake Paul than, whoever would be next in his early career.
Yeah, I guess if it were me and it's coming to fights and stuff and I'm going to get my brains bashed in at some point, I'm probably just taking whatever's giving me the most money. And if I can wipe the floor with them, why not?
Sure. Mad Joe says, is 45 too old to get fit? No, there's one of the main boxing coaches at our gym, and granted, he was a national championship caliber amateur, but his name's Lauren, and he's probably, in his 50s, pushing 60?
Yeah.
Mid to late 50s, and he gets in there in a T-shirt and jeans, and he fucks people up.
He's kind of weird and old school like that. Yeah, just somebody who doesn't wear gym clothes.
Yeah,
but he'll just fuck you up.
He's one of those guys who's just... it's like riding a bike. The muscle memory and everything is always there for him.
He's in good shape
when he spars. Yeah, and he gets in there with those young guys, and he doesn't get in there like I'm gonna fuck him up. He gets in there and whatever they give him, he gives them back, and it's so fun to watch old school guys
flex that muscle
and just do those old school tricks though, like the hand guarding and the subtle movements and everything else. It's just I really enjoy watching those old timey amateurs fight. Bigot on socialist media over on Rumble says, is there no influencer MMA fights? See, I feel like it would take longer to train mixed martial arts to actually go into a professional fight, because you have to learn so many disciplines,
Sure.
Like you have to know how to work on the ground. You have to learn striking. You have to learn all this stuff. You have to learn Brazilian jiu-jitsu. And I think if you go into boxing and you're not ready, you're going to get punched in the head a few times and you're going to hit the ground and they're going to say you're done. But if you go MMA and you're not ready and you get in there with someone, you can get choked. You can get a body part broken, a leg, an arm snapped, something like that. It's fucking dangerous. Yeah, it's fucking dangerous, man. So I don't know. I think influencer boxing is a lot easier money than influencer mixed martial arts, in my opinion. Thank you very much to Kraken Slappin' for $20. He says, use this towards a gun or a new bow. If you give to the show, it all just goes towards the goal every day.
We can't take that.
We take a paycheck home from the company, and that's what we use for fun and whatnot and all that stuff. But thank you very much for the sentiment. We will certainly, next payday, we'll take that 20 and we'll set it aside from Kraken Slappin'. That makes it 260 away from this morning's goal. And I'm going to shut the fuck up now, and you guys are going to keep going, and boy, do I appreciate that. Thank you. All right. And also, if you're just joining us this morning, we've reached affiliate status on Kick just 2 days in, which is very cool. Thank you, guys. Somebody says, who really gives a shit, though? It's fun watching these wannabe fighters get their asses handed to them. And, that's the natural progression. That's kind of where they're going. Mm-hmm. It's like, how many times people are going to stop watching KSI beat up another YouTuber?
Yeah.
People are going to stop. Yeah, people are going to stop watching Jake Paul beat up 45-year-old MMA guys.
It does get old.
So you do have to step up at some point, and that's kind of the trap they're in now. Is now KSI and Jake Paul are in this world where it's not fun to watch them beat up influencers anymore. None of them are as good as they are, but they can't hold their own against an actual boxer.
No, they're not at that level yet.
Yeah, I think if anything, KSI, and tell me what you think. This is my theory. KSI is fighting Tommy Fury, and I think it's this weekend. He's fighting him so he can do about as well as Jake Paul did, so they can do a Jake Paul KSI fight.
I really don't feel like this guy's that good.
I know. Well, he's athletic. I mean, he's faster than Jake Paul, so maybe that'll help him. But if he goes the distance with Tommy Fury, if he doesn't get knocked out by Tommy Fury, he can then say, well, you lost to Tommy Fury by decision. I lost to Tommy Fury by decision. Let's fight.
So that's this weekend then?
I believe so.
Okay.
Tommy Fury posted a picture. That's why I brought this up to Twitter yesterday of his transformation for his 9-week fight camp. For his fight with KSI. Is this red flags for anybody else, or am I the only one thinking it? That's his 9 weeks of training, and I'm sorry. And I guess some of this could be lighting, maybe, but that
So a little over 2 months.
I
probably a hard camp.
Doesn't look natural to me.
I don't know. I have no idea.
It's pretty veiny, and I don't know, man. They're probably going to do drug testing. So if he did do anything, I guess maybe it would show up.
That kind of answers everything right there. They're being drug tested.
But I don't, I think Tommy should be taking a page from his brother's book, because if you asked me, the before picture is a better boxing body than the one on the right, in my opinion.
Yeah, you do always say that. You don't like muscles.
You look at these muscles, and all I see from a boxing perspective, like putting my boxing hat on, all I see here is I'm counting the amount of oxygen it's going to take to fuel those muscles in a fight.
Well, yeah, and carrying all that around.
Yeah, and I look at this and I go, okay, it's softer, but it's also lighter. This is going to be really heavy to drag around for 8-10 rounds or however long he's got to go.
It's going to be heavy, but I bet you can put some more snap on some stuff, and he's a little more precise.
He's not known as a power puncher, so I don't understand where this is going to help him. Plus, believe it or not, taking body shots, this is actually somewhat better to have. And it's true, the cushion.
Maybe if you're fat, I don't think if you're thin.
There's a little more cushion when you don't have... that I don't know. I've never seen the really muscular look work in a boxing ring. So I don't know. I think I'm not saying everyone.
Wasn't Tyson really muscular? Not no. Fury.
Oh, Mike Tyson.
Yeah.
Yeah, Mike Tyson was really muscular. Never this muscular, but he was pretty muscular. But Mike Tyson was also a power puncher.
That guy's also flexing fucking real hard. He doesn't really look like that.
Till he just about shits his pants, it looks like. Yeah, he's about to shit himself.
He doesn't really look like that.
But I don't know. I just that I've never seen that look work for a boxer. I mean, you look at all the greats. You look at Ali. You look at George Foreman's an extreme example. But you look at Muhammad Ali. You look at Riddick Bowe. You look at Larry Holmes. You look at all of those guys, and they're not like rock solid, ripped, cut guys. They have what you'd call an athletic build, because you need an athletic build to be able to, because boxing is very much a cardiovascular sport. Mm-hmm. And if you don't have a cardiovascular look to you, you're going to gas out pretty quick. Like I always say about those big muscles, the only thing I keep seeing is how much oxygen it takes to keep those moving.
I'm guessing he just put that picture out there for some intimidation. Like I said, he doesn't really look like that.
You think he's
I can flex and make it look like I've got some muscles. That doesn't mean I really... No, I'm not doing it right now.
Could you do the Tommy Fury? Could you make it look like Tommy Fury and just,
No. I can make myself look bigger, though, for a brief second.
Hobo Chili Recipe with $1.99 says Aaron is the Charlie Zelenoff of YouTube shows. That's not a compliment whatsoever, Hobo Chili, but thank you, sir. 260 away. Thank you, Hobo. Carlos says, and Jake Paul, to his credit, is not really that bad of a boxer. If Jake Paul would have started out fighting the guys that Tommy Fury has fought, I think he'd be further along.
Like took the right steps.
Yeah. But
steps up.
He knocked out boxers and wrestlers. Or boxers, I'm sorry. He knocked out basketball players and wrestlers and YouTubers. And he built his boxing career on that. Like, I do think Jake's good enough where, like, the tools are there where if he would have started slow on those fights where you make, $1,200 a fight in a club somewhere, he probably could have built himself up to a reasonable spot right now. But how are you going to take a guy who makes $1 million for fighting, what was his name? What was the one he knocked out in like 10 seconds? The wrestler. The guy who caught the knee to the head. Askren.
Oh, God.
If someone says, I'll let you fight Chubby Daddy Askren for $1 million, or you can fight this heavyweight boxer for $1,200 at a VFW, you'd be an idiot not to take the $1 million to fight Ben Askren.
That's kind of what my point was earlier. If you're going to get paid for it and you're going to take on damage to your body anyways, take the more money and just get out of there.
That's
who cares about excelling at your sport when you're getting paid millions?
Yeah, it's the fight business, not the fight sport. The drug testing is IQ testing, says Mick Marshall. You have to be a retard to fail post-fight testing. Oh, you're saying you can mask it and you can hide it and do all that stuff? I know there's some tests, though, where they've started like making the masking things the same as a positive test. Like if you test positive for any of the masking agents, They call it positive.
I don't know. Is that shit the same as like you can like if you were to try to pass a drug test today and let's say you were a giant pothead, there's like kits you can drink and stuff that'll mask that. I've actually seen that work for people before, which is crazy. But how do you test for it? It's like fucking juices and shit.
No idea.
I don't know.
You've run out of my ability to understand drug testing. Thank God. Holyfield. Yeah, Holyfield's an example of a guy who was cut to shit, who was really, really good. Evander Holyfield was a freak, and he lost a lot of fights, especially later. And I think that kind of hurt his reputation, but I think he's really underrated, Evander Holyfield. Tommy Morrison is a great example of a guy who was ripped to shit, and the problem with Tommy Morrison was he would gas out after 4 rounds, and that's part of the problem. Same thing with Mike Tyson. Mike Tyson was ripped to the gills, and if you could get through 5-6 rounds with Mike, he didn't knock a lot of people out late. A lot of those knockouts happened within the first 5 rounds. Rexdart Parody account gifting a membership to Dead Jester. Thank you very much, buddy. $260 away from today's goal. Good old JR says, I know now why Aaron is still at 225. He doesn't want to lose his cushion. No, I'd love to be at 215. I think that's honestly, what do I think my perfect weight would be for fighting? 205. But in my mind, I have to go one step at a time. If I go 205 is where I should be, I'll never get there. Because it's like looking up at a mountain and going, yeah, fuck that.
I guess I like food too much. Like if I were to try to lose 10 pounds right now, it's not happening.
Well, you losing 10 pounds and me losing 10 pounds. Put it this way. If it's gyro meat on one of those spits.
Shawarma?
There's shawarma. There's a lot more gyro meat on the shawarma for me than there is for you. I mean, if you try to lose 10 pounds, you're scraping the metal pole that it's impaled on. If I lose 10 pounds, you're still cutting off generous hunks of meat.
I don't know. Like, am I the only weird person who fluctuates like 4 to 5 pounds a day sometimes? Like, I'll just...
No, I think that's relatively...
I'll start somewhere and I'll go to bed fat.
It's pretty normal. That's what
normal,
water does.
Go to bed fat.
Pink Bo Birdo says, what the fuck are you talking about? Mike Tyson was extremely muscular, and even now he's not as muscular as like Arnold Schwarzenegger, but he's still pretty built like the fuck. I believe that's what TF means.
Well, yeah, that's why I brought him up as an example.
But Mike Tyson, if you look, I'm not saying you can't be jacked and be a fighter. You can. I'm saying the trade-off from that is that you're not going to see too many late round knockouts. And, you know, Mike Tyson beaten by guys who dragged him into deep water and beat him up. Holyfield was punch drunk in the end. Yes, he was. Lennox Lewis was jacked. Lennox Lewis was muscular. He wasn't jacked. Lennox Lewis was just a big guy.
I think you'll get a lot more muscular MMA fighters, especially the guys, just because
you have to be able to push yourself off the ground.
Choking people,
right,
holding people down.
Exactly. Nick Stevens says, I don't know. Adonis Creed looks pretty ripped. Good point.
Not untrue. Those movies did kind of show you gotta be ripped.
Those were real. Hobo Chili Recipe says, April, if you lose 10 pounds, you're going to look like a labor camp survivor in Bosnia during the 90s.
We don't want that.
Mr. Green actually saying April could use a couple of pounds.
Most people say that. I'm actually right where I'm supposed to be. Like, you know, on the BMI scale where you're right here, this is good, and then this is your range you can go to. I'm like right here.
As they say in the boxing world, you're right where you need to be. She's got not boxing world. As they say in the wrestling world, April's got a good look. She's got a good look.
Could be better. Always something to work on.
And saying this during the show. I guess Sir K and Egg Picker.
Oh, look at Sir K's comments. He's just talking about how much he doesn't like me and that I'm annoying.
Sir K?
Yeah, right there. Look, 2 of them right in a row.
Oh, boy. Am I allowed to not like April while being labeled as a weird stalker guy? And Egg Picker says, how can you not like April? So I guess they're fighting in the Rumble chat.
And then he says...
Sir K says, easy, I'm married and I find her personality annoying. I'd stick up for her when she is right, just like how Jake is detestable. There you go. Egg Picker says, Sir K, and saying this during the show changes what exactly? I mean, in fairness, it gives us free content. Egg Picker says, the Boogie 2988 and Wings fight was terrible. True. Yeah. No. But that was.
Well, that's just 2 morbidly obese.
That
people.
was 2 whales just fighting. I will say this: for a big fat obese guy, Wings didn't look awful, but he was also punching a stagnant, fat, blubbery wall.
I wouldn't feel good doing that.
For the money. I mean, they were like fighting dogs just turned loose on each other.
You're saying you would fight somebody fat and incapable for the money? Enough.
Yeah, but I would never go out there and do what I can. Like, I would just kind of go out there and do what I would need to win. Because, like, I don't need somebody's, death on my hands.
I know.
And you get a guy who's
then you're known as that guy.
Yeah, like, you get a guy who's morbidly obese in there. Like, if Melton was ever serious and he actually did jump in the ring, I would have to hold back so much not to kill the guy. And again, not because I'm some world beater who hits so fucking hard, but I'm saying on the cardiovascular end, he would be in such danger already just with his bad health and his size.
You're saying he's going to beat himself.
Yeah, and if I go hitting him while he's having a fucking cardiac episode, yeah, you could be responsible for that guy dying. And I'm not going to do that. So I'm going to do just enough to pick up a win and not be responsible for a guy, having a fucking heart attack in the ring.
So you're saying you're gracious.
I would be a gracious victor. I mean, you could fight that fight with your hands behind your back. I mean, Wings of Redemption, Boogie, Patrick Melton, they're all just kind of the same guy. But, those guys all need money, and they offered those guys a bunch of money, and of course they did it.
How much did they make on that one?
I would say they'd probably made at least $50,000 a piece.
That's a really nice chunk.
That's a nice little chunk of change.
It'll help.
They're okay. People are telling me about how you can mask the steroid stuff. Yeah,
I didn't know that you could mask a steroid. I know you can mask certain drugs.
Yeah.
That aren't steroids.
Hobo Chili Recipe says, I find April too chunky, but she compliments Aaron. It's nice to see two obese people in love.
Well, by comparison, I look slim, right?
Yes.
Just kidding.
Friendo says Aaron may or may not be able to box. Should he, though? That giant head is too easy a target. That's why you got to develop your head movement. This big head makes you, wave it around a lot so you don't get hit.
And then you've always got that horrifying sweat fleeing off your head. Nobody wants that showered.
Yeah, you don't want that slimy sweat showered all over your head. Green April says, I'm slim because I got worms. I didn't know that about Green April.
I don't want that voodoo on me.
Green April apparently is worm infested.
I had a very good time with Green April last night.
Green April is a good time. And now that I don't look, I'm not going to say who ratted Green April out, but now that I know who Green April is, it's even funnier. So
I don't want to know.
Bravo. Great job, Green April. Thank you to Red Fox Mad with $4.99. He says, Aaron, what made you want to be a boxer? How did you get into boxing? When is your next boxing match? All great questions. I've always been a huge boxing fan since I was a kid. I think the first fight I ever watched was Bo Holyfield 2. I think it was the rematch, whichever one. I was like 6 years old. And I've just always been fascinated by it. What got me into it? I was a fat fuck and I needed to lose weight. I was 235, 240 pounds. And when is your next boxing match? That's a good question. I don't have it out of my system. And now recently we found out that my second fight was indeed a split decision victory. I'm 1-1. So, and I think April knows this, much to her chagrin. That kind of makes you go, oh, fuck. And I'm way better than I was then. Now.
I know.
Ooh, I gotta get the fuck back in there. I do. I want to fight. It's if I went back and fought, I would fight either of the two guys I fought before because I feel very confident that those would not be difficult fights. Those would be pretty easy. I've watched a lot of guys, like when I was cornering that one card, all the heavyweights I saw there, I was like, Jesus Christ, this would be a walk in the park. But it's all about finding time. I'm not going to go in with this body. That's number one. I'm not going to go in with this body. I'm not going to go in looking like this, but I want to.
What's the oldest people besides you that you know that are getting amateur fights right now?
Well, I have 4 years until I have to fight they don't call it Legends Division, Masters Division.
Okay.
When you're over, when you're 40, you either have to fight someone within 5 years younger than you, or you have to fight in the Masters Division, which is the older people.
So if that one's irrelevant right now, how about the ones in your division?
Oldest, just guys in their mid to late 30s.
Okay.
Just guys about
I always
my age.
see them be very young, look like they're in college kind of guys.
Yeah. somebody with a great point. He says, the McDonald's is holding Aaron back.
Dude, I don't know about you, but I don't think I've been to McDonald's in fucking almost a month.
You haven't been to McDonald's in
a month?
There's that country girl coming out of you. Just
every time I go hunting, it's a nice hot cheeseburger. Sounds so good after. But I can skip it.
Packerbacker says, people forget Tyson fought almost exclusively soup cans for much of his career. He only went past the 5th round like 5 times in his first 35 fights. Yeah, exactly. He fought some good fighters, don't get me wrong. But yeah, the way up was a lot of tomato cans. All right, let's jump into our first thing, shall we? Thank you guys very much for all your generosity and your contributions. Keep those going as we enter the end of the first hour of today's program. Rumble, YouTube, Kick, all of them. Go ahead, throw us the thumbs up. Throw us the like. We appreciate that very much. It helps the algorithms. If we're not over 100 likes already, let's push it over 100 likes at the end of this hour. Thank you, everybody. Everybody right now, take a break to hit thumbs up. Take a break to go to PayPal. Take a break to become a member. Take a break to throw in a super chat.
Thank you.
And then we'll continue on with the program here. So this story out of Indiana kind of bounces off of our fast food conversation from yesterday.
Yes.
I've got to strike while the iron's hot. One thing about this show is that I may not think that talking about fast food places is the most riveting radio in the world.
People love it.
People fucking love. You talk about engagement. You know, you don't just want people watching your show. You want them engaging with your show. Mm-hmm. The goddamn fast food thing, man.
Well, because all of us that's part of our lives.
Yeah.
We've all got very strong opinions on it.
They absolutely love, not just the fast food talk, they love the fast food argument.
Oh, which is better?
Yeah, they love the thing this guy just said is bullshit. That place fucking sucks. That place is awful. You got to go to this place. And people love like their local fast food things. The place where there's only like 3 of them. And they're only in the state you live in.
Bo Diddley's. Oh, man.
I don't know how many Slim Chickens there are around the country, but that's a wonderful place.
It's okay.
People love their fast food talk. They do.
You could do, favorite pizza, burger, sub sandwich, and chicken. Those 4 topics alone can probably go forever.
Right. And, a lot of people, McDonald's is kind of the Garth Brooks of fast food, where if you admit that you love McDonald's, people are like, you're a piece of shit. Fuck you, that place sucks. Even though it's very successful and it's done very well and it's head and shoulders more successful than anyone else, much like Garth Brooks and country music. You bring up Garth Brooks to country music fans and they go, ugh, puh, yeah, it sucks. Fucking pop, country, arena rock bullshit. Fuck Garth Brooks. So McDonald's and Garth Brooks are
one and
the same, made for each other. But I will... Just like I'm not ashamed to admit that I like Garth Brooks, I love McDonald's. And you know what's great about McDonald's?
Everything.
The simplicity.
And it's reliable. It's always the same thing.
Yes.
You go back to it. It's a comfort.
If you are a Midwestern white person, McDonald's is everything you've ever asked for in life. It's dependable. It's the same. It never changes. It's always the way you remember it when you were a kid. So if you're a dead-eyed, dead-end Midwestern honky, fucking McDonald's is what you've always wanted out of your life. It's your old pickup truck. It's
I like that.
It's the shake shop at the end of the main street. It's the drugstore. It's Americana. No matter how many trans kids are wearing devil horns and reading to your children in school, you can always get a 2 cheeseburger meal.
It's that old bar that you go to and everyone's face is always the same.
McDonald's is the Cheers of fast food.
Jesus.
Yes.
So wait, does that make Burger King like Alan Jackson or something? What is, BK's, I hate BK for the most part, but that's a big one. What do you compare that to?
Burger King is it's the what now?
I said Alan Jackson.
It's the Alan Jackson. It can't be
George Strait. It's not that good.
No, I think it's probably like the Ty Herndon. Like nobody really gives a shit about it. Alan Jackson.
Could be the Florida Georgia line.
Alan Jackson is the less successful but more respected country star. So I guess that would be Chick-fil-A. Might be Alan Jackson. I'm not sure.
What the fuck?
Pink Bo Berto says, I disagree. McDonald's is not the best. Way too much high in calories. Plus, it's the #1 fast food. that causes 35% of the obesity
that's just
in the United States.
That's because people don't know their limits. Like, if I go there and eat a cheeseburger per day, I'd probably be fine.
I guarantee you Popeyes has way more calories than McDonald's. You get a McDonald's cheeseburger, that's like 350 calories.
I think both of them give me severe indigestion the next day. Like, I can feel it just burning. But, like, yeah, Popeyes is going to kill you.
I'd be surprised if that Popeyes crispy chicken sandwich isn't 900 calories. Calories in a Popeyes crispy chicken sandwich. Let's check it out. Okay, 690. That's pretty bad.
No.
Here, calories in a McDonald's cheeseburger. 313.
What's in a McDouble? I feel like a McDouble's pretty popular.
All right, let's go with the McDouble.
That's the one I'd lean towards.
400.
Eek.
McDonald's.
See, that's still not as bad as I'd expect.
You have a small fry and a McDouble, you're eating 630 calories. So it's not a light meal, but it's not, And
in my opinion, guys, just go get a cheeseburger and a soda or a sweet tea. Skip the fries. You don't need the salt.
That's blasphemy.
I skip the fries now.
How dare you?
I like the burger.
Matt says McDonald's is complete trash. You shouldn't eat it. It has nothing good for you and does nothing good for your body except give you a good colon cleanse.
Do you go to fast food and expect health, Matt?
Mr. D-Ball Money says Church's Chicken is the Good Charlotte of fast food.
Oh my God.
Really? Good Charlotte's playing gas stations now? I did see there's a gas station not far from here that has Church's Chicken now. I love me some Church's Chicken.
Oh, in Kimball, right?
Is it Church's or is it no? It's
at the Cenex they have Church's or whatever. Or was that at the
no? There's another one closer that's newer. But was it Church's? What's there was a chicken place that was at a Super America in Sauk Rapids that wasn't far from the radio station. I would get lunch there. They had a whole separate chicken grill.
I didn't know that one had a chicken grill.
Oh, man, I can't remember what it was. They had potato wedges and chicken and the whole deal.
I do think back when the gas station in Kimball was Tesoro or something like that it was Church's Chicken. But it's not anymore.
Hobo Chili says, Aaron, you need to eat salad with water dressing, you revolting blob. You didn't need to put a comma there.
That's mean.
Somebody says, if you're that serious on counting calories, you don't go to a fast food place. The man's right.
I agree. There's not one part of me that goes to McDonald's and I'm going to feel good later. My soul might feel fine.
Mick Marshall says, look at the sodium in a Big Mac. It's over 1,000. Here, sodium in gross. A Big Mac.
The sodium kills me more than the fat count.
1,007 milligrams of sodium.
And it's just too much bread. Like, stop eating we don't need a loaf of bread on our sandwich.
Speak for yourself. You're not the loaf piggy.
Oh, that's true. You should like Big Macs.
I got to stay on brand. I haven't eaten a Big Mac in years.
Me either.
I don't. Here's why I don't like the Big Mac, and this is why people love fast food talk. The Big Mac, I always have to hold the back of it with my hand. Because it squirts out the back.
You know what you do is you keep the wrapper on just the back end of it like a diaper. I always keep diapers on my food.
But a Big Mac comes in a box. I don't think it has a wrapper.
Oh, shit.
Yeah.
See, I don't eat them. That's why I don't know.
So you gotta, I hold I pinch it on the top like this, and then I take the hand right in the back. You take a bite, you get all the Mac sauce on your hands, but
then you can use that for your fries.
There you go. You just wipe it right off your hands like a fucking pig.
Oh, yeah. Like when I get McDoubles, I keep the wrapper on the butt end of it like a diaper in case it drips.
I mean, look, there's more than one way to eat shitty fast food. Hobo Chili Recipe says, how about a hamburger and knock the bread off it? I'm sorry, Hobo. Jesus. You know, he's concerned about my weight, but he's very aggressive about it.
If Hobo were to take you to like a Red Robin, he would get you the Wedgie Burger, which has buns made of iceberg lettuce.
Yeah, thank you. Not the haystack or whatever it's called.
The haystack burgers, those are... Oof.
Chester's Chicken, that's what it was at the Super America. Chester's Chicken was not bad.
Maybe that's what I'm thinking of too.
Carlos says, and for as much as we shit on Raising Cane's here, the family brought it home last week and that sauce fucks. I get it that the sauce fucks, but that shows you how shit the actual food is that you're going, oh man, you know why you go to this place? The condiments.
Maybe I built it up in my head so much, but that one time that I did go get it when it opened up in town for us to try, I was unimpressed by the sauce and I'm a total sauce person. Now I feel like I must try it one more time.
We have a counter opinion. There you go.
I thought it was boring.
Matt Melt with $4.99 says, do me a favor and look up Dave's Hot Chicken. We just got one. Awesome. Thank you, buddy. And that puts us $2.50 away from today. Thank you for your support.
Thank you.
Dave's Hot Chicken.
Chicken.
Sounds like if I go to images, I'm going to see some shit. Dave's Hot Chicken. All right, Dave's. Wow me. I don't need to order right now. I just want to see. I want to get a look at your food.
I like how they're a chicken place, but their front page is shakes.
That sauce looks good, but again, I need more than the sauce.
You know what sauce fucks is Chick-fil-A. Pretty much every sauce there is good.
Everybody's cashing in on the chicken craze now. That's what this is. We're just seeing a bunch of places that go, all right, if I bread a chicken breast and I deep fry it and throw some crazy fucked up sauce on it.
It depends how you bread it, the seasonings, the crispiness.
If I get shit-faced at 4 a.m. and take all the condiments in my fridge and try to mix them all together and create a zombie sauce, I can open up a chicken restaurant.
Well, anything's good when you're drunk.
Yeah, because I just have to fry a hunk of chicken, season it the right way.
But you can't overdo it.
And then I got to have some creepy weirdo sauce, and then all of a sudden I can have a franchise.
Well, Chick-fil-A's sauce is so good that we used to buy the container of it for our own fridge.
Not saying we didn't.
Shit was good on everything.
Red Fox Mad with $4.99 says, I love the Big Papa Burger at A&W, best fast food place ever. People are saying that Ed and Michelle actually did a negative food review about a place, and it was the A&W. We can do that after the we can do that tonight on the evening show.
Yeah, I'd be willing to see that.
Thank you very much. $4.99 from Red Fox Mad. We appreciate everybody who contributes monetarily to this program. You're the only reason that we're here.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys, very much. Wendy's is the whore of fast food.
I do not like Wendy's.
Wendy's can just kind of go fuck itself. Wendy's doesn't.
I thought you liked Wendy's.
Wendy's doesn't need to be around for this conversation. So the whole reason we got into a fast food discussion was because there's now a lawsuit against the drive-through workers at a Hardee's in Indiana for running some kind of weird money scheme. Like they were skimming off the top from the drive-through orders at the Hardee's and pocketing it. Now, this is kind of like the whole thing with Office Space where they were like, rounding up all the transactions.
Sure,
and then
but not
keeping
asking
the change.
first.
Right, but they had a computer program that just automatically deposited all those roundups into a bank account, and then they made all this money.
That's crafty.
Sure. This is a little less sophisticated version of that. This is just straight up stealing money from the drive-thru when you're running the orders. And the reason why they did it, I don't want to play the guess that race game, but the reason they were stealing the money is perfect. Here you guys go.
According to court documents, the fraudulent money-making and laundering scheme took place between August and September of this year, where employees allegedly stole a combined $15,000 from customer credit and debit cards. Van Schoik alleged...
Any of you who have worked in restaurants, if you get someone's credit card, you can access that transaction later and you can add a couple of bucks to it.
See, I've only worked the kitchen. I didn't know that.
That was how we would adjust for tips. Like if they left you a tip on the slip, you would go into their card later and you would add that tip onto their card.
Wow, you just have to trust the waiters and waitresses?
Yes. I wonder in your life how much money you've been ripped off of because waiters and waitresses maybe added 50 cents or a buck to your tip.
I wonder.
You would never check.
I would never.
Yeah.
No, I do look at my bank account, but if it's a matter of cents, I would never know the difference.
Well, and remember, when you tip through a card at a restaurant, it takes like a day or two for the tip part to post. So 2 days later, are you really going to remember what the exact total was at that restaurant?
Not really. Unless it was like a really stick out number.
That's why it's kind of genius.
That is, I never realized that that's, I guess, how that works.
Dude, add a buck here, add a buck there.
Wow.
If I went to a Hardee's and it cost me like $12.46 and they added a buck onto it, and a couple days later I went through my phone and I went $13.46 at Hardee's. Yeah, that sounds about right.
So did you ever rip people off?
No. I was terrified. I thought maybe there was like some magical thing that was going to come get you if you fucked them over.
Boogeyman.
Because it's so not worth it because you're getting the tip anyway. So at Hardee's, I get it because you're not getting tipped out or anything. But like at a restaurant, you're already getting this tip. Are you really going to stick your neck out for an extra buck?
Well, an extra buck for every transaction really adds up, though.
Well, now I want to go back in time.
You could be rich.
April would have been arrested by now. They took $15,000. This is a very patient, interesting scam that they ran. They ended up making $15,000. And the reason why, I hope they say it pretty soon here, because it's the reason that I picked this story for today.
Allegedly recorded the credit and debit cards, then gave the numbers to Ward and Arnold, who then put between $1,000 and $4,000 in 6 inmate accounts. Deputy Sheriff Andrew.
We were giving it to commissaries?
Yes. So the people working the drive-thru at Hardee's were taking people's cards, writing down the numbers, giving it to a guy so he could put it in commissary accounts for his homies in the pen.
This is too on the nose. Why do you do this to us?
It's you look at this story and you're just going, okay, here's a weird position I'm in. I could give an accurate analysis of what's going on here, and it's going to sound racist.
It's going to sound like it should have been on Rumble.
Yes.
100%.
I could read this story and get in trouble for just telling you what happened. Like, there's nothing wrong going, a bunch of black people stole from a Hardee's and gave it to their homies upstate. And you'd be like, wow, that's really racist of you. Like, no, it's not racist of me at all. It's 100% legitimately what happened.
Just the story.
A bunch of people, here, I'll make it sound better. A bunch of people who happen to be people of color stole a shitload of money from a burger joint and gave it to their homies in the penitentiary.
You mean a bunch of black people working at a fast food establishment stole?
And then on top of that, in case people didn't think they were hood enough for stealing from the fast food place, they took the $15,000 and deposited into people's Snickers account in prison.
Oh. What do you think they spend it on?
Oh, man, probably just,
Cigarettes?
Cigarettes, candy. Not Hardee's.
Hynek with the LaPorte County Sheriff's Office says, quote, I was made aware of the alleged fraud within the LaPorte County Jail. Specifically, several inmates has bonded out of the LaPorte County Jail immediately following their Securus inmate communication system, accounts being loaded with large amounts of funds, what was later reported as stolen credit and debit cards.
Yeah, I mean, these people see transactions on their debit card. They're like, wait a minute, LaPorte County Jail? When the fuck did I make that transaction?
I don't even know somebody there.
Yeah, I mean, what you got to do is you got to run the card at the Hardee's and add a couple bucks onto it and take it out of the till.
That's kind of what I thought. Just overcharge the card, take the cash.
Yeah, don't give the card number to the fucking buddy of yours who's going to give it to the prison accounts. People keep an eye on that shit.
What if nobody pays in cash, really? You know how easy
No.
What
I'm saying is you go in, just like the tip system, you can go into that transaction and add $1 or $2 to it.
I know. No, I mean, like, the till might not have much for cash in it.
Oh, you're doing this, like, if you're going to pull something like this off, you got to do it $2-3 at a time. It's got to be a really slow process. But look, 100 people a day on your shift come through and order. It's $300 a day, $1,500 a week. You'll get up there in no time.
Yeah, that sounds appetizing.
Now you want to go rip people off. Yeah, but you're going to get those really kind of Jewy people who watch their accounts really close. I'm sorry, I apologize. Anti-Hamas people.
That would be like you. You watch our account pretty closely.
Yeah, like I'm a budgeter, and like I would look and I would go, I didn't fuck it. Like when I see something I don't recognize on my account, I go to April, I go, hey, did you do a thing here? And she'll go, oh yeah, I did that. I'm like, okay, good. But like if I see something that looks off, I do ask about it.
Well, yeah.
A lot of people, a lot of people don't want to ask about it because like, oh, I don't want to sound like I'm nitpicking. No, it's your money. You can nitpick.
There's a subscription to blacked.com on there for some reason.
And I'm like, April, I told you to cancel that because I was done with it.
Court documents say from there another unnamed person involved in the crime.
And you don't pay for blacked.com. You just watch the videos that are readily available from blacked.com.
I thought we were just paying to, support our favorite stars.
Yeah, there's no reason to subscribe to blacked.com.
But you should.
Especially because I find that kind of thing sinful.
Adopt a black person on blacked.com. For only 42 cents a day.
This is Don Trell. He grew up poor, and now he has to slay skinny white bitches for $1,000 a scene.
posted bond at the jail for the inmates in cash. The inmates were given debit cards upon their release, something the case detective says is a standard practice. The debit cards were later used to collect the inmates' compensation for participation. Hynek says, quote, so basically they laundered money through the jail system. They put fraudulent money in and got clean money out.
Oh, okay. That makes sense. So it was county jail. These are people who aren't in there for very long.
Okay.
So they would put money in their fund from the stolen Hardee's thing. And then whatever's on that fund, they give you a debit card when they let you out of jail, and they would take cash out of it. Oh, that's fucking good.
That's actually very smart for...
What? Go ahead. For what? For who? Very smart for who? Very smart for who?
For somebody who's gotten themselves working at a fast food
establishment.
establishment.
Oh, okay. You're saying that's smart for a gang of gorillas working at a Hardee's. Is that what you're trying to say?
I've never said that.
I feel like you're trying to say that. Would Hobo Chili Recipe say what you were about to say?
He might.
He would have no problem saying it. He's brave.
He is a brave soul.
Hobo's a brave man who says what he thinks. You're saying this is a very sophisticated money laundering operation for a bunch of you-know-whats.
Fast food employees.
Yes, exactly. For a bunch of fast food workers.
The court documents allege that inmate Lawrence Armstrong was the organizer of 5 other inmates. I went to the Hardee's in Michigan City today where an employee and the manager told me they had no idea this was going on. The manager also saying she's shocked this happened. The regional manager has not responded to a request for comment.
God, those fucking calorie counts at Hardee's. That's what I took from this story. $12.30 for a fucking burger meal. Jesus Christ. Hardee's is, I will give Hardee's this as a fast food place. Hardee's is the place where they go, yeah, you guys are all trying to get healthier amidst the obesity crisis. Fuck you. Hardee's is going to stay be fat as you want to be.
Yeah.
Here's a fat goo burger with a bunch of sauce on it, you pig. Eat it.
Is that the one that you took me to in Sartell?
Yes.
That one.
I was not impressed. I have fond memories of Hardee's as a child. That did not bring them back.
I had never been to a Hardee's prior to that, and it was dripping in mystery white goo. I couldn't tell if it was cheese or
I was just excited to be there. Sorry.
It was gross. It was very greasy.
David Chandler with 1999 says, Wendy's Baconator, unhealthy happiness in a bun. I was so heartbroken to get the shitty experience from the Wendy's we went to last. That broke my heart because I'm like David Chandler. I'm a Wendy's guy. Wendy's was my go-to hangover spot in my 20s.
Really?
Yeah, I would love just going and getting a Baconator or David Chandler, I don't mean to be a pussy, and you might not contribute any more to this program because you're going to see me as weak. Sometimes I was more of a son of Baconator guy. That was the smaller.
Is that a real thing?
Yeah.
That sounds so gay.
Son of Baconator.
I would just go, whenever I was hungover, I religiously, when I wake up, get some coffee, shove it down.
How do you shove coffee down? Could you one more time? Guys, don't clip this. Hey, nobody clip what April just did. How do you shove coffee down?
Like this.
Is that how you did it the first time? Can somebody please clip it so I know we can compare how she did it the first time versus how she did it just now?
You shove coffee down your gullet, and then you get your ass over to McDonald's, and you hopefully get there probably at about 11 when they start serving the burgers instead of breakfast. Okay. Right? And if I had to have breakfast, I would, but I like the burgers.
And how do you shove the coffee again?
And a Coke. And then you'd shove the burgers and the Coke down your throat.
Of course you would.
And suddenly the magic happens and you feel better.
I had one of my favorite experiences at a Wendy's. A trans person blew me in the bathroom. No, I was at a Wendy's and I was very hungover. And I was probably still drunk, come to think of it.
That's the best.
Yeah. And I thought it was, I just said... I was a little woozy and drunk, and I wobbled my ass into a Wendy's, and I thought it was hilarious to say Baconator in Jesse Ventura's voice. So when I got up to the line, my friends were laughing so hard that I was like, I'm just going to order as Jesse Ventura. And I did. I'm just still drunk from the night before, just going, I think I'd like a Baconator. He'd be like, what the?
I almost called you the gay F word on YouTube.
I'd like a Baconator with a medium fry and a Dr. Pepper, please. And they did this thing where they would not speak to me. They handled it perfect. They handled it perfectly. They just did not speak. I was like 21, 22 at the time. And they're like, I'm not going to talk to this retarded college idiot.
Oh,
He's a dummy.
I would hate to go back in college and look at yourself and watch yourself.
how cringe you were?
Oh, God.
It's just really bad.
I mean, my friends and I, we all had like the university housing over on the east side of St. Cloud, and like one of the mornings when we were still drunk, waking up in the morning, but on the downslide, so you're becoming hungover.
Yeah.
We all went to
kind of that 1 p.m. feeling. Yeah.
We all went to that Highway 10 Dairy Queen, which is garbage in general, but it was so close to us. We're like, we can't go any farther. We're drunk.
Yeah.
And my friends were laying on nobody else was in there. We're laying on the tables. They were smearing things on those big ass windows. You know, that whole wall of windows.
Could you behave yourself?
But we looked like zombies. I was just sitting there falling apart in a booth alone.
That feeling when you wake up drunk and you feel like you're like, oh, I'm not going to be hungover. This is great. And just that powering down feeling at about 1 where you start to feel dread and you go, oh, shit.
The world's falling apart.
The weakening, your shoulders are narrowing. And you just start to go, I just, no matter what I'm doing, I just want to go home. I just want to go home.
Oh, yeah. Since I lived on the east side of St. Cloud for college, like our food options, if we were like drunk or hungover, were so shitty. Like you had that Dairy Queen, you had Val's. Right. Oh, we had Val's. It wasn't good.
Cheeto says, Aaron, how do you think I was able to pay so much to the goal after the anniversary show? Ah, Cheetos took all your cards, you drunks, and you had no idea how much money you had spent. $2 from Trucker 18 Wheeler says, I'll do cash only for restaurants from now on. Yeah, I mean.
Do you think it happens a lot?
I wonder now.
Like, if given the chance, would you do it today?
No, not at all.
Right.
Not at all.
Me either, because I'd be scared shitless.
But at the same time, I also, like, I look at it and I go, God, that's fucking smart. I would never notice. I don't think about, man, would I have done that when I was working in restaurants? What I more think is, like, how many times has that been done to me now? If
you do it 50 cents per transaction and you get like multiple.
Nobody would know.
Like, right. Nobody would know. You have so many customers per day that adds up.
Yeah.
What do you think? Like, even if it's like $10 a day, like that's still.
Let's say you do a shift at a restaurant. Let's say, 6 hours at a restaurant? How many tables per hour? 4, 5?
I was going to say 4.
Okay, let's go 5 times 6. So 30 tables times a $1 a table. That's $30 a shift. Work 5 days a week. That's $150 a week. It's $600 a month that you'd make extra. That's a car.
No kidding.
That's a car. If you just steal $1 from me. We're sitting here going, if you just stole $1 from each person's table, you would be able to have buy yourself a car.
Okay, here. At the restaurant I worked at, tips all went into a big-ass tip jar, and then it was split up, not by the kitchen people, but I knew that the waitresses and the bartenders split the tips.
Yeah.
Did you ever know anyone, or were you the person to just pocket a cash tip and not, like, put it in the jar?
That's not how we did our jar.
Oh.
So if you worked the weekdays, at the end of your shift, you would just tip out the hostess that was on. You would give them a certain amount of money. On the weekends, you would take 10% of your tips and you would put it in you'd staple it in a ticket, in an order ticket, and you'd give it to the boss and he'd break it up at the end of the month for the back staff. So yeah.
Not at all what I'm saying. Like when you get a cash tip, did anyone just pocket it and not contribute it to whatever thing you split up?
No, you contribute it at the end of your shift. So you always pocket the cash tip. Yeah. You just take them. Take a cash tip, boom, and then at the end of the night, you count your tips, you take 10%, boom, you put it away.
What if you don't count some tips?
I don't know. You know what? I never thought of that. I did not do that myself.
That seems like the easiest way to do it. Oh,
yeah, but then, okay.
$20 from this table.
You're stealing from the cook you like.
Keep 10 of it.
Right, but you're stealing from the cook you like versus some stranger asshole.
You don't give a fuck about that cook.
Oh, I did. He was awesome. He let us do boxing matches behind the restaurant. We got in a lot of trouble when the boss found out.
God, restaurants really are cesspools. We did a lot of stupid shit, too.
I KO'd one of the cooks behind the restaurant because...
I don't want to talk about my kitchen experiences.
Dead Jester says, I like being cucked and abused at every possible opportunity. I use the receipts to cut at night.
Ow. Those would be really painful little... tiny cuts.
People talking about the black.com jokes we were making. Some of these are very funny. OG lock Imholt in the house. Imholt runs the block and watches Blacked. Death Proof says Aaron wearing the burger on his head while he's saying it.
What?
I do not have a gold membership to black.com.
There's different levels.
I reject that out of hand.
I thought it was just like the black card membership.
$2 from Trucker 18-Wheeler. Oh, we just did that one. Thank you, buddy. And thank you, David Chandler, as well. Hobo Chili Recipe with $4.99 says, new from Hardee's/Carl's Jr., the Diabetes Burger. I melted a wheel of cheese, 20 patties, and a baby fetus inside of a Coleman cooler. Well, in fairness, Hobo Chili Recipe, because of the Hamas-Israel thing, baby meat is more plentiful than it's ever been.
It's probably tender.
Did you hear the story that Hamas is cutting off baby heads?
No, I kind of wish I didn't know about that.
I feel like that's probably true, but I also feel like it's something you say about your enemies to like make them look shitty, whether they're doing it or not.
That's fucking terrible.
Yeah, but apparently they're chomping off baby heads.
Well, why let a good baby head go to waste?
Even the guy who once said all's fair in love and war heard that one and he goes, well, I didn't mean that. All's fair in love and war. Oh, okay, we cut off this baby's head. Well, Jesus fuck, be reasonable about it, would you?
Just do an arm or something. It might live.
Yeah, exactly. Put a tourniquet on it. Give it back to its family.
Cauterize it.
Use it as a warning. Yeah, don't cut the baby's head off. There's kind of...
Mail them the arm later.
No turning back from that one. You think you're going to be okay for the years to come from cutting off that baby head? It's going to stick with you, buddy.
Terrorists, I feel like they'll be fine.
Yeah.
What do you mean?
Kyle says, dead babies are so hot right now. Yeah, the dead babies are the thing. Anytime there's a war, dead babies are in ample supply.
Great.
What we're trying to say is eat at Hardee's.
Planned Parenthood doesn't feel so bad now.
No. Did they ever? Did they ever? Is my question. Thank you guys very much. 2:30 away from today. Thank you very much. Look at all the generous people. Red Fox Mad with $4.99 sends us a link. All right, let's check this out. Oh, this is great. Oh, I think I might like this story. How old is this one? 7 years ago? Who gives a shit? Still works.
When the bill's $46, no one will argue a $1,000 tip is extremely generous. But not when you ask for it back.
Ladies and gentlemen, this was David Chandler's last trip to a restaurant.
Oh.
Although he would never ask for it back.
Yeah, that's insulting.
Yeah.
Did you see the restaurant's name?
Not when you ask for it back. A waiter at a restaurant.
Thai-licious. That's how you know that white women opened a Thai food restaurant. Like
that is really white.
Yeah, if it was a Thai food place run by Thai people, it would be called like Kincha Nukas or something like that. Something you can't pronounce. It would have an N and a G and a R and a W all next to each other.
Speaking in tongues, really.
Nurgawans. Yeah.
Nurgawans.
That's a Thai
very
place.
Very racist.
Nurgawans is a Thai place run by Thai people. Thai-licious is a very Ugg boot wearing Thai
Pumpkin
place.
spice latte drinking.
Yeah. Thai-licious. Creative Thai energy.
No, eatery. Even more gay.
I can't read.
It literally says eatery.
That's how you know it's a black-owned Thai place. David Chandler, why would you support a program like this? Wow. This is Hobo Chili Recipe level shit we're doing here.
Restaurant in Denver, Colorado was pretty pumped when a customer handed over the large chunk of change.
It's only $26.
Yeah.
$1,000.
Fuck.
That's the wrong amount of money.
But things came to a sobering halt when the same man returned the next day wanting it back.
Was he drunk?
Oh, for sure.
At Thai-licious?
He was getting shit-faced at Thai-licious looking for pussy.
Why?
And he was trying to show the girl he was talking to, look how generous I am. Oh, wow, that's amazing. He wouldn't have done that if that didn't actually get women's pussy wet. That works.
Why are you people walking around with $1,000 cash in your pocket?
Oh, he probably...
Do you do that?
Might have written it on the card. Might have... I would never carry around...
Oh, it says cash tip, stupid.
Oh, well, then I am stupid. That seemed really unnecessary and hurtful, but I guess
I can read.
I mean, it cuts to the quick. Well, I've proven today on multiple occasions that I cannot. So rub it in.
Put you back in school.
Rub it in, you fucking whitey.
He said he was drunk and couldn't find the cash he came in with. Yep, that's embarrassing.
Oh, no.
The waiter did get to keep $60 in tips.
Oh, fuck you.
No, you know what? You give me $1,000. That's a gift. That's mine now.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Here, can I have my $1,000 back? As this waiter's, you hear their heart tearing inside. It's just...
Reimburse him for the meal, $46. You give him the $46 back. I'm like, you gifted the rest. I'm just really sorry about it.
Can I have that $1,000 back? Such a weird position to be in, too, if you're the server. Because on one hand, you're like, I knew this was an outrageous tip when he gave it. But he did give it.
It's like when your grandma's kind of old and senile and gives you like a lot of shit for something, like your birthday, a lot of money, and you're like, Grandma, you don't have to do that. No. And you're, are you sure?
Or if you're running, like, let's say you're running a bloated podcast and say David Chandler's probably giving you $300 this week. You're like, that's very sweet of you. That's very nice. But I know deep down I don't deserve this. And you're just being incredibly nice and generous.
Or for your birthdays, David Chandler hands you like $5,000.
Hint, hint. No.
Hey, I know a couple birthdays coming up.
We've got 3 big goal-free days coming in the next couple of months. We've got Anniversary Day, which is November. I got to check the back of the shirt. November 26th. It's a Wednesday before Thanksgiving.
Which anniversary?
Of us going off radio and online only.
Then why do we celebrate in August? That's because that's your anniversary.
That's creation of Steel Toe.
Right.
It's a different anniversary. No, Black Friday, we usually do that show.
I love a good Black Friday.
Blacked Friday, we call it at this house.
We do naughty things.
Yes. I wear, I put my penis in a pump and I pump it as much as I can and it turns a darker shade. And then
we spray paint it.
Yeah. And then I impregnate her and punch her in the stomach. Oh, sorry. No, you just run out, I believe is what you do, don't you? The kid actually gets to live. I just have to leave.
Well, you can still punch it. It just might be retarded.
Oh, my God. My dad punched my mom's stomach.
Hey, at least he got something. For InsideEdition.com, I'm Lee Sheps.
Okay, nice. I mean, that's great that you got a $60 tip. If that guy would have just tipped $60 to begin with, that would have been great. That person would have been so happy. But you gave him $1,000 first.
Dude, just don't. If you're that waiter and you got $1,000 cash, like I said, I think you just pocket part of that because no one's ever going to believe it anyways. Like, just if that guy comes in the next day, be like, I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, just shut the fuck up and keep the $1,000. Like, were you that drunk? You don't even know? You didn't give me $1,000.
Yeah, homeless guy out front.
Egg Picker Wins is saying goal-free days counts. Oh, that counts as mentioning the goal? You son of a bitch, Egg Picker.
I think it does, though.
What?
They do have a point when you're saying, hey, it's a goal-free day. Am I right?
Damn you.
Nudge, nudge. That's the goal.
Don't know what to tell you then. Thank you to now, Egg Picker. It doesn't count if I mention the goal while thanking someone for contributing to it, does it?
Do you have to say the word goal for saying, hey, thanks for contributing?
Like, okay, here's what I would do. I would say Camel Toe gifting 5 memberships. Thank you, buddy. To The Real Joe, Rick M, Mose Wildful,
my love,
Keanu C. Thompson getting a membership, and Sean Cameron getting a membership. And then I go, thank you, buddy. We're 220 away for today. Like, that's just an update.
Sure.
I don't think that should count.
Links in the chat.
Links in the chat, 220 away. There you go. You guys are doing great today. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Again, part of my new experiment this week, and I know saying it's an experiment counts, but the experiment has worked so far. Keep it going, and you keep getting shows like this. Kraken Slappin' says Black Friday is when April pegs Aaron with the BBC dildo, and then she leaves afterward for smokes, never to return.
See, now, which year would you like to do that one? Because I still, before we get out of here, before I have to leave.
There's a specific year that you have to shove a black dildo up your husband's asshole?
I think that should be a special event.
Oh, okay.
And before we get to that, because obviously, like he says.
We have 2 years.
Okay. So on the second year, so not this one, but the next one after that, he says I have to go for smokes and never return. So this next year, I would like to do like a chains and shackles thing with Cotton.
We've been married with Cotton?
I have some cotton bowls.
Who's picking the cotton?
You.
I'm picking cotton. Yes. So I'm the black person.
Right.
And you're the massa.
Yes.
Well, that's hot. Can we play?
Yeah, that's
kind
of so. That's what I'd like to do this year.
Ooh.
Now you just have to pick our Blacked Friday.
I get to pretend my dick's bigger than it is.
But you also have to take lashings. For being a bad runaway.
For being a naughty Negro, I have to be whipped and beaten. Oh my God, this is so offensive.
But I'm getting horny for some reason.
Where's mandated reporter when you need him? God, now I'm getting a chub while I'm doing the show.
I'm like, my eyes watering.
I wish we had commercials on this show. We could just go hammer one out in the fields.
You've seen my cotton bowls around the house, though, right?
Yeah, I'll pick those. Yeah,
Thank you.
Take them and
I'll get you a loincloth.
And then you'll go, what are you doing? And I'll be like, I'm sorry, Mrs. April. I was just picking this cotton here like you told me to.
I have to have you roll around in a dirt pile first so you look the part.
Did you drink? Did you drink before today's show?
No, actually. Historically speaking. I'm all about history.
Do I have to sing Wade in the Water while we do this?
Yes, because if you sing the other fucking song you sing all the time, I'll lash you harder.
It's more of a Jim Crow era song. Okay. I don't want to mix eras.
Well, yeah, like I said, historically accurate.
Yes. Thank you to Fred for becoming a Steel Toe Bro. New members are awesome.
I
didn't mean to say that way. Thank you, buddy. 215 away. We appreciate that.
Hey.
You guys are the best. Yes?
You can have a new member once I leave in 2 years. You can find a new one. You've got your pick of the litter.
Ladies man, who is black, and I believe Omega Dreads is black too. Ladies man says, oh, hell no. What the fuck is going on? I don't think you're allowed to say publicly that you're going to role play slave and master.
If it's our sexual fantasy, what are you going to do? Kink shame?
That's true.
This is my house.
No offense, guys. You're being cunty.
And no black people were harmed in the making of this sex tape.
They weren't even invited to this house.
Well.
Hey! God, I'll tell you.
Aaron burnt down our mailbox once when he found an invitation. He's like, you just don't get a mailbox. So now he knows that if I go to the post office, I'm up to something.
I'll tell your dad. Okay?
What's he going to do?
I'll kill you. Probably kill you.
Well, I don't think you're wrong. But
Red Fox Mad with $4.99 says this employee sure fucked herself. We'll click on that in a second.
Thank you.
Mr. Approachable says the anniversary of leaving radio is the third weekend in November. So yeah, we'll do that on Black Friday.
Blacked Friday.
Blacked Friday.
Thank you.
I'm sorry. Blacked.
I have some shopping to do
Friday.
For that day, it sounds like. You know? I got to be in my best since I'm in charge of things.
Egg Picker says, does April eat watermelon after on Black Friday?
How does my name look like Goal?
Because the other one, the one right above that, other streamers mention goals when tips come in. Well, there you go. That's what I've been doing. Perfect.
That's true.
Nice.
Thanks for the tee-ups.
Nice. We appreciate that, guys. Thanks for...
We like a nice big tip around here.
Thanks for helping me. I'm going to have to hose her down today. She's all horned up. I'm going to have to hose this one down.
I have stipulations, obviously.
I'm going to have to get in the fields today, if you will. Let's see what Red Fox Mad sent us. One more from Red Fox Mad.
A former University of Houston downtown employee is accused of spending thousands of dollars in public money on personal purchases. Thank you for joining us at 10 o'clock. I'm Keith Garvin.
Good evening. I'm Daniela Guzman. Well, her arrest came after a months-long investigation revealing she spent the money on rent and Amazon purchases. KPRT.
I mean,
typical white woman.
Yeah, that is a pretty white woman move. If we see a Latino or black person here, I'll be shocked as shit. But... You're taking taxpayer money. This is, again, another reason why even at the city level, I am all for no government. Not no government, but you know what I mean, the smallest possible government.
Light.
You put people in charge of other people's money with very little oversight, and the temptation for them is going to be too much. They're going to fuck with other people's money.
Yeah.
No matter how much good intention you had when you first got your job in government, no matter how much you were going to shake shit up and change things, everybody falls victim to the machine eventually. You see this in the police. Like the police, a shiny shoe rookie goes in and I'm going to clean up these streets. And then the first time he has to cover for one of his partners because they tuned somebody up a little too much, he compromises a little bit of himself. Mm-hmm. And then, that leads to eventually down the road, he's turning the body cams off when he shouldn't. And it just, you slowly become... You don't even consciously become corrupt and dirty. It just slowly happens over time until you just start doing things normally that you said you wouldn't do at the beginning, but now they're just part of the job. Like fleecing taxpayers and spending too much money on shit.
Yeah, it really does ruin you.
Yeah.
Choose Bryce Newberry live at U of H.
That's why there's no fixing it and no having good people run for office. You have to dismantle it. Geno and I were talking about this on Anthony's show yesterday. I can't talk about government for too long because it just gets to the point where I go, revolution. And I start playing It's Time for Guillotines. And I'm like, we just got to destroy the whole thing. That's just where it gets because you start going, hey, what if we had like a Rand Paul? Well, guess what? the interests would throw enough money at him that they'd corrupt the shit out of him and he'd just become part of the machine. And then, on the left, they might go, what if we had an AOC? Well, they'd corrupt the shit out of her and they'd buy her off and she would just make small compromises along the way until she didn't recognize herself eventually. And then you come back to me and you go, well, then, Aaron, what's the only way we can be sure that the government doesn't rip us off and take too much power? And I go, kill it.
Yeah, it just has to end now.
You just have to destroy it. It's rotten to its core. And why do you think it's rotten? It's not rotten because it has a magic force field that makes people rotten. We put people in there and they become rotten. Yeah. You have to take away the temptation. You have to take away the thing itself.
It's like Game of Thrones where Daenerys Targaryen, she wanted to break the wheel and be different. And she became the wheel in everything she hated as soon as she had a sniff at the throne.
Yeah. Sniffing thrones, by the way, something April and I are supposed to do after the show today.
Town tonight with that story you'll see only on 2.
We had these 3 last week, by the way.
Oh yeah, I remember the gay guy.
Employee worked here in the Division of Advancement and University Relations for more than a year, but in her last couple months on the job, she's accused of racking up nearly $9,000 on her university charge card, a majority of that money going to online orders. The law enforcement investigation.
Yep, how did I know? How did all of us know?
Are you saying she looks the part?
She looks the part. See, it's not a race thing. That's just a being able to call it thing. Profiling isn't bad when you're right.
That's how I always felt when Jude Angelini did Black, White, or Other segments. Is it racist or is it just learned?
It's only racist notions? If you're wrong.
Kind of.
Yeah. If I'm like, oh, this is a white lady with pixie hair, and then it's a white lady with pixie hair, you're like, oh, no, I'm not racist. I'm just super smart and observant. If you say, hey, a bunch of people took $15,000 from a Hardee's and used it for their friends in jail, I'd be like, well, this one's too easy.
Don't make me answer that.
Yeah, don't make me answer that one.
52-year-old Stephanie Olin.
If there was a raft that was broken in the Rio Grande and they found 2 bodies, I know what the bodies look like.
Started in January. Her arrest didn't come until this month. She's a former administrative assistant at the University of Houston downtown, accused of stealing $8,606.91.
See, that's not enough to get yourself in trouble over. To me, if you're going to embezzle money, guys, listen closely.
This is not financial advice.
This is not financial advice. I am not a financial advisor. If you're going to embezzle funds from a company, go big, because you're probably going to get caught. Eventually, their accountant's going to look into shit, even in government. And they're going to go, something's fucky here. The numbers ain't lining up. And they're going to look at everybody, and eventually they're going to figure it out. So move that comma down a couple of spots and move that decimal point back a couple of spots. Add a few zeros. If you're going to get caught with $860,000.
Well, remember what Skylar found in Breaking Bad? When Ted's company was?
We need different tones of bells.
We do.
Yeah.
You need a xylophone or something.
You know what I should do? I should get the first few notes of each show's intro and play that. For a Game of Thrones reference, I should clearly do...
You have that song.
It right here.
Yeah, but then you stop right here.
So... And for Breaking Bad, there should be the dorn, the opening. That's not what it sounds like, but you get the idea.
Dorn.
Dorn, which is also a Game of Thrones reference.
God damn it.
There you go.
What I was trying to say is get caught with a lot.
Yeah, get caught with a shitload of money. Don't get caught with $8,600 some odd dollars and 91 cents. It's not enough. Because now you're going to jail anyway, and... You bought some cool kitchen appliances on Amazon. Nice. Enjoy jail, dipshit.
A really shitty used car.
Sir Tinley says, of course Aaron remembers the gay guy. Hey, wait a minute.
I recognize the black guy because of his facial hair. And his nice suits. Remember last week I complimented his suit?
And the Latino lady was kind of a chunker, but she had giant tits.
Huge.
Just big old flotation devices.
She could save you from drowning.
CK Benzona says, yeah, she's not Pentagon, Congress, or Langley level at all. She needs to learn a little from Zelensky or Bibi. That's what you have to do. Just suck a few CIA agents' dick and then be from a country where there's a lot of upheaval. And then they'll pick you as the leader because you'll pledge your allegiance and suck the dick and you'll get millions of dollars.
What if I don't want to suck CIA dick?
Well, then you don't want millions of dollars. It's okay. Nobody's making you suck CIA dick. Do you want to be the leader of Ukraine? It's actually a pretty sweet deal. As soon as a war starts, you get to suspend the Constitution and nobody can vote you out.
Yeah, but then you're in a war-torn, cold, gray country.
But remember,
wearing your T-shirts.
But remember,
I don't like that.
we're funding Ukraine because we're supporting democracy.
I guess if you're the leader of Ukraine, you end up on the cover of Vogue. That's pretty cool, right?
If you've ever wanted to be on the cover of Vogue, now you know how.
Hey, my country's at war that I totally had no part in, but let's be on the cover of Vogue.
I get to be on Vogue. Sean Penn comes to visit you. Ben Stiller talks about how great you are.
Just great.
It's wonderful.
I get many trips to the United States to beg for more money, which they give me quickly.
They should give me that job. I know how to do that.
You can bring your little...
I could bring this and I could be like, oh, we're at war. They're shutting off our power. Please.
Children are dying. Boo.
$210 away from our war goal. Could you please? We'll give you 30 minutes of cruise missiles.
There's that goal word again.
Yeah. Well, no, I was saying it in reference to begging for war funds.
In fairness, that goal's never met.
No, that one's always just expanding.
An open-ended.
Constantly.
Extrapolating goal.
Perfect. Hey, when it comes to all these shoplifting epidemics that are going on in all these cities across America where stores are being forced to close, what's one of the examples I've always used when I said, hey, if you want to see all this shoplifting go away, just have a few blank owners, blank the people who come in to steal from them, and you'll see that go down pretty quick.
Store owners blow a couple shoplifters.
Okay, but
heads
what
off.
store owners specifically have I said?
Walgreens?
No, I've said jewelry store. Remember, I always say that. I go, you let a couple of these jewelry store owners shoot a couple of these guys doing a smash and grab, and all of a sudden people doing smash and grab are not going to see it worth losing their life. If the price becomes, like anything else, you just need to make the cost of the item unaffordable for the people who are doing the thing.
Sure.
So if you don't want people buying a certain product from your shelves, check the price out of it. Now, you wouldn't do that because you're running a business. You want people to buy it. But if you don't want people to steal from you, make it so expensive to steal. Make the cost so great.
Your life.
That people won't do it. And that cost is your life. Or even if you get shot in the gut, you're going to be shit into a bag the rest of your life if you live. So there's a jewelry store owner in Manhattan Beach who said, fuck it, I don't care what the cops think about this. I don't care what the rules are. These people are breaking into my jewelry store. I'm lighting them up. And the problem with a lot of these cities is they have these communist, Soros-funded DAs who it's their job. Their marching orders from Soros are, don't prosecute criminals, leave them out on the street. We're trying to break people's morale. We're trying to make these cities decrepit so we can rebuild them in our image. The only reason Soros can't have his one world government is because America exists. And too many people were fat and happy. And too many people lived in cities where there was relatively low crime. Mm-hmm. So Soros said, well, if I can break... Remember, George Soros is not an American. And he doesn't have any allegiance to America, and he doesn't give a fuck about America. He pisses on this country. He wants to run the world. And so he looks at America being successful as a bad thing, and he goes, I need to break this country so I can do my one world government thing. He's one of the nastiest, most evil people who's ever lived. And so now he's actively using his billions of dollars to fund DAs who will not prosecute shoplifting. You get arrested for shoplifting and they just go, no charges, turn them loose, which is unfathomable. But they've been paid by Soros to do it, which makes me feel better because at least they're not just completely incompetent and shitty at their job.
It is more scary when something's not planned.
Right. I'm like, oh my God, we're helpless here because I don't know why this person's doing it. They just suck at their job. But if I'm like, oh, there's a dastardly evil villain who's behind this and they're doing it on purpose, I'm like, okay, well...
They had an intent.
At least they're not a complete retard. They're just evil. So this jewelry store owner on Manhattan Beach said, look, I don't care. You know, we've seen the bodega owner in New York City who stabbed that guy to death who was robbing his store. Yep. The DA there, funded by Soros, said, I'm charging him with murder. And the city went bananas and they gathered outside his office. The only way these people buck their masters is when their own safety is threatened.
They act up in favor of their safety.
So now if they ever try, the only way to save these cities is to let these store owners and to let these managers shoot shoplifters, kill them, kill these shoplifters and make the cost of shoplifting death. And so that when someone goes, hey man, you want to go knock off a Walgreens? You go, no, man, you fucking die doing that. Are you out of your mind?
There's so many other countries that do that, right? Like if somebody over, like in the Middle East or something, stole from a store,
they'll cut your hand off.
Yeah, your hand gets lopped off. Fine.
Do they still do that? Probably in one or two countries.
If you're gay, they probably behead you on a building.
No, they behead you and then throw you off a building. They do
That's what
they
I'm
do
saying.
both. Yeah, they have baskets down at the bottom. They pick which one your head rolls into.
And they bet on it.
Yeah, it's really betting might be. Halal. No, what's the word?
Halal.
Not halal.
That's food.
What when it's forbidden? Habibi. What's the goddamn
Habibi.
What's the haram? Yeah, it's harambe. It's
do it for harambe.
It's harambe to gamble. I think it's haram.
Is that why that gorilla was named that?
Because he was wrong in the eyes of the Muslim God.
Harambe.
Yeah. Harambe. The lover of sin.
What the fuck?
All right, so this is Manhattan Beach. And a jewelry store owner has decided to take me up on my idea. And he said, well, look, if the cops aren't going to help, if these shoplifters aren't going to be put in jail, why don't I take care of this problem?
New this morning, the search is on for 5 robbers who targeted a jewelry store in Manhattan Beach before an employee took out a gun and opened fire. No injuries were reported as police responded to the smash and grab at Prestige Jewelers yesterday. Investigators say the robbers used hammers to break display cases and steal jewelry. After the employee shot at them, the robbers took off in several cars waiting outside.
Yeah, see.
Gotta be a better shot.
Again, just let these guys shoot at shoplifters. Let that be the big punishment. And then the rest of us can go on living our lives and everything will be hunky-dory.
That shit doesn't scare me because you know what? If I'm not the one stealing the jewelry, I won't be shot at.
Right. Omega Dread's gaming channel says, if you catch Soros slipping, whip his ass. He's like 90. The problem with Soros is that apparently his kids are just as bad as he is, and they're ready to take over.
Some are saying his son is worse than he is.
Yeah, his son. Well, here's the thing. Soros at least had to grow up like in a rough, like the Nazi era and all that, and he's like grounded in some kind of human experience. He's just really power hungry and evil. His son is like King Joffrey, where he grew up with nothing but power, no consequence, no nothing. So the whole world is basically his plaything. And so
for him to abuse.
That's what makes him more of a problem. Thank you to David Chandler for gifting 20 memberships.
Damn,
He
boss.
is bound and determined to make me look like a dick for all this begging I've been doing the last few months.
No, maybe that's why he didn't donate for a little while.
Maybe that's
like a break.
Well, no,
He's sick of
he
your
does go in
cuntiness.
cycles. He goes to everybody.
Well,
and
maybe
he's like Santa
the
Claus.
off cycle is like, Aaron's been a bit cunty.
Yeah. Well, thank you, Chandler. That's going to put us at 160.
Wow, thank you.
For today. And Aaron just shutting the fuck up and doing a show seems to be working. Sorry, guys, I was wrong. Turbs McGurk, Melissa Lee, Baruch Bashem Yeshua, Louis DeCosmo, Millie, RP, who loves us, Severius Brand USA, Goody, Dustin Blue, John Jamingo, John Rio, Stoned Malone, I really like him.
Nice.
Rodney Broyles, William Walsh, Joe Pesco, Stefan, Clarence Dustin Hill, Austin Walls, Radio Victor, and Aaron Strickland, all becoming members. Thank you.
Thank you.
And I want to extend this invitation. If you are a member of this channel or a subscriber of this channel, you like what we do, you're a fan of our show, feel free every once in a while to go ahead and promote your show, promote what you do, ask people to subscribe to your channel. I want to see all of you do well. There's plenty of room for all of us. David Chandler says the Second Amendment puts me in a giving mood. All right, well, I think people should be allowed to own machine guns, no questions asked.
Absolutely.
There you go. I mean,
I have no problem with that. I know people that have them.
There are,
and guess what? They don't kill people.
There are people who, like, it's so sad. And maybe it's public schooling. Maybe it's just government and media brainwashing. There are people out there that unfortunately trust their government more than they trust their neighbor. And that to me is a sickness.
That's a problem.
Yeah. They'll be like, oh, I don't want my neighbor to be able to have automatic weapons and a grenade. What's he going to do? Throw a grenade into your house? It's fucking illegal. The same reason he doesn't come with a rake and gouge your fucking eyes out. He'll go to jail.
But you don't need a gun to cause harm to people.
Right.
Give me a nice spoon and I'll show you a problem.
Jesus Christ.
You know.
Now we're going to have sex again. But yeah, this idea that, you know what? The government, they should be allowed to have automatic weapons and nuclear weapons and all this shit, but not people. Well, who's killed more people than the government?
Literally nobody.
Your neighbor with a gun is going to save far more lives than the government's going to save.
I always kind of imagine that the usual person is not going to, like somebody who has guns is not going to put their life in a place where like things are going to be over for them now.
Right.
They're not going to just go on a killing spree for no reason.
Exactly.
So calm down.
Let's catch up with you guys. The chat, of course, who, by the way, this whole week have been on fire.
The chat's been pretty fun.
This whole chat has been great this week. Kyle Peterson says, what's wrong with the lighting on April's side? Seems...
In what manner?
It seems fine to me. But
I don't know. Is it like too bright? There's a window.
The metaphysician says, are you calling for people to bear arms and become vigilantes? I'm saying when the DA and the law enforcement is corrupt and things get bad enough, yes, honest, hardworking business owners should take the law into their own hands. And when people break in to steal their livelihood from them, when you break into a jeweler's store and you're stealing his jewelry, you're stealing his life. He should be able to take yours. 100%. I believe that. So,
yeah, especially when the government's doing nothing to help you.
If you have if you have a billionaire who's funding a rebellion in your city, you should be allowed to fight back. Because right now it's unfair. You have this fucking billionaire globalist putting people in power so he can purposely fuck up our country. And if people aren't allowed to fight back against shit like that, then we're not free. There's no freedom if George Soros gets to peddle his globalist horseshit, encouraging people to steal and loot, and then putting people in power who can actively let those people back on the street to cause more problems. Well, then you're goddamn right. I want people to shoot looters. I want people to shoot shoplifters. I want people to take their fucking cities back. These people who live in these cities, you listen to them, they have no pride anymore.
No.
They don't love where they live anymore, and that's so sad to watch.
A homeless person's shitting on your small business's doorstep.
Yeah.
Out of here.
You should be able to beat that
Sorry,
person
you're
and
gone
then
now.
throw them in a fucking a home somewhere.
Rub their face in their own shit like a puppy.
Or bust them off somewhere else. I'm tired of it, man. And look, I don't live in a city like that. Thank God. When a homeless problem pops up in this city, I will credit our mayor. He gets in there and he goes, look, man, we got to do it by the book. We got to do it by the law. But this is a bad look for our city. Let's clean this shit up. But wait until, St. Cloud keeps growing in population. Wait until it gets to, 300, 400, 500,000 people here during the day. And you'll start to see that Soros money start to come in.
I've driven past the Lincoln Center, I think, twice this week. And I've been a little upset that I don't get to see any juice when I walk by. It's like they put that big police thing out there and now everyone behaves.
Not as much whoring and whatnot?
No.
That's too bad. Los Federales says, what up, everyone? I'm back from North Korea. Spent 3 days there. Fucking crazy. I would love for you to call in.
Holy
and
shit.
Tell us about North Korea sometime.
Yeah,
that would
what were
be great.
you doing?
Cameron Souter writes, David Chandler has single-handedly kept multiple universes from imploding. Yes, David Chandler is... You cannot argue that he's not the man. That's for sure. This metaphysician just found our channel, I think, so I do want to communicate with him a little bit, if you guys don't mind. Metaphysician says, is that his sister? I hope it's his sister. She looks like she needs my machine gun. Okay, metaphysician, I think you need to calm down. That's my wife. I put dick to her. I've claimed her. She's mine. She belongs to me. She's my property. You can't touch her. Isn't that right, property?
See, now I'm torn between hearing that I'm property and hearing that nonsense and wanting to go out somewhere in the middle of some of that,
sounds like somebody's gunning for a mushroom stamp this afternoon. Wait a minute.
No,
how can you object to being called property? Didn't you just put me in a sex fantasy situation where I'm going to be a cotton-picking slave and you're going to whip me?
But that'll only last for like 67 minutes.
Seconds. I mean, come on. I got shit to do.
Yeah, hoe some rows.
Yeah, boy. You's best only take 67 seconds because yous need to get back out in them fields.
Boy, I really hope you're not porking your sister.
If you were my sister, I'd pork you. Wait, what? Hold on a second. Let me do the math on that. Cover the 3. I'd give you the old Jamie Lannister. Oh, wait, no. I mean,
absolutely nobody clipped that.
Could you technically bring me up on charges because I am fucking my employee? And like that's a power differential. So that's kind of.
If I were to lie and say that I didn't consent, yes.
Oh, okay.
But I'm not a very good liar, you see. So I'm going to have to work on that.
David Chandler says, does the Second Amendment cover alligator pits and shark tanks? I'm building a lair. Oh, you're like Ron from Ace Ventura. Remember Ron? I can't remember his name. Ron. Who the hell is that? That's
Burgundy.
Ron Burgundy, yeah, in Ace Ventura.
DeSantis.
Ron DeSantis, thank you. Yes, Ron Papil.
Jeremy.
Ron Papil, I believe. Yes, Ron Jeremy was in Ace Ventura. He had all the sharks and shit. David Chandler, I've got good news for you. You do not need the Second Amendment to buy alligators and sharks. You need some wild-ass licenses.
Yeah, I don't think you can have a shark, though, unless it's one of the little guys, the little sand shark things.
Yeah. Well, that's racist. We don't call them sand sharks.
I like
we call
the
them,
sand ones.
We call them Arabs now.
They're so cute.
Not sand sharks. Metaphysician says, Metaphysician, look at that. He says, I came to troll, but I'm staying for the truth. See? My favorite kind of fan of the show are the fans who go, I came in here to fuck with this guy, but god damn it if he doesn't do a really good program.
I kind of figured he was trolling originally when anyone who says something about me being with you, I automatically assume, that's a troll.
Skeezy says, start thinking of your property as hours of your life it took to earn the money for it, and your idea of it's just things will go out the window. Stealing property is stealing hours of someone's life. I completely agree. 100%.
I've always thought that. Like, if somebody stole something from me from like a locker room once, I think it was like a nice jacket or something, and I'm like, do you have any idea how long it took me to like earn the money to get that? Because it would have been years ago.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, that's not just you stealing a jacket. That was like hard work.
Going over to Rumble, Packer Backer says, I think that guy complaining about the lighting meant April's tits aren't visible enough. There you go. Sorry about you not having enough tits. Oh, now she's
complaining.
Now she's burkaing.
God.
Now you guys made her burka.
I'm not here for you to stare at me, my tits.
I am. I'm here for you to stare at me and my tits. Guys, it's totally
Bill
different.
Schultz is on his titties.
I got
morning.
Bill Schultz on there.
Well, those feel perky.
Thanks. Scary Terry says, I too am an ex-troll, but current mega fan of this show. There's something about Aaron.
You are weird.
Do you know how many people get fucking mad when people write shit like that? And do you know how fucking rock hard that makes me?
I see.
Left-Handed says, that was literally me when I found this show. Great show. Another one. That's 3 in an instant. That go, oh, I came here to troll you. I'm just a big fan now. Although I am being warned by Death Proof. He says, Aaron, it's a trap. Sorry, buddy.
Oh, wow. Yeah, they're getting you to trust them.
I'm sorry. You know what? Maybe
Oh, no.
Maybe I am being a bit of a mark.
You're like...
as they say.
You're like a stupid trend, though, that like people want to actively fight and not be part of. And then... they get exposed to the trend and they're like, you know what? I can't fight the current anymore. I have to be with it.
There's no way I can fight this. I became a fan of the first show I watched. I never hated on anyone here, said Bigot on socialist media. Kyle Peterson says, why can't Aaron keep his mic arm up? I can. I just move it all the time. I'm touchy. Like it'll.
Your mic arm needs Blue Chew.
It's my mic arm is great. I just fuck with it.
But why? See, that's another part of the reason, like, he was like, oh, April, do you want a mic arm? No, I don't. Like, this thing sits nicely here. I can move it if I want to.
I like fucking with my mic arm.
It's light and small.
I'm sorry.
It's not very light, I guess.
I like fucking with it. Apologies.
Why don't you marry it?
So the protests are getting wild for Israel and the Palestinians. I've been watching some of these. They're all over the world. Like, everyone has a thought on this. And unfortunately, there's going to be some kind of American aid package. I guess we're sending carriers and ships to the Mediterranean.
We did that last night. I heard.
Oh, did we? Okay.
Yeah, the news this morning was saying, there's a something or other on the way with lots of
a
this
warship
and that and
on
the
the
other
way.
thing.
Yeah. And we'll get involved, and we'll just keep getting involved. Although maybe we shouldn't be bringing warships into the Mediterranean. Israel might bomb and sink them again, like they did the USS Liberty. Yeah, that you look into that USS Liberty, and you're just like, you look into all this stuff. If you don't take one side or the other on this Hamas-Israel thing, and you just look at it objectively, you do start to see, you're like, there are no good guys.
Never.
Like, there just are no good guys in this.
Nope.
And like, whoever wins, it's bad. Because if Israel goes and wipes out, Hamas, they're going to have to wipe out a lot of innocent people with it, take more land, and then that's going to lead to more war because more Muslim countries are going to get more aggressive towards them. So that's bad. If
more babies' heads are falling off.
Yeah, if Hamas wins, it's going to be like another Holocaust, and they're just going to, they'd never be able to take out Israel. Israel's way too powerful. But like, there would have to be more like terrible shit happening and awful things. And both of them have done really bad shit. Like the USS Liberty caught radio transmissions of the Israeli military way back in the 70s or 80s, committing atrocities against Palestinians. And the Israelis attacked that ship. Because it was kind of like when, you shoot somebody who witnesses you commit a crime.
Right,
like
you have to get rid of them because they saw it.
Yeah, I can't let them report what they know.
No witnesses.
So to speak. But then, you have Israel, trust me, when Israel gets hit, they hit back. That's for sure. They hit back really fucking hard, and they don't really discriminate between soldiers and civilians.
So what is the whole meaning of this war currently?
Because
I feel like those two are always doing something, but now it's just escalating.
The same thing it's been for years and years, and it blows up this big like every 10 years. Like back in 2013 or 2014, there was another massive conflict, and it went on for weeks and weeks. And it started with Hamas launching a fuckload of rockets, and it ended with Israel just rolling tanks over neighborhoods.
I vaguely remember that.
Look, Israel... It goes back so far. You have, Jews were moving in after World War I into Palestine, and there was the Zionist movement, which was a nation for Jews, and we're going to have it in the Holy Land. We're going to have it, where our people came from, essentially, or where Moses led our people. And we're going to have our own country, and it's going to be by Jews, or for Jews, by Jews. Fijbij instead of Fubu.
I didn't know we could buy Jews.
Fijbij is for Jews by Jews. Not since the Egyptians, really. Fijbij. Instead of Fubu, we've got Fijbij.
Okay.
So they wanted a country. Well, the problem was the British promised the Palestinians their own country in the Holy Land if they fought the Ottoman Empire in World War I. It's the Sykes-Picot Agreement. So you have the Jews who are politicking with the entire world going, you should give us this country. It should be for us. And then you have the Palestinians going, hey, wait a minute. You promised we could have a country here.
Yeah.
And then it was a giant shit show. And then World War II happened and the Holocaust. And the Americans and the West all had this brilliant idea that, well, we should give the Jews their own country. Maybe the Zionists were right. It's not going to be safe for them anywhere but their own country. And okay, even that you could make an agreement, especially after the Holocaust. Okay, fine. But to put it where they put it is fucking insane. They put it in the one place where there was sure to breed anti-Semitism. People were going to resent the Jews for taking their land. That's not going to help. They're going to have to fight their way out of that corner of the world. And every time they fight, they're going to have to kill more Muslims, which is going to create more resentment. Like, we put it, it's almost like we meant to do it to create constant conflict.
I feel like I heard this verbatim yesterday.
I know. It's so frustrating.
It's frustrating.
Like, give them a piece of Germany.
That would have been the correct decision a long time ago.
Give them like the southeast corner of Germany down by Austria. Give them a piece of that and let that be their homeland. But no. They had to put it in the one place where they were sure to, it was going to make the Jews look really bad, and it was going to make the Muslims look like victims plus really bad. Yes. Like the Jews were already victims.
Well, you can't put two people that disagree with each other that strongly right next to each other too, right?
It would almost be
they're
like
so different.
It would almost be like overthrowing a democratically elected government that's on the border of a country we've had nothing but conflict with, and then encouraging that country to do things that country we've been at conflict with doesn't like, provoking that country into a war, and then going, oh, we need to defend our friend here who's being picked on.
Oh, let's put us on the border of Russia or North Korea.
I was in no way talking about the Ukrainian conflict.
Oh.
In no way is that exactly what we did in Ukraine. And the nerve of us to act like we're the fucking good guys in all this shit. Curly Adam with $10 says, I came for the racist jokes. I stayed because you fired the black guy. That's what we call leaning in the business.
Thank you.
Leaning in. David Chandler says, who would have thought that chopping up a country into puzzle pieces would lead to a violent conflict? Right? Who would have known?
I mean, you might as well have parked them right next to Nazis. It doesn't make any sense.
Right. You know who the Nazis tried to ally with in the Middle East in World War II?
Who, Aaron?
The Palestinians and the Iranians. You know why? Because they all hated Jews.
Really?
'Cause
See, now I didn't know that.
God. Gray Duckling with $20 says, I just had sex, so here is $20. Well,
that's funny. Or fun.
That's
funny.
Funny? Why is it funny? Gray Duckling having sex is funny to you? Not very nice.
I didn't mean it that way.
Guy Sartell with an
Thank
interesting
you.
point. He says, if Palestine laid down their arms, there would be peace. If Israel laid down their arms, they would be eliminated. That's, and that's accurate. You got it. Look, I don't pick sides in this conflict because, quite frankly, they've both done really terrible things over the years, and it was a fucked up situation. But he is right. If Palestine said we're never going to attack Israel again, Israel would go, got what we wanted. Yeah. We've got our country. We've got our nation state. We're good.
We can coexist finally.
If Israel said we're never going to fight again, Hamas would go attack. Push them back into the sea.
I just want to say Johnny 1.0 says, my hummus is nonviolent.
No, not, I'm sorry, Hamas, not
Oh,
hummus.
not hummus?
Yeah, not hummus.
The hummus can be violent coming out.
It can, yes, absolutely. Especially if you get the roasted pepper stuff. It can be a real butthole terror.
Aaron doesn't do well with the pine nut one.
No, I don't. Rupert with $4.99 says, to be fair, Hamas is pretty indiscriminate on who they use as human shields. Oh, yeah, they're all pieces of shit. 100%. You're totally right.
Sounds like babies. Like, is that the one that is supposedly cutting off baby heads?
The report is that they're cutting off baby heads, which...
See, and I'm just in a position in life where I'm like willing to believe pretty much anything.
Yeah. Why would you need to lie about that?
Yeah, you don't.
It's really bad enough over there. You don't need to make up baby heads getting chopped off. Ugh. If I may.
You know what? Those babies don't have to grow up and be part of this one day.
Yeah. David Chandler says, Israel is our mouthy little friend always getting us into fights at the bar. Yes. Absolutely.
They're the one that always wants to go to the press for some reason.
Yes. They're always getting drunk and picking fights, and we have to back them.
They wanted to go for the Taco Tuesdays where you get like 30 of the shitty ones.
And then they just ended up drinking all the 25-cent beers and fucking fighting Muslims. And you're like, God damn it, not again. What are these Muslims doing at a bar?
Okay, now this is just bothering me for my real life.
Oh, okay, sorry. St. Cloud is a microcosm of the Middle East, apparently. No Jews, though.
Do we not have Jews here?
Not a lot of Jews.
What would you say we have the most of?
We've got a few
Catholics?
No, we got a few commie Jews. The ones that aren't religious, the atheist Jews. We don't have a lot of what I call the good Jews, which are the really just religiously observant ones. I like the religious Jews. The atheist Jews they're the communists and they're the George Soroses and the people who try to like uproot civilizations. And that's really bad. That's nasty.
What do we mostly have here? Muslims and Catholics, do you think?
Muslims and Catholics and Protestants. Oh my, yeah.
Protestants.
And black people from, Fort Wayne, Indiana and Chicago.
They have a religion too, I'm sure.
Who?
The black people?
Yeah, it's like fertility sculptures and shit, I believe, and kabuki masks, right? They all dress like Kamala the Ugandan giant.
Do you think they all talk in tongues too?
African bush language. No, they don't? I live far away from them. I don't know.
I've lived pretty close. I feel like that's not the usual.
I'm sorry. I'm embarrassed. I was wrong.
I don't believe I've ever visited a black home on the university campus.
Stop right there. You can just stop right there and just say that
fertility
part.
Thing.
No. You can just say I've never been to a black
They
house.
mostly just like to show their fertility and,
Jesus, April. I'm going to tell your dad. Stop.
I'm not saying I was part of that.
Oh, well, thank God. Otherwise, you lied to me, and I would have never entered into this union. You tainted meat.
I plead the fifth.
Skeezy says the good religious Jews that fling live chickens around their heads by their feet. Yeah, that ain't hurting nobody.
What?
I don't know. Death Proof says they speak bumblebee tuna.
Bumblebee tuna.
See, our audience knows a lot about black culture.
I actually kind of wish they did that now. Oh, but then we're hawking loogies on everyone to like show respect and
you don't
good fortune.
Thank you guys for that awesome run of generosity. All of you chipping in. 135 away from today. Aaron doesn't mention the goal. Goal's getting knocked down again.
Stop saying the word.
Really starting to look like a dick here. Really starting to look like a dick.
Just
Thank you
take
guys.
note at the end of the show.
Yes, I'm going to. Let's watch this. So we were talking about, I got sidetracked there on Israel and the Palestinian
Uncut
thing.
Jewish Association.
The Australian Jewish Association posted a video of a pro-Hamas protest at the Opera House in Sydney. You know the Sydney Opera House. It's that iconic building.
The white one.
Yeah, I mean.
The big white sail looking thing.
Yeah, exactly. The Opera House in Sydney. So apparently a Muslim mob was protesting, and they weren't saying like peace be to Hamas and God bless Hamas and we love the Palestinian cause. It was more a negative attack ad against their enemies. Let's take a listen. Oh.
Have I been transported? Have I gone back in time?
Wow, was this Sydney or Berlin in the 30s?
I believe this is Berlin in the 30s.
Boy, it would be funny if there was like one German in the crowd and he was like, guys, wait a minute, time out, just 1 second. This is not going to end well for you. Look, I know you have, let's just say your eyes seem a little bit bigger than your stomachs at the moment. This has been tried over and over again. Not going to end properly for you. They will divide your country for 50 years. Nothing makes me more settled than a large group of Muslims shouting Allahu Akbar.
Right? Wait, you don't play tapes of that going to sleep at night?
No, that's not really my ASMR.
Damn.
No.
See, that's where you and I part ways.
Well, because the explosion sounds get too loud at the end, and I can't fall asleep.
See, I only fall asleep to that.
Oh, okay. Oh, I'm sorry. Now I'm showing a video from my last birthday party. I apologize. That was my fault. I've been mixing footage. I've been working with video editing, and that I'm sorry. That was. Oh no, I'm sorry.
This was your quinceañera.
This is my quinceañera. Yes. No, I'm sorry. This is still actually the Sydney Opera House protest that they were having.
You had your birthday at the Sydney Opera House?
No, April. I swear to God, I was nowhere near this when they were chanting "fuck the Jews."
I didn't know you had so many Muslim friends.
No, I don't go out shouting that in public.
Oh.
I mutter it to myself when I watch the news. It's totally different.
I always hope that there's no news on in the local bar we stop at for lunch.
Whenever April sees like Fox News or CNN at a bar, she just jumps over the bar and goes, "No!" The Federal Reserve today. Disney's latest movie is causing controversy. No! Stop him. Don't let him do it.
Oh, no. You know, it would be easier to just leave you. But look at all the shit I go through to be with you.
Thank you. You're a very sweet lady. Inflation is at an all-time. Ah!
We're sending more things to Ukraine.
Ah!
Oh, no.
Turn it off. He's gonna yell Uden. Whenever we go to a bar and that's on the TVs, whenever we go to a restaurant or anything, I only get to yell Achtung, and then April goes.
I put a ball gag in his mouth.
She goes, when you calm down, I'll let you go.
I'll get you a sundae after your meal.
But if you don't calm down, I'm going to twist your pinks. Got it?
I
Good.
fucking hate you.
If I may, quickly, quick point of advice to these protesters. Once you chant it like 4 or 5 times, we got it.
Nah, they're really trying to drive this one home.
I mean, I'm starting to think you guys are not big fans of Jewish people.
It's just another night at Raleigh's, right next to Long Necks, actually.
It'd be funny if their next chant was just CM Punk, CM Punk, CM Punk. I'm like, everybody wants him to come back. It's incredible. Even the Palestinian protesters. Oh, now we're back to Gat. Okay. No, they can't.
That one's a little more.
Yeah.
Grizzly.
I feel like one of them is protected by free speech and the other borders on incitement. I just feel like you guys can decide which one is which.
One of them's very graphic.
They could have just went, yeah. I mean, somebody's saying in the chat, where's $2 from Trucker 18 Wheeler? He says they could have just sang "Throw the Jew Down the Well" by Bo.
That's at least jovial.
Yeah, that's at least an upbeat tune, if you will.
Keeps morale up.
D. Gulag says, is this 2016 4chan? Yeah, kind of. Sean Raz with $5 says, doesn't anyone else find it interesting that there has been more video of war and death in the last 4 days than in the last year plus of Ukraine? The man's got a point.
Yeah.
The man's speaking truth. What's going on over there? All I ever sometimes see is rubble.
All I see is Zelensky looking nice in his t-shirts.
Yeah.
I honestly.
Yes? No.
I don't like talking about the Ukrainian thing just because of like how long it's gone on and how many things we've given them, mostly our money. And I do get angry with that topic.
Over on Rumble, Bigot on socialist media says, did anyone see videos of Jews burning Israeli flag? Yeah, I've seen some of the anti-Zionist Jewish people. They're protesting against Israel. They're like really orthodox religious Jews that are against Israel existing because a lot of the Orthodox Jews don't believe that their religion should be made into a country.
That is interesting.
They're anti-Zionist Jewish people because they like read the religious texts and all that, and they say, look, in our religious texts, it is against us forming a government and shit like that. So there are, I mean, there is, it's not a big split, but there is a split. Fuck you, dude says, this is great footage of the anniversary show. No, we were not doing that.
You shouldn't be releasing that.
That was not from our anniversary show.
You said you wouldn't film it.
April, that was from the Sydney Opera House in Australia.
I don't believe you anymore.
I had nothing to do with that, I promise. Egg Picker says this is a sneak preview of Aaron's Compound show.
Can you imagine you and Geno just chanting that?
I mean, yeah. Sorry.
I'm sorry, too.
Oh, man. Thank you guys very much. Everybody hit like. Everybody hit subscribe. It is great for the old algorithm, as they say. Please the algorithm gods and throw us a thumbs up in Rumble, YouTube, Kick. If they have a like, hit a like on Kick as well. We are affiliated on Kick now. We're famous. Go ahead and hit thumbs up no matter where you're watching. Take a minute. Costs you nothing. Become a subscriber. Whatever you'd like to do. But that like button does help spread the word.
Very cool.
If you will.
Very cool.
I have some Amber Turd news for you.
Oh, get it? Because she shit on a bed once?
Yeah, Amber Heard's back in the news. You know she's doing the Aquaman 2 movie with Jason Momoa?
No, I totally didn't know that.
Yeah, they filmed Aquaman 2. They're going to put that out. Oh, and by the way, anybody else, like since that trial, Amber Heard just does not look attractive to them?
No. Like, she physically looks different. For one, her face widened out, which is weird, but like she's just so crazy.
I've never found her that hot to begin with. I've always found her kind of like a really pasty, white, creepy looking chick. I thought
she was supposed to be like a middling. Like she was in the movie Pineapple Express, and I thought she was just supposed to look like some boring girl next door.
And then that's a good look. That looks like a chipmunk that just sat on something sharp.
Look, none of us are cute when we cry.
Well, that's then why do I get hard?
Well, you see, when I cry, my eyes look extra blue, and you're like, oh, just my little Aryan babe.
Yes, my little Aryan damsel in distress. And I'm like, oh, and she, you know what? She's feeling humbled at the moment, thus she's crying. And I go, this excites me. But Amber Heard is now, I guess, shitting on Jason Momoa.
Wow, because you should shit on your secondary meal ticket.
But it makes me like Jason Momoa a lot. Like this next story we're about to do is her going like, I need some sympathy. Like everything she does now is to like rebuild her image as her as some kind of sympathetic victim.
By knocking down somebody else.
Right. So now she's going to be a victim of on-set bullying from Jason Momoa. Amber Heard told her therapist, okay, time out. None of us are supposed to know what you tell your therapist.
No, that's a very private thing.
Yeah.
The only person who has ever heard what my therapist has told me was whoever I was like closest to at that time.
Talking to the press about what you say to your therapist is like a textbook attention whore move.
And only if it's relevant to like a fixing of something, right? Like you don't share that shit with somebody else.
Right.
That's to work on you.
Yeah. So when you go public about what you tell your therapist, you're being an attention whore and you're showing you're still kind of broken and shitty.
Well, like I said, too, she fell out of favor with her first meal ticket, a.k.a. Johnny Depp.
Right.
Fell out of favor with that one.
Was Elon Musk her first or second meal ticket?
That happened in the fray somewhere.
Oh, okay. That happened in the middle.
It was, and now Jason Momoa, like if you're Amber Heard, you get to be in a Jason Momoa movie. It's not your movie. It's Jason's movie, right?
Well, it's an Aquaman movie.
It's an Aquaman movie. And now you're going to shit on him?
Yeah, well, listen to what he did. You're going to like at least I liked Jason Momoa. The news comes courtesy of new legal documents from Amber's defamation trial last year, which were recently made public, and details some startling allegations she made in therapy sessions back in 2021 when she and Jason were working on Aquaman 2. Well, fuck, it's taken a long time for that movie to come out. During one particular session in December of last year, she said she felt that Jason was seemingly trying to play mind games with her by intentionally copying Johnny Depp's fashion right down to his multi-fingered rings. So she thinks that Jason Momoa was dressing as Johnny Depp to fuck with her.
In which case, if he was, bravo, son.
Yeah, which if you were doing that, Jason Momoa, you have a fan for life. That's fantastic. I love that. Aren't he and Momoa buddies or...
I have no idea. I am a fan of Momoa, though.
Didn't Momoa say that he would testify on Johnny Depp's behalf? I could be wrong about. I could be thinking about something else. But if Jason Momoa was doing that, that's hilarious. But I guarantee this psychotic broad that he was not trying to dress like Johnny Depp to fuck with Amber Heard.
No,
she's insane.
Johnny Depp dresses like a little edgy and weird just because that's who he is. Jason Momoa doesn't look any differently.
He does too. No,
yeah,
Jason Momoa dresses like kind of a vagabond. He dresses kind of like a busker.
That's what I'm saying.
But doesn't Johnny Depp kind of dress like a... No, he doesn't. He dresses like a Fruit Loop.
No, he doesn't. He's very vagabond-esque too. He's in a band. He dresses very band-like. That makes sense.
I always thought he wore like suits. That Johnny Depp was
like roughed up suits, yeah.
Oh, you know what? I'm thinking about the trial. Of course he wore suits at the trial. But no, Jason Momoa is dressing like Jason Momoa.
Yeah, it's pretty regular, I think.
Like, again, that's her just being this paranoid lunatic who everyone's out to get her. Everyone's trying to fuck with her. She's one of these women who need to be grabbed by the shoulders and just go, motherfucker, not everything's about you.
Right, can I not wear my rings one day and without you thinking I'm trying to abuse you with them?
Yeah, people have their own style and like people have their own lives. They're not thinking about you. You know what kind of a lunatic Jason Momoa would be if he got dressed in the morning going, well, I'm going to wear clothes like Johnny Depp so I can fuck with Amber Heard.
I mean, that'd be funny for a week, right?
But how insane would you have to be to think that?
It's crazy.
And how insane would she have to be to actually convince herself that that's what's happening here?
What do you think about when you get dressed in the morning?
Bill Schultz. You mess with the bull, you get the Schultz.
Now you do that every morning?
That's what I think. Well, no, just this morning. Oh. That's all. What do I think of when I get dressed in the morning? I'm like, what'll cover up my tits best? That's it.
Yeah, that's how I get dressed too.
That's where I'm where I'm
a prude. What can I say?
I love how somebody who shits in people's beds has the audacity to think other people are fucking with her.
Right? Fuck you. I really don't like her. I never cared for her in the first place, but that trial really made her look like hot garbage.
Yeah. There are a lot more juicy nuggets in the docs, more than the ones she left in the bed.
Choice of words.
Including the allegation that Warner DC tried canning Amber ahead of filming of Aquaman 2, but not because of her Johnny drama, but over a more perceived lack of chemistry with Jason. Yeah, so Jason Momoa probably doesn't like her.
I would wager she has a complete lack of chemistry with most people.
Right. Like anybody who's not giving her all the attention in the world and not doing everything she wants is against her, is bad for her. Scheming.
Got an agenda.
Jason Momoa put on the wrong rings. He must be trying to troll her out as Johnny Depp.
Oh, he wore the same color as Johnny.
Yeah. No, Amber, it's you're okay. It's the rest of the world that's crazy.
Can you imagine having a kid with her? It's just exhausting to think about.
At least Elon Musk can just write a check.
Right, that's true. You don't have to be there.
Yeah.
Here you go.
Now, Amber's then boyfriend, Elon Musk, fired off a letter to the studio on the heels of that, threatening to burn the house down at Warner Brothers, according to Variety. Wow. Elon going to bat for Amber Heard, threatening a movie studio over firing his girlfriend. What a douche.
I didn't know that it was ever registered that he was a boyfriend.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
I thought that was like a lore that was just going around.
No, he likes to, squirt, make a baby, and then write a check and
So
leave.
he did claim that kid?
I can't say yes, I can't say no because I'm not sure. I feel like it's kind of one of those like unspoken known things that it's his kid. Whose else would it be? It would be Johnny's, and she would have been screaming that from the mountaintops.
Doesn't have to be. You don't know who she's with.
Could be, what's his name? The guy she was fucking in the apartment. Franco. Could be James Franco's kid. How do we know?
She was with James Franco?
Remember? They were in an elevator together going up to the...
I don't remember that.
Oh, yeah. Fucking Dave Franco. Or, James Franco.
Can we do better? If you're a James Franco, you got your pick of the litter practically.
Not anymore.
Back then you did.
I think this was post-allegations. 2020,
I guess
2021.
then you do have to do dumpster diving.
Yeti Flyer says, Aaron, Amber Heard is the Brie Larson of the DC universe. You know, I will say this, full transparency, I find Amber Heard to be more insufferable than Brie Larson.
Well, yeah, that's not a low bar to cross, I feel.
Oh, my goodness. Thank you David Chandler is over on Kick. He gifted 10 subscriptions.
Wow.
And then gifted another 5 subscriptions.
He gets around.
Over on Kick. So we have our first 15 subscriptions over on Kick. Now, what I said earlier today is all of our Kick subscriptions are going to be, what did we call that? Kind of our cushion fund.
Cushion.
So we're not going to count Kick towards the goal until we miss one.
A cushion for the goal pushing.
A cushion for the goal pushing. So look at David. Not only does David Chandler, not only is he incredibly generous to this show, but he's strategic with it.
He's building our war chest.
Yeah, he's like, here's a little on PayPal. Here's a little over on YouTube. Here's a little over on Kick. So I think we get...
How much does... Yeah, I was going to say...
I don't know how much we get per Kick thing. I'm not sure. How much is a Kick
Well, PayPal's the quickest way, right? Or Venmo.
Okay, $4.99, and I think they said you get 90% of Kick.
That's good.
So that's 60 in the war chest right there. From old David Chandler.
Are you
Thank
going
you,
to keep
buddy.
track?
They keep track for you. It's in your lists and stuff like that. Thank you, David Chandler. That's very sweet of you. And I'm not trying to brag, but we're at 13 people on Kick right now and over 80 followers. So we're kind of a thing now. There you go. The Steel Toe Morning Show brought to you by David Chandler, says Johnny 1.0. Yeah, thank you, buddy. 1:35 away from today. You guys have got this. Thank you very much. We got a lot of time left in today's show. So Amber Heard back to her old ways of blaming everyone but her about everything that happened. And she's...
Well, you know what I think.
What's that?
I think she should probably take Jason Momoa to trial now for emotional abuse.
Yeah, I mean...
see how that goes.
Jason Momoa clearly was abusing her by putting rings on. Interesting. I tell you what, the only way to abuse...
I like rings.
The only way to abuse Amber Heard when you put rings on is to... Never mind. Amber was spreading it around, says Dr. Climate Abortion. Elon is a simp. Yeah, Elon kind of simping for the chick he was banging. Huh?
I don't like it.
No. It kind of brings down the reputation of Elon Musk a little bit in my book.
Yeah, if you're going to pump and dump, you got to stay away.
Susan M. says, is that Elon Musk's kid? Amber Heard's kid? I think so. That's kind of what people say.
That's the lore.
Yeah.
I don't know. I wouldn't claim it. Just saying.
Left-handed says, if I were Jason, I'd get away from her ASAP before she incubates.
What?
Well, you never know. What? Yeah, is Amber Heard's kid Elon Musk's? Let's see. Elon Musk finally reveals that he is the father of Amber Heard. Okay, so that is a thing.
Icky.
One thing that has been bothering a lot of people yet,
A year
hard
ago.
to figure out, is the father of Amber Heard's baby. A lot of evidence has been shared on Elon Musk being the child's father, and some fans have even taken chances on Amber Heard's medical report after she gave birth to the child that Elon Musk is the baby's father. This is just like a puzzle that needs the right answer, and fans want their
Okay, I don't need a 7-minute fucking video about this. Do we have like an interview where he just says, I'm the dad?
He already won even without the evidence. In the transcript, Romero said he would often buzz Elon Musk into the building late at night, and Elon Musk would still be there when the night shift is over.
Aw, shit.
Romero also claimed that Elon always visits a few times a week. He also recalled that there was a time he spoke with one of his supervisors about Elon Musk's regular visits to Amber Heard. At one point, Romero said Musk's visits did not feel right to him. When asked to explain, he said,
What a little gossipy bitch this Alex Romero is. Jesus.
I would guess you're fired.
Yeah.
Right? Fuck you.
Well, yeah, if you live in a building where a bunch of millionaires live, they don't need the fucking help gossiping.
No, I think you're only supposed to keep your mouth shut. Eyes down.
Yeah.
Come on.
well, she's a female, he's a male. Both of them are by themselves.
Could I make it any more obvious? Sorry.
No, please continue.
He was a boy. She was a girl. Skater Boy, right? Is that what that one is?
Yeah.
It's not complicated. There's complicated and Skater Boy.
Skater Boy.
Yeah. Why'd I have to go and make things so complicated?
Oh, God.
I don't know a lot of Avril Lavigne anymore. Those are the only words I know.
Well,
Or except-
hey, you. I don't like your girlfriend.
Oh, I don't remember that one. I know Skater
Pretty
Boy
gay.
and Complicated.
That was just called girlfriend.
Well, he was a Skater Boy. She said, see you later,
boy.
Yeah. That's some good writing. You know, people say that women don't know how to write songs. That's horseshit. You know what the sad part about that is? A guy probably wrote that line for her. She probably didn't even write, he was a skater boy. She said, see you later, boy. I don't know if you know
he
this.
wasn't good enough for her.
I don't know if you, could I make it any more obvious? See, I'm just going to say the wrong
You're
words.
mixing.
Yeah, I'm mixing.
Now my whole head's
Yeah.
doing a weird
She
thing.
was a skater boy. He said, can you help me? I'm bent. I'm so scared that I'll never get put back together.
And
Why'd you have to go and make things so complicated?
you'll never see the tears I've cried.
Wait a minute. That's a Kelly Clarkson
Hazel
song. Wait a minute. I know Kelly Clarkson. Oh, you want to hear an Aaron's whipped as fuck moment? You want to hear this? You want to go back in my history about
What the fuck?
16 years?
You're whipped as fuck.
That triggered something in me.
Somebody else had you whipped 16 years ago. I
yeah.
know it wasn't me.
You want to hear 16 years ago?
I don't know if I do. Go ahead.
I had a girlfriend.
You have the
16.
floor.
I had a girlfriend 16 years ago. She called into a radio station. She won 2 tickets to see Kelly Clarkson at the State Theater in Minneapolis.
Oh, God.
She asked me if I would go with her to see Kelly Clarkson.
Oh, man. And you wanted your dick wet, so.
I went to see Kelly Clarkson.
I've never heard you say that.
Yeah, I've been to a Kelly Clarkson concert.
Did it fuck?
It was so uncomfortable.
Did you get to fuck?
It was so probably, but it was so uncomfortable. I went to the bathroom and I'm standing at the urinal and these 2 guys come in after me and they stand next to each other at the other urinal and just the first thing I hear is, "Oh my God!" When she just started singing whatever song it was, I just started crying and I'm just like, I've never been more uncomfortable in my life. I'm like, oh God, why does it have to be so gay in here? I don't want it to be this gay. No. Let's get out of here.
I'm trying to think if I've done anything like that.
Honest to Christ, I don't even remember the concert or it ending or...
Really?
I don't remember how it went. Like
This was 16 years ago, you
I've
said?
blocked it out. I just remember the gay dudes in the bathroom, which means they might have
So you were
raped me.
20.
Yeah, I was 19 or 20 when this happened. Mr. Green says, and that's where Aaron met his boyfriend. And then you were graped, Aaron, because as they do. Yeah, maybe that's why I don't remember the concert.
I don't think I've ever done something that like specific situationally like fucked to, get sex or anything.
Yeah.
I think all of my more embarrassing lack of dignity moments were like a long game. where the other person clearly didn't care about me.
Where you gave everything up and the other person didn't do shit?
Yeah.
Great work.
You see, yours is very like acute, where mine would be chronic.
Okay. Mine were just blunt force trauma impacts.
Yeah.
Yours were drawn out torture.
Chronic torture.
Okay. Yeah.
So I can't really speak to your Kelly Clarkson moment. That was probably fine.
I just did single traumatic cringe things, whereas your whole dating life was just a series of cringe things happening.
Years and years.
Wow.
Some would say I'm still doing it.
Well, you're allegedly. Some are saying. Yeah. Allegedly, that's the case.
I can't shit on your Kelly Clarkson shit.
I feel better that I let everyone know about that now. I feel like I've unburdened myself.
Anything else you want to unburden?
That's, let's be honest. That's enough unburdening for
Look,
one
none
day.
of us like who we are when we're 20, right?
There were positives and negatives. We'll make a chart.
You could drink more.
Yeah, there you go. That's the one.
Didn't always end well.
Wood Chippy says, we'd all rather suck off two men than listen to Kelly Clarkson. Yeah, that's true. What would be gayer, if I would have sucked those two guys off in the bathroom or if I would have went to listen to Kelly Clarkson?
Maybe if you went to like a Cranberries concert or something.
None of what you're saying makes this better.
Ew.
None of what you're saying makes this better.
Alanis Morissette would have been way more gay.
I don't know.
I feel like I judge everybody.
She had more edge than Kelly Clarkson. Alanis Morissette did, because she was kind of a broken bitch. So she was kind of nasty. She's
Hazel
sucking dick
Eyes doesn't scream broken.
Yeah, but like in a really white girl broken way.
Is it bad that I can't even think of another song of hers?
Aaron Imhole. No, this is not correct. That's not. Aaron Imhole says, I did both. No, I did not. Well, now I have to pick one. Which one did I do? I believe I watched the concert.
I'm apparently in the chat, and I said that concert was ground zero for monkeypox. See? And I feel like men spread monkeypox, so that must have been you.
Green April says, yes, the Kelly Clarkson concert was ground zero for monkeypox. Dead Jester says, I'd fart on 20 dicks to avoid the parking lot of such events.
Jesus Christ, man.
Do they have to be in you when you fart on them, or can you just, that'd be awkward just to fart on a guy's wiener? Like, and it's not
I'm
in you.
uncomfortable.
You just have to
now
go
my shoulder hurts.
You have to go to a
worse.
flaccid dick, sneak by him. Like, do you walk by while they're just standing and you just go real quick and you just like fart in the vicinity of their dick and then mission accomplished? How does one fart on 20 dicks? I ask you. And I don't leave today until I get an answer. This one might be, I always have my favorite story of the day. And this one might be my favorite. A teacher decided to show a movie in class, which is great. We all loved it when teachers showed movies in class because it was like a free day. You didn't have to worry about homework or worksheets or anything like that.
I really liked Saving Private Ryan.
Well, they showed that in school?
Oh, I fucking watched that in school, yeah.
Jesus
Christ, Mr. Matthews was my social studies and history and homeroom guy in high school. And he was old school as shit, and you would have fucking loved him. And yeah, he played that.
Do you think he thought about the Roman Empire a lot?
Oh, fuck yeah.
Yeah, a lot of Roman Empire from that guy.
Nobody can beat him at ping pong either.
Well, he was probably a little autistic. So in Miami, this teacher decided, I'm going to play a movie for my elementary school students.
Okay.
And what better movie to play for your elementary school students, or what videos better to play for your elementary school students than Winnie the Pooh, right? Winnie the Pooh's great for kids.
Of course.
So the teacher found a Winnie the Pooh movie, and the teacher played it.
No.
And now she's in a bunch of trouble.
Was it that Blood and Honey movie? Or whatever it's called?
The teacher may or may not have played Winnie the Pooh, Blood and Honey.
Oh, God, no.
For an elementary school class. Now, for those of you who don't know, there was a movie that was made a year or so ago.
We never saw it.
Called Pooh, Blood and Honey, which is what I do after I eat too much.
That's a terrible headline.
Pooh, blood, and honey is a terrible health condition too. You don't.
It's on the way out.
Watching Pooh, blood, and honey is way better than experiencing Pooh, blood, and honey. But
yuck.
Anyway, what I'm trying to say is, the movie was made because I guess the copyright ran out on Winnie the Pooh, and so anybody could use his likeness. But not like the Disney likeness. You could only use like the old school A.A. Milne illustration likeness
of
Winnie the Pooh. So they decided to make this movie And it's already in 1 year crossed up an elementary school teacher who just saw Winnie the Pooh and went, oh, this will be great for the kids.
You just missed the blood and honey part?
Yeah, the blood and honey part would kind of indicate that it's not right for children. But let's see how she navigated these waters. I'm sure the parents were very understanding of the misstep.
Total outrage tonight directed at a Miami-Dade charter school teacher. A number of parents allege fourth graders were exposed to an inappropriate film for their age group.
CBS News Miami's Yvonne Taylor reached out to the school and spoke to a parent who was demanding action.
Uh-oh. This is the charter school. They teach students.
Where did they find him?
This is the charter school where I usually cook the food at lunch. But they want me to tell you all about the Winnie the Pooh, the Poohing blood and honey.
Where do you find this? Ivan Taylor.
This guy always wanted to take my socks off and touch my feet. He also had drinking fountains full of Hawaiian punch. And he was very, very sneaky, sir. See, he was
very sneaky.
He was Emilio and Mr. D.
I got it. Thank you.
This is the charter school. They teach students from kindergarten to 12th grade. And here is where we met the parent who complained about the film shown to both of her kids.
It looks like he's trying to fuck all of us, male and female.
I know. I can't get a beat on this
If
guy.
you go into this school here, things are looking pretty good. Yeah. May I refresh your mimosa before we start the proceedings?
He's making me want Olive Garden, and that's disgusting.
A boopy, boopy, boopy. Here is the school. Here's where all the kids go, and you tell me when on the pepper.
Olive Garden is so gross. Don't make me want that.
So disgusting.
Honestly, it makes me feel like death after.
One of the neighbors was here with the kids, and they were
mistake.
They were talking about how, our parents are taking, I'm going with my parents to their anniversary dinner. And the kids were like, oh, that's cool. Where are you going? And she goes, we're going to Olive Garden. And I did realize, I'm like, Olive Garden is a fucking killer place for kids, because she said right away, she's like, they give you, like, she was telling the kid, like, our kids this, like she had discovered heaven.
Mm-hmm.
They let you eat as many breadsticks as you want for free. And you can eat as much salad as you want for free.
Yeah, I bet it's free.
And the kids were like, oh my God, really? What if I want like 8 breadsticks? Like, you can eat 8 breadsticks. They just keep bringing them to you.
Was this the one down there?
Yeah.
Yeah, so I was coming back from hunting, and before I was driving, like, I was texting with her mother, who said they were going out and that the kid was very not excited to be going. And I remember asking where they were going, and she never told me.
Oh, okay.
So I feel like there was shame involved.
Well,
I don't know.
You go, but she was excited about the breadstick deal.
Really? Because the parents made it sound like she was really upset that she had to go
Well,
out.
she was definitely flexing on our children.
Oh, wow.
You know?
Yeah, because, we're shitty parents and don't take ours.
We've never taken them to Olive Garden.
Where have we?
Kay's Kitchen.
Kay's Kitchen's a big one.
They love Kay's. We've taken them there a lot.
Why am I drawing a blank right now?
They like McDonald's.
We've taken them to Red Robin. Like a few years ago, we took them to Red Robin a few times in a row because they liked it a lot.
Of course, Jack and Jim's.
I hate that place. I'll be honest, I don't like that place.
Do you like salt, do you? That's a very, you know what I call that kind of place? It's a very Catholic place.
You know what's happened to me in my old age? If I'm going to, especially with inflation, I'm like, if I'm going to be spending money, I better fucking enjoy my experience, and that food better be right.
So you're not.
Or I'm upset.
You're saying you're not going to Olive Garden.
No.
We should have the kids try Slim Chickens. I think they'd enjoy it.
I feel like you've said that 300 times.
I have, but I haven't acted yet. All right, let's continue on with our sommelier here, who's going to interest us in a nice chateau, and then tell us about this story.
She's asking for specific actions. Before students from the Academy of Innovative Education were let out of class,
why do you have a
this mother
suitcase?
let out her frustration.
I feel completely abandoned by the school. And
Michelle Diaz reached out to CBS News Miami. She said her 4th grader twins were distraught because of a movie their math teacher played for students on Monday, October.
Their math teacher showed them Pooh, Blood, and Honey.
Why are we showing movies in math class?
I'm going to say we're hungover. We're not feeling well.
We're not showing Pooh Bear in math class.
Well, I mean, if it's just like a free day, maybe.
No.
Oh, this isn't even public school either.
This is a private school.
It's a charter
this
school.
This is not
October 2nd.
kosher.
So they were exposed 20 to 30 minutes to a movie called Winnie the Pooh, Honey and Blood.
It's Pooh, Blood, and Honey.
This teacher did this on purpose, I'm convinced.
Oh my, no, you know what? I will say, I bet you the teacher is really stupid and they just saw a Winnie the Pooh movie and they were like, oh, this is a new Winnie the Pooh movie. I'll show it to the students. If you don't know what the movie is, it's Winnie the Pooh and Piglet just carving the fuck out of bitches.
We should watch the trailer after this.
We are going to watch the trailer after this.
But when you're a teacher and you see Winnie the Pooh,
or Winnie the Pooh, yeah.
Winnie the Pooh, Blood and Honey, the blood word should be a red flag, literally.
It should.
You can't just play that movie.
This is the trailer of the film. It's rated NR, meaning not rated. The premise? Two bloodthirsty murderers, one of them wearing Winnie the Pooh mask, terrorize a group of young university women.
He didn't stop the movie, even though there were kids that were like, hey, just stop the movie. We don't want to watch this and whatever.
Dude, even without Winnie the Pooh murdering people, there's just tits out everywhere and sluts.
Do you still disagree with me? He didn't stop the movie.
I don't think he was paying attention. I have a hard time believing that a teacher would be this suicidal job-wise. I would just wrap it all up and be like, I'm showing the kids a disgusting titty horror flick.
That's like if Zombievers was playing in class and like you just
funny.
didn't take notice.
That's
true.
true.
He did this on purpose. He wanted to.
How was that movie picked?
So he said that the children picked it. It's not them to decide what they want to watch. It's up to the professor to like look at the content.
Yeah. Cool. Now do gender.
I like the mic squeak.
Please. If you will. Do gender now. Go ahead. They let the kids pick the movie, but it shouldn't be up to kids. That's too much responsibility for a child to have to pick a movie. Yeah, but picking whether or not they want drugs that'll make their cock shrink and not go through puberty, yeah, they're totally ready to make that call.
Hey, kids, you can't buy cigarettes or drink or, do any of that business, but you can sure as shit pick your genitals.
Hey, kids, I have a question for you. Rocky 3 or Rocky 4? Oh, I have no idea. I can't pick. I'm too little. All right, cock or decocked? What? Why?
Hey, you can't serve your country until you're of age, but
they can't even quote Star Wars accurately. They can't pick what gender they are.
You can't quote dick accurately
Being a
at that
charter
age.
school, the Academy of Innovative Education is not under the umbrella of Miami-Dade Public Schools. This institution hires their personnel independently. CBS News Miami reached out to the head of the school, Miss Vera Hirsch. She responded with a statement acknowledging that fourth graders were shown a segment of a horror movie. And the administration promptly addressed the issue directly with the teacher and has taken appropriate action to ensure the safety and well-being of
You've got to fire the guy, right?
According to Diaz,
I think that was his
parents
plan.
who were reluctant to be on camera complained about their kids' behavior this week.
I'll tell you why. He wanted to be out of that job, but you see, if you quit, you don't get all the benefits and shit of unemployment. Now, if you're fired, you'll get some benefits until the next thing.
I have a theory. You know how they said a lot of the parents didn't want to be on camera? Heavily Latino school in Miami.
Okay.
Why didn't a lot of the parents want to be on camera?
I don't know.
I believe their presence here may be less than
savory,
less than on the up and up.
Oh,
they may not have the
at a charter school.
They may. Oh, charter schools, you enter basically into a lottery. It's not like a pay thing. Charter schools are funded by the government. That's why public schools hate them so much.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Okay,
so,
well, that changes things.
I'm thinking bunch of Latinos in Miami, and they're like, hey, are you guys upset about this? Oh, yes, we are very upset about what this teacher did. Well, would you like to talk about it on camera? Oh, heavens, no. I don't want my face anywhere.
I wish you would just talk like that.
I just want to pick my kids up from school, ask them what they did, and then stay away from cameras and photography. Thank you.
All these parents are coming up. Oh, that's why my son spent the night at my place, in my bed, because he was scared.
What does Miss Diaz want?
Oh, I want a different professor for them.
So you want him?
This guy's awesome. This guy is way too intense to be on like local Miami news.
Yeah, this is absurd.
This guy needs to be like, he needs to get his own interview show on CNN or MSNBC or Fox. And because he's interviewing this woman like she was just the victim of a fraud scheme that wiped out her retirement.
But do you see how he has the charisma of like a waiter at Olive Garden?
Yeah.
They have to put in so much extra because they know the food's dog shit.
Mrs. Diaz, what is your heart's desire in this case?
Dick, mostly.
She's like, I just want the teacher to be punished. All right. Would that make your burning soul of anger soothe like a sea at low tide?
I want him to be like Tuco level serious.
Well, not that psychotic, though.
Just serious.
Okay.
Him out.
Yes.
Did you address that to the school?
Yes.
And what did they say?
Are you bullshitting me? Don't you fucking lie to me.
What'd you call my abuela?
I am a human. I am a human lie detector, and if you did not go to the school with this, I will fuck you up.
It's a good still shot of her.
I actually kind of veered into Will Sasso and Super Troopers 2 there a little bit. All right, you are saying that if they do not fire this teacher here, you will go and fuck a moose. Yes, I will fuck a moose if they do not fire the teacher. Oh, that is impossible. You would need a ladder to fuck a moose. Yes, that is true. I would need a ladder to fuck a moose. But I would want that teacher fired so badly that I would find a ladder and I would set it up behind the moose and I would then fuck that moose.
It's probably stinky, though.
Look, nobody said moose pussy was good. They just said it existed. That was
Do you know what unfortunate thing I had to drive by yesterday?
Moose pussy?
Nope.
Okay.
But it has to do with animal pussy.
Oh.
I'm
all ears.
I've never had to witness this in my whole fucking life.
Okay.
It traumatized me briefly. I'm driving by, I take this new way through like Cold Spring and shit to go to Litchfield to hunt. And I was driving by this cattle farm, which I'm guessing you can assume what I then
You saw cows fucking?
I saw a cow as I'm starting to approach the farm and the fence is right up against the road. This fucking cow, and I think they were both lady cows, obviously a cow, fucking mount another cow and just start giving her.
Are you sure Patrick Melton wasn't mating?
It was black.
Oh, okay. Fair enough.
But I've never had to see that in cow form my whole fucking life and as I'm driving.
From the rumors I've heard, he doesn't have sex, which wouldn't surprise me, but I've heard that others in his house might be. That's what I've heard. That's what I've heard. Los Federales with $2 says nothing beats broken white girl like Courtney Love. There you go. Aaron Imhole says Pooh, Blood, and Honey was the experience I had after the Kelly Clarkson concert.
What part was the honey used for?
I know. Where did the honey come from? Would that be lube? I understand the pooing blood.
You were honey potted.
Yeah, but how did the honey get out of there? I don't understand.
Violently.
Carolina Kid says, my wife years back had our boys watch Ted. She thought it was a kid's movie.
No. See, that's where I think
it can happen.
You're either sinister or you're a fucking retard.
Yeah.
It doesn't happen, Aaron.
It does happen.
No, it doesn't. You look at the video for 5 minutes and you hear 5 F words and you're like, oh, I guess that's not a kid's movie.
Plankton says, Olive Garden sent me to the hospital for 3 days when I was 10. Refused to even look at one now. Severe PTSD. Well, You're a Plankton. You shouldn't be able to eat Olive Garden. That's too much food for you.
I do have to know why you were in the hospital. I want to know.
From Olive Garden.
Yeah, but why?
Now, Fauci's Pangolin says Webster's Dictionary, farting on a dick. The act of releasing internal air on a penis while being gaped. Okay, well, that's... So
is that like...
That's Webster's Dictionary. I have to go with it.
So is that like gay queefing?
Is that a gay queef?
You just got air trapped in your booty hole? You know?
Ladies and gentlemen, you now know what a gay queef would be.
I don't feel good.
Egg Picker. Yes, Egg Picker. We did see the David Chandler subs on Kick. That was very cool. Thank you. He says he's first gifted sub leaderboard on Kick. That's not mentioning the goal. Exactly. And Kick is our safety net for our goal.
I like that they have a leaderboard. That's like a Twitch thing I miss.
Yep.
I like seeing people's names up there, like gifted stuff.
I miss the leaderboard. Matt Melt with $4.99 says your food takes are trash. Get on with the brown guy reporting. Wow, he does not like my. Not like my food takes.
In fairness, then Matt Melt, what is your like go-to food place? I would like to know.
Well,
I'm just curious.
Let's see.
Johnny K says female cows do that. I've went almost 30 years not seeing a female cow mount an... That's redundant. Cows are female.
You grew up in Farmville, too, and you didn't see
I've never seen a cow mount another cow, and I had to see it. And you know what my disgusting brain went to?
What's that?
Besides the fact that there's clearly no penetration there and you're not scissoring, so that can't be enjoyable.
I mean, easy on the clearly. I mean, they can do what they want.
Ladies can't penetrate each other. But no, their hip bones protrude so much that I feel like mounting another cow would be painful.
Would you like to ask somebody? Would you like to send that swarthy Spaniard that was doing that story, that Cuban gentleman? Would you like to send him to interview a farmer and go, I need to ask you a question. Do the cows rub labias together?
No. But the hip bones.
Are their hip bones too big to hoof each other? Is that kind of what you're looking for?
I kind of want you to slip into Dr. Columbo for some reason.
All right, just one more thing. Can the cows fuck each other in the pussy? Small egg or Anti over on Kick says, "Is there a slur leaderboard?" I mean, if not, there will be. There will be.
Like, tell me I'm wrong. Is Kick related to Twitch in any way?
No, they just kind of copied their things.
Oh.
And then just copied the skins, if you will, and then did it that way.
Like the many-faced man copying skins.
Of course, yes. Thank you for the $5, buddy. 130 away from today's goal. Look at this. You guys are making it work. Look at this.
Guy Sartell is so cute. He just said getting sick from food is all mental.
Right. That's what I've always thought. Like, people go like, oh, I got sick from this. I got sick from that. You did that to yourself.
No, food poisoning's legit, dude.
Food poisoning is real. But you got to be firing it out of both ends for it to be food poisoning.
Oh, for sure. No, if you're saying that like you yesterday eating the delicious smoked oysters, now if you had vomited, that's all in your head.
Yeah, that's psychological.
Right. I
agree with Guy
When
Sartell.
I read Guy's thing, I was thinking food poisoning, and I'm like, that's a real
food
thing.
poisoning is very rare. Most of the time, it's just people getting shits from the food they ate. That's it.
I've seen people get food poisoning before. That ain't pretty. Didn't you say that you had Taco Bell once and you had to run into a Barnes & Noble?
I did. I ate biscuits and gravy at an IHOP, and it ran the fuck through me to where I had to wreck a Barnes & Noble bathroom. I wasn't sick. I just had this shit really bad.
Bro, you did not make it far down the road because that IHOP is right next to
Oh, no, this was in Coon Rapids, Minnesota.
Oh.
This was a different,
See, now,
a bit of a hike, but not that bad.
There's an IHOP in town here, too, and right down the road's Barnes & Noble. I've always pictured you as being that close.
I went to IHOP, and then I ran to the toilet.
And had the runs.
I shits. Somebody says you were shocked you saw cows go at it here, and I thought you grew up in the country. That shit happens all the time.
No, when I've watched animals have sex, it's usually because...
How often did that happen?
It's usually when you're putting them together for an intent, like horse breeding.
Time out. You said, when I watch animals have sex...
You got to make sure that's happening.
As though this was something that you did on a relatively regular basis.
When you're trying to have a prized stallion breed to your nice mare, you got to make sure that mare's been covered so that you spent your money well.
It goes back to the slave days when they used to take the big black and then breed them with their big woman, and then you would get a big black kid.
It is kind of funny that in farming you have like supervised animal sex to make sure that your money spent was like... the deed was done.
Sure.
Same thing with dogs, I feel.
JJ's, God, you watched too many animals fuck growing up. That damaged you.
So now...
Yeah, you watched too much.
With cows, usually it was like
fucking.
the artificial insemination that I was...
Yeah.
Party to.
You watched too much. Like, the human brain isn't supposed to watch that much penetration.
I watched my rooster rape like 30 hens in the barn.
You're fucked up.
Roosters aren't nice about sex. They're not gentle lovers.
They're not supposed to be.
They just kind of hop on and they bite you
Look,
back here.
They get up early in the morning and they make the sun come up. They get some pussy for that.
There's a lot of sex in barns.
JJ says next week, Gweef is going to be added to Webster's thanks to you two. Well, I'm glad I could help.
We could assist Fauci in new definitions of stuff.
I don't want to help that piece of shit unless it's to jail. Susan M with $5 says, I got food poisoning last month and I was sick for 3 weeks straight.
Jesus, woman.
Matt Melt says, you know what else is psychological? Being scared of a picture of a shark. That's a good point.
I've never said it's not.
Yeah.
It's clearly an irrational fear, but I've also told you where it comes from and I don't do well with it. It's
She
not
used to
a
watch
point
sharks
of pride for me.
By the way, thank you to Susan and Matt. 125 away from today's goal. Go ahead on PayPal and Streamlabs and just finish the fucker off. I really appreciate this because I, not mentioning it, doing it this way has led to a lot better shows, and you guys have been incredibly supportive, and holy shit, it's working, and I'm keeping my fingers crossed that it stays that way. Thank you, everybody. So this is the movie that this teacher showed these kids. And just by watching the trailer, you can go, yeah, we're not. Yeah, it's not something I can show to children.
Do you still think this was a mistake then?
I do. I think the teacher's retarded. I think the teacher saw Winnie the Pooh and just went, let's play that.
And you just stopped reading the blood part because it's connected. They didn't just not include that.
Well, let's see if there were any red flags for the teacher.
Mostly the blood.
Yeah. And the poo.
You know, you're the first person I ever shown this place to.
And why am I so special?
Because soon we'll be Christopher and Mary Robin. You should be close now.
We're not going to find them.
We will.
So Christopher Robin abandoned his pals when he grew up, and then he went off. He was about to get married, and he's like, "Oh, let me introduce you to all my stuffed animal friends that I would play with in the 100-acre wood." And guess what? That case of abandonment that those animals were feeling, they took it out on the rest of the world.
Eeyore, we were friends for many years, and they're out.
100-acre woods written in blood.
Yeah, this looks like a kid-friendly film.
Christopher, we need to leave.
Eeyore's dead.
I really need to find out what's happening there, okay?
Have been abandoned by Christopher Robin. Piece of shit.
He went out for smokes.
Yeah. Why is he white? Oh, Pooh just cracked that bitch's neck. Oh, shit, Pooh. Well, shit Pooh, literally. You do, everyone shits Pooh.
Did you say has a pool?
Oh, we get to be big-time sluts. We get to drink wine with our titties out and touch our pussies in the hot tub.
That is what we do on girls' trips.
And to be honest with you, you deserve to get your head cut off by a giant mutated stuffed bear if you're going to be such whores.
Why is this stuffed gay man visiting my girls' trip?
Yeah, I don't know. He was like, oh, this is the wrong thing. This isn't what I was looking for. And then he got filled with homo rage and broke your necks. You guys had no idea.
Christ.
I guess your butthole will do in a pinch.
Ow.
Oh.
There's Laura's dead.
Get out.
There's someone else outside. What was that?
Uh-oh. Look out, Christopher Robin's hiding. Oh, Piglet with a splitting maul right to the head, fucking him up.
What grade were these kids?
Remember Piglet used to be a fucking pussy? Not anymore. Now Piglet's like swinging a warhammer, for Christ's sake.
Like bitchy.
We used to be friends. Why are you doing this, please? I would have never left, I swear.
Oh, boy. They always have to tie the sluts up in, like, lingerie.
Well, sex sells, Aaron.
Yeah, there's something about the way guys whack off that there has to be a sobbing, terrified girl tied up with her tits out where we're like, oh, shit, this movie rules. Was that the right stroke length or not? How do you know? How do you know I'm not lying?
It is interesting that when guys show you, like, a jacking off motion, you find out if it's the right or left hand they use.
Oh, it's always right. If you jack off with your left hand, you're a psychopath. Winnie the Pooh, blood and honey.
It's not over.
Oh, look. Oh, they're dumping the honey. Oh, are they eating the people? Oh, shit.
Ooh, Cannibal Pooh.
Cannibal Pooh. It's very meaty. All Cannibal Pooh is meaty. Dr. Climate Abortion with $5 says, fun fact, chickens die after sex. Well, the ones I did it with.
Oh, no, you blew out their buttholes. Come on, they don't have sphincters.
Silverwolf with $5 says, Aaron, I got your fleas. Turns out I had to wait for the homeless to OD. Want me to mail them to you, or do you want to pick them up somewhere? Leave them on a phone booth outside Lincoln Center. We'll be good. 115 away from KO in it today. Streamlabs, PayPal, all that happy shit. Thank you guys so much for your generosity. We do appreciate it.
We do.
It's only 115. That's it. If you want to chip in, All the links are there in the chat. Egg Picker says best parts of the movie are in the trailer. Okay.
That's usually how they do it with those kind of campy things.
Egg Picker says, ma tigger. Oh, my tigger we eat, my tigger get a plate. Yes. Oh, Piglet, all of those girls have their tits and pussies out. We should cut them off for them. Oh, Piglet. I was moaning at first. That's a hard voice to get up there to do.
That's a very sexual tone.
Oh, Piglet, all of these girls are shaking out their reproductive bits. We should teach them in the ways of Christ, Piglet, and bathe them in blood. Sometimes a whore needs to be taught. How does that movie end? Can we look up the ending here? Ending of Blood and Honey. Does Christopher Walken or Christopher Robin?
Be way more funny if it was Walken.
It's crazy. I saw this bear, and he was out there stabbing girls in the tits. They were out. I don't know why. Who knows? Not me. But anyway, I was leaving these animals, and the pig and the bear, they just start killing people. I didn't know what to make of it, so I ran again. So what?
Oh, God. I just saw... Is that somebody's head that got ran over?
I don't know if we can play this, because if we do, it might get
That's a
popped,
spinal column.
So Winnie the Pooh is stabbing the shit out of someone's head with a knife. Pooh is inconsolable at this moment. Christopher Robin is watching, and Pooh is just going to town on somebody's head.
That must be his fiance.
Oh, and Christopher Robin's running away like a bitch. Oh, wait, there's an automobile leaking gasoline onto a fire. Uh-oh.
That's somebody's body.
And that's a spinal column with a head attached to it.
That's just it.
That's all we got.
So we don't even get a happy ending
for Winnie the Pooh. Blood and Honey. There you go. So wait, it just ends with Pooh maniacally stabbing a bitch in the head, and then Christopher Robin running away like a bitch. Wow.
Yes.
I believe that movie might suck ass.
I don't like it.
T. Jefferson says oof on that walk-in. Yeah, it's not my best. It's not my best.
Everybody seems to have one too.
But I said Christopher Walken instead of Christopher Robin, so I felt duty bound to do that for you. Everybody hit like, everybody hit subscribe, everybody keep pumping us up. Cockdiff over on Kick says 12 people, let's go. Yes.
You matter.
Oh boy, thank you very much.
Thank
we
you.
appreciate that so much. This is just a fun little one from California before we open up our 7 o'clock hour stories for today. Here you go. Let's fire this up. I remember the good old days when all you'd find in a pizza box was a dick. But
where did you shop for pizza?
Well, my delivery man was nice.
Oh, he cut the...
And we pivot now to your 17 Crime Watch. Kern County Sheriff's deputies found an unusual pizza topping during a traffic stop in Rosemont this morning. It also...
See, now that to me means the pizza delivery guy's got a hole cut in the box. He's got his cock through it.
That's just fun, right?
Yeah, that's just...
fun-loving.
I never understood those porns. I never watched the pizza delivery guy porns.
No.
Because why would the really hot chick fuck the pizza guy?
I've done a lot of... I think babysitter makes sense. The boss fucking like a subordinate woman makes sense.
Right. It says a lot about you. We're learning a lot about your psychology there. But the pizza guy thing is weird to me. Like this loser pizza guy comes to your door and this lunatic has cut a hole in the pizza box for his cock. And you see that and your immediate reaction is, well, I should jack that off and suck the pizza off it.
Wouldn't you be horny?
I know.
That is the sausage.
Like, that's a real swing for the fences move, assuming there's a whore at the door.
I love a good whore at the door.
Yeah, and you're cutting a hole. First of all...
Hodor.
Hodor. If you... Like, you've already cut your hole for your cock in the pizza box. So if you get to the door and she's not interested, not only is she reporting you for sexual harassment, but you've also ruined her pizza and she's getting a refund.
You'll think about it.
I mean, I don't know.
I think if you answered the door and there's a penis, a little extra sausage on your pizza, you're going to think about it.
I'm telling you, and people may find this controversial, and that's fine. I don't buy into the premises of these porn movies.
What?
I don't find them believable.
I don't believe you.
I don't find them believable whatsoever.
Sounds like a naysayer to me. It sounds like you'd be against glory holes too.
I feel like that doesn't happen as often as they make it look like it does in porn.
Started around 3 a.m. Deputies pulling over a driver in the area of 30th Street West and Old Country Way. The driver was allegedly in possession of drugs and weapons. One of those weapons, as you see here, looks like a Glock 9 there, or a Glock.
I like that he's like trying to figure it out.
Looks like a Sig Sauer to me. Not really sure about the. Holy fuck! Talk about. Boy, I've heard of people using their pizza delivery gig as a front for their drug operation, but holy shit, this guy was going to town.
Where can I shop for pizzas that come with Glocks? I would like one, please.
100s, 20s, 50s, 10s, 5s, 1s. Shitloads of baggies just ready to go, ready to drop off at someone's house.
He's efficient.
He's got a machete. He's got a fucking bayonet
look, I have
knife.
one of those.
Oh my God, this guy was ready to go.
That dagger of his is pretty cool.
Oh man, this guy, look, you better pay up when he brings the coke.
He's got a fun camo pack. He looks like a good time.
He seemed like a straight shooter to me.
Box 17 was hidden inside that pizza box, sitting on top of the pizza. Also in the car, according to deputies, methamphetamine, cocaine, fentanyl, Xanax pills, and a sawed-off shotgun. A total of 4 people were arrested and booked into jail on drug and weapons charges.
Weapon?
You know, first of all, best news guy of the day, maybe second best. But also, that guy was diversified in his drug operation.
Well, you gotta... If you want to make customers, you got to have something for everyone.
He wasn't some shitbag weed dealer. He was all over the place. He had it all. He was a walking pharmacy, this guy.
He had it all. My love, my hugs, my kisses.
God. KF Sage, where's my drop? Where's my drop for KF Sage? It's in here somewhere. I just got to make sure I don't go past it. There we go.
Sage Retard PhD KF.
$4.99 from Sage says, speaking of sucking things off, and then sends me an Instagram link. Uh-oh. What is this? What's the Instagram link? Bro was out of there. Okay.
Oh, fuck no. Jesus Christ. Get the fuck out of here.
Is that the beginning?
Oh, so this is like a blind date type thing.
Hold on. Oh, fuck no. Jesus Christ. Get the fuck out of here.
What the fuck? With that being said, you can take your blindfold off.
I like that guy. There's no lying in him. He's just like, no, fuck no. No, thank you.
So you're saying you wouldn't stick around?
No, I don't care. She can be the greatest conversation ever. I'm not going to stick around.
Right. Like, what if you guys had the best conversations about World War II?
Yeah, don't.
Like, with
don't
your
give a
blindfolds on?
Mm-mm.
And you were raging hard, like, thinking this has got to be an Aryan goddess?
No, thank you.
You take it off, and it's that.
I will pass. Bigot on Socialist Media says, same as the mailman porns. Yeah, the mailman porns, too. Who's just fucking the mailman? You know?
That one is weird.
There's
or how about like a hole in the bottom of your popcorn at the movie?
Yeah, how's that working? Let's be honest.
That one actually could work. You know,
if you had a big enough whore as your date, I suppose. All right, guys, let's open up these 7 o'clock hour stories, and while we do, somebody throw up the link.
Gross.
To the Chrissy Mayer show that we're doing here in a couple weeks. We are selling very well. We're gunning for a sellout on that one. Chrissy Mayer, Nick Rekieta, Lila Hart, and all of the Steel Toe people will be live at Partners Pub in Sartell. Come on out. I think you're going to be watching Nick Rekieta do stand-up for the first time. So that could be worth the price of admission alone. Go to eventbrite.com and search Chrissy Mayer, or go to the link that I'm sure is going to be up in the chat in just a minute. And go ahead and pick up your tickets. Join us on Saturday, October 21st, and let's have a great time at Partners Pub in Sartell. That's eventbrite.com. Chrissy Mayer, get your tickets today, and we can't wait to see you, have a drink with you, hang out, and put on a hell of a show at Partners Pub. Stoney's Bar in downtown Rockville. Tomorrow is one of the last bike nights of the year. It's starting to get cold. And that means they're going to have to move the party inside, so take advantage. Wild Willie's Sandwich Shack. Bring all the motorcycles. Come one, come all to Stoney's Bar in downtown Rockville, Minnesota. Of course, Stoney's celebrated a birthday recently, which is very, very cool. Great place to go get some drinks. One of the best Bloody Marys you're going to find. Great place to watch all the football games, all the baseball playoffs. Twins, by the way, hanging on by a thread. We're down 2-1. This could be it tonight if we don't pull it off. Also, All Care Towing, 320-253-5203 for our pals at All Care. That's All Care Towing, 320-253-5203 for All Care Towing of St. Cloud. Midland Armory in downtown Foley, Minnesota. They have a gun show in Zimmerman this weekend. Go out and see Midland Armory and what they have to set up over at I believe it's at the Fire Hall in Zimmerman. Go ahead and check it out, midlandarmory.com. Go there and order whatever you need, whether it's firearms, ammunition, tactical gear, etc. Nobody better than Midland Armory. Use the promo code SteelToe to get a great discount on whatever you order from Midland Armory. That's Midland Armory in downtown Foley, midlandarmory.com. And go to crescentmountcoffee.myshopify.com. Great thing about Crescent Mount Coffee is that now they've opened up the entire store to you. You have your great Steel Toe coffee, you have April's Magic Bean, and you can order them monthly. So now when you go to checkout, go to crescentmountcoffee.myshopify.com right now. Get your April's Magic Bean coffee or get your Steel Toe coffee. The link is in the chat. Zen's got it up there. And then you can click subscribe and save, where you're going to save $1 a bag by renewing that order every single month. Do that with crescentmountcoffee.myshopify.com. And not only are you supporting the show, but you're getting some of the best coffee out there. I promise. That's our good pals at crescentmountcoffee.myshopify.com. All right, what do we have? We got about 35 minutes yet still before we have to do the only e-begging we're doing today, which is the offering plate. That's it, unless there's nothing to beg for by the time we get to that point. All the links are in the chat and whatnot, with the Streamlabs and the PayPal and all that. Thank you guys very much for your financial support that keeps this show on the air. So we talked about the babies, 40 decapitated babies with the Hamas and Israel thing. Apparently in a farming community, Hamas had decapitated 40 babies.
Disgusting.
And now the problem with this is that, aside from 40 babies being decapitated, is that mainstream news media is not covering it. And mainstream news media is kind of being taken to task online for being pretty much pro-Hamas in this whole thing.
Yeah, you can't be doing those kind of things and not denouncing them, right?
Well, it's hard because you're the media and you're supposed to be just covering it. But the way they're covering it almost looks like they're running propaganda for Hamas in an odd way. So this Adam El-Marek, who is an LA Times journalist, was retweeting the Hamas beheads babies thing. And he retweeted it and said, the only source for Hamas beheaded babies appears to be the Israeli military, which is widely known to spread lies and disinformation. Journalists, this is the fog of war. You'll be seeing all sorts of claims. Don't amplify unverified, sensational issues. He then so then people started retweeting him. Stephen L. Miller, Red Steez on Twitter, who's great, says, LA Times reporter, okay, it's true they went from home to home, kidnapping elderly people, setting others on fire, executing entire families and dogs, but they did not behead babies. This is a vicious lie, sir. It is weird to kind of run protection for Hamas.
It's strange.
And pick that one thing out. Grank Nutterbutter says baby crisis actors confirmed. But let's say the beheaded baby thing is not true. Okay. Although well-trained house Negro says it's been confirmed. All right. Let's say it's not true. It's not really the hill to die on if you want to defend Hamas.
No.
You're like, oh, they're kidnapping people from a nightclub. They're murdering people, so on and so forth. And you're like, yeah. But you know what? That decapitating babies thing is horseshit.
Yeah, they're not doing that.
It's like, oh, sorry. Well, then in that case, look, I didn't want to besmirch the good name of Hamas and their humanitarian record. I I deeply apologize for the lies I've told. Friendo says, I don't need guns. I use hate language that crumbles my opponents.
I can do that to some.
Healthy. It's totally healthy. Yeah, so people really lit this guy up on the internet yesterday for saying, hey, come on, guys. Let's not throw reports out there that Hamas is beheading babies until, you got to show me all these beheaded babies. I need to see some baby heads.
Dude, if you're not personally invested in one side or the other, this kind of seems like a thing to not, publicly get involved in.
Yeah, if you're being a journalist, aren't you supposed to just wait and see if it's true?
Yeah, right. Just kind of wait it out for a little bit.
Yeah, you don't want to be the guy who goes on Twitter to actively defend Hamas from the baby murder charges.
Mm-mm.
It's one thing to just go, I don't know if that's true. I'm going to hang back a little bit and I'm going to wait and see if the baby decapitation thing is true. But to then shame other people for running with it and being like, oh, come on, you're being a shitty journalist. This doesn't sound like Hamas would do this to a bunch of baby skulls. Everybody just calm down a little bit. It's like, don't. People think that babies are being beheaded. You don't need to go and rile them up. All right.
What a cowardly thing to do.
Right.
A defenseless little baby, and that's who you're decapitating.
But again, at the same time, if that's the thing that pushes you over the edge where you're like, okay, now I'm convinced that these Hamas guys are bad dudes. It's like, I don't really think you needed
Maybe they were all Baratheon bastards.
Oh, well, that could be the case. Then, Joffrey had to get him. Yeah, it's like both sides. It's kind of like, okay, why would Israel? It would be sick if Israel was lying about this, because it's like, dude, you don't need to convince people that Hamas does evil shit.
Bad.
And the people who don't think Hamas does evil shit, that they're on the up and up, they're going to make excuses for the baby beheading thing anyway.
Yeah.
So I don't understand why Israel would need to leak it if it's not true, as like some sort of propaganda. And also on the other side of things, you don't need to defend Hamas from the baby beheading things, because if you just hang around for a little while, they'll do something pretty much just as bad.
That's kind of my take on it, too. I'm like, they're clearly an evil, nasty group. They'll just do what... Right, if it's not that thing, it will be something else.
Well-trained house Negro says, who knew Pooh and Piglet were Muslim? Yeah, you wouldn't have thought so, because, Piglet being a pig and all, you'd think there would be some clashing.
Some inner turmoil.
If you will. Yeah, Friendo with a great point. He says, hey, maybe their heads just fell off. Let's not jump to conclusions.
They're malnourished.
Yeah, I mean, we don't know what happened to those babies. Sometimes heads just fall off.
Dude, I walk around daily worried that my head will fall off.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes I walk around when there's a stiff breeze and I go, it's easy, 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 and I just kind of hold everything in place.
Sometimes my neck and shoulder just hurts so bad and it's so stiff, I'm afraid that it'll just crack off.
Skeezy says, well, to be fair, those babies weren't wearing their hijab.
They didn't have hair yet.
Well, look, covering up is covering up. I think what the Muslims were trying to teach them was it's never too early, to start getting into traditions. Litchfield FFA Jacket says, what is your name on Venmo? Steel Toe Media Inc. It's right there in the chat. Just copy that in there. Steel Toe Media Inc. on Venmo if you'd like to contribute that way. There's also PayPal, Streamlabs, the Super Chats, the memberships, all of that stuff.
That's a great name.
Yeah, thank you guys Litchfield FFA Jacket.
I have one of those.
Thank you guys very much for following us on Rumble, picking up some new followers today.
Thank you.
That's very, very cool. Hit like, hit subscribe. I love all that stuff. We appreciate that. It helps grow the show. And we're very, very humbled by your support. Dennis Archibakay says, boring, tired of pro-Israel political talk. Sucked. I don't think you've been listening to me enough, brother. I'm an American kind of a guy. I don't want us involved in this in the least. I don't take either side in this whole thing. I think
I don't either. Because
I think the Palestinians have plenty to be upset about.
Right.
I think the Israelis look. I don't know what a country's supposed to do, whether they're the good guys or the bad guys. I'm not saying Israel's the good guy or the bad guy. I'm saying, what would you like a country to do when an attack like that happens? Just go, oh, yeah, we did totally take your land, and it was really backward and underhanded how we got this country in the first place, And we kind of pushed you out of it, and we continue to do so and make settlements. So you should just go ahead and kill us. I mean, that's
kind of where I'm at, too. I don't know. I would never want to pick a side because I feel like they've both done bad enough things where choosing a side doesn't look good.
Right. I don't... I would like us to take our own side, which is
like,
we got a bunch of fucking problems, and how about we don't fuck around in the Middle East on shit that could raise oil prices? That's what I would like to see happen. Yeah. Gavin Newsom over in California. He's been busy. He might be running for president soon. They might be getting rid of...
I hope not, because you know what? That bastard's going to get elected. That's what really terrifies me. He'll get elected.
That's just it. It's one of those things where with Gavin Newsom, people who follow shit know that he's helped oversee California slip into the seventh circle of hell.
Yeah.
But people who don't really pay attention, they don't really know what he's done over there. They just see a guy with a salesman face, and he talks the way a salesman talks, and they get sold on whatever thing he's pitching. Mm-hmm. So I agree with you. I would much rather they run Biden because
me too.
All these people who follow the news too much, who go like, oh, no, let him run Newsom because he's fucked up California. Most people don't know that. Most people don't follow that closely.
Well, he's kind of a big part of it.
Yeah. Sandy Squatch says, I have a job interview at 10. Wish me luck. Thanks for the show. Have a great day. Well,
good luck, Sandy.
Good luck at your job thing.
She's a fine lady, Sandy.
She's a wonderful woman. So Gavin Newsom has vetoed a bill that would have decriminalized psychedelics and would have allowed possession and growing of magic mushrooms and DMT.
And you know what? That does seem like the important thing right now.
Yeah, that's what you need to be focused on if you're in California. Although, doing mushrooms and all of that, I mean... what better way to distract you from the absolute shithole you live in?
Maybe that's why they do have such a high drug problem, is just they can't stand it anymore. Right. So why not just slip into drug addiction?
Right. Yeah, you're just like, you're just going, look, it fucking sucks here. So why don't I just take a shitload of drugs and just pretend I don't live here? Maybe that's the way to go. But he vetoed it. That to me sounds like a guy running for president.
He vetoed that?
Well, yeah, you don't want to run for president and like you're the guy who let California do magic mushrooms.
Unless you're all the voters looking at that guy thinking, wow, I'd like that here too.
Those people are already voting for him. But I don't look, I hate to be an old crusty fuddy-duddy or whatever.
You are crusty.
I am crusty.
And musty.
And musty and dusty at the same time. So, but I think I might be against legalizing mushrooms.
That doesn't really fit with your libertarian agenda, does it, Aaron?
I know, but I've watched legalizing weed just fuck up all these cities, and it hasn't gone well.
That's what fucked up everything.
It hasn't gone well. I mean, you can't say that...
I think it's a heavy coincidence that like people that would legalize weed also are falling apart.
You can't say that legalizing marijuana has been a positive. You can say it's been good for like, hey, we're not arresting people for having weed anymore. It's not gumming up the judicial system. It's not gumming up the courts. I like that. All of that's really good. But I don't think it's made society better.
Well, no, drugs will never make a society better. I just think that that's, though, like a symptom of larger problems.
I'm for legalizing marijuana. I'm just not one of these people who swallows the whole wafer and goes, I'm for legalizing marijuana because it's a good thing to do. I don't think it's a good thing to do. I think it's a bad thing to do. But I also don't think people should be arrested for it, and I don't think people should go to jail for it. So therefore, I believe it should be legalized. There's a lot of things that I don't think are good for us that I would never want people, charged with. People should have the freedom to do shit that's bad for them.
I think you should be allowed to do things that are bad for you, unless you hurt somebody, but then your charge is you hurt somebody. Not that you were doing the thing, you hurt someone.
Left-handed says, Aaron, I'm with you. Mushrooms have a high risk of a bad trip if it's not in a controlled therapeutic environment. I just don't know if it's going to be good for the areas that legalize it. That's all.
They're already doing shit, though, that sends you on a bad trip. My take is actually not even about legalizing or not. It's that you got bigger fish to fry. Fucking leave this one on the table for a while.
Well-trained house Negro says, shut the fuck up, boss. You just don't like the smell. Well, no, I don't like the smell. It is a disgusting smell, but at the same time, I don't think it should be illegal. I don't think weed should be something that people go to jail for doing. David Chandler saying all you alcoholics need to shut up about weed.
Not untrue.
It's not wrong. If you drink a lot and then you say, yeah, fucking pot should be illegal.
I've seen a lot more people get domestically abused by alcoholics than weed smokers. I will say that much.
Okay, this is more of a close race, though, this next one. Who annoys more people? Drunk people or high people? Who do you think is more obnoxious?
Why did Cheeseburger Pie screaming in my face at Stoney's just pop into my head and he was drunk as shit?
Well, he did both, though, probably.
I mean, did he?
So that might have been a mixture of the two. Who's more obnoxious?
Societally, potheads. Because a lot of alcoholics at least stay at home and drink themselves to death.
That's a really sweet thing that they do. That's really super kind of them. But I'm saying, like, socially, who's more obnoxious?
It's potheads. Potheads socially have bothered me personally in my life more than alcoholics because they've always got to be attached to whatever they can be smoking. Like, oh, I don't want to go out on this Friday night because I can't smoke in public.
That would suck. Whereas
Let's
booze,
stay and party at the house.
Whereas booze is a more social drug where you want to go out to the bar and get more beer and more booze. And
I don't have a thing against weed. I really don't. But it's like if you can't even go out and function in society because you can't smoke weed for a few minutes.
Yeah, that's fucked up.
That's kind of bad, huh?
Thank you very much to Jared with $50 over on Venmo. Says, you guys are awesome. Best morning show around. Thank you, Jared. And again, as the audience continues to make me look like a dick for all the goal mentioning I've been doing the last few months, 65 away from knocking it out this morning while we just sat here and did a show. So thank you very much. This has, I know probably for April as well, me more outwardly, this has me very optimistic. Oh, is my tag out? Oh, well, you're sitting there digging on my back.
But anybody listening and not watching would have never seen that.
That's a good point. Thank you for touching my nipples. There you go. There you go. I'm lighter today. I got to take advantage.
Loafers?
In my loafers, I'm lighter. I got a carpe diem today. I got to get to the gym right away because I'm lighter. Now we can make our jump. There's something psychological about being 9 pounds away from where you want to be and being 10 pounds away from where you want to be. Like 9 just seems so much more manageable in a retarded way. I'm not asking you to agree with me.
Well, you are looking at me like you need my approval.
But I want you to know you at least understand how I can come to that. Where it's like 9, it's a single digit. It seems very doable versus 10. 10 seems like a lot.
Totes. See, Skeezy said too, and I agree with him, like, booze has killed way more people than weed ever will.
Yes, I agree with that 100%.
It's a problem.
I agree.
And the thing about it is that booze is just so much more acceptable socially.
Let's see what the audience thinks about who's the worst.
I don't have a problem with either one, for the record. I've seen good and bad drinkers. I've seen good and bad pot smokers.
David Chandler says, I've never had a high guy come up, punch my arm, and hug me and say, I love you, man. Oh, you hang out with Geno too? He really does love punching and touching.
He does like getting in there. And
he's a Dago from way back. He's like, hey, good to see you, buddy. I'm good. Oh, it's so good to see you. I missed you, buddy. Go. That was funny. Good one. And you're like, get your fucking hands off me. And then April April just hits.
Did you hear that snap?
April's more of a hitter. Triple N says drunks are by far more obnoxious. Fauci's Pangolin says, not true, April. The abusive mate is drunk and stoned.
I'm sorry.
Well, I think that people are just, my personal opinion is that people are just, they're abusive. And the thing that makes them abusive also leads them down the path of alcohol and drugs and shit like that. Like, I don't think the drugs and the alcohol make them abusive. I think they have a personality that leads them to be abusive, but it also leads them to these other things.
I agree with you, and then I don't. I have seen both sides where somebody is kind of abusive, and then the drugs or alcohol amplifies that. Or I've seen a very calm, collected, normal person turn into somebody else when they're drunk. Completely.
Right, but I believe it's that mindset that leads them to do all of those things.
I don't know.
I don't think that you drink and become abusive. I think that you are a certain way, and that leads you down a path that leads to all those things. Because
somewhere in the middle.
There are people who drink a lot. They never hurt anyone. They hurt themselves, but they never hurt anyone else.
I'm like Geno, I guess, but less touchy when I'm drunk.
McLuck says weed guys don't start trouble.
They're a little more, what's the word? Subdued.
Yeah. Cockdiff says a drunk Vikings fan is the worst. Why? We're just all depressed and going home in a haze. We leave you alone.
Sometimes you go home to your friend's house and throw up lobster rolls in their toilet.
I don't know what I don't know what that would be. I don't understand. The Mood says, fine, I will stop bothering you with my donations as I'm smoking weed. No. Donate away. I'm a whore. I think your weed is
fine with it.
Wonderful and charming. Throw us all the money you make in the world. I don't give a shit.
Here's my opinion. Like, I don't care if people smoke weed or drink and stuff like that, because if that person is obnoxious, I just don't associate with them. Some of them aren't obnoxious.
Yeah.
I think it's a very individual situation.
Nicole Magenta says, be like Primetime Stein, sprinkle a little fentanyl in your cereal. Yes, but a very little.
Okay.
Very little. Ryobi says, fucking annoying weed smokers reek and are annoying as fuck. Well-trained house Negro says, Aaron just did a perfect Geno impression. My Geno impression is sneaky good. We do have to start admitting that to ourselves. Aaron does a great, hey, buddy, how's it going? Oh, I missed you, buddy. Oh, what are we doing today?
Can you just fix my shoulder? Pull my arm out a little.
1, 2.
Ow. My wrist did an electric shock thing. What the fuck, bro?
I thought it was.
Did you have to pull that hard?
Yeah, if I'm gonna yank your shoulder out, I gotta pull pretty hard.
Do you know what I mean when you've gotten hit sometimes and it feels like a shock up your arm? That felt like carpal tunnel amplified.
No, tell me what it's like getting hit. I'm not sure.
Dude, I just wanted my shoulder stretched a little.
Oh, I thought you wanted it pulled out. I thought you wanted it popped. I'm sorry, I gave you too much. So you're saying I should have done this?
I don't want to.
Give me the arm. I'll do it right.
It hurts.
I'll do it right.
It's a weird tingly.
I'm gonna
sensation
fix it.
right
Give me
now.
your arm.
No.
I'm gonna fix it.
Move on.
You're gonna start a domestic on the air. Come on. I just want to abuse you a little. I want to abuse you a little further.
No, it's
come on.
tingling. Right. Move along.
So's my wiener, but you don't see me holding it.
Is it because I'm hurt?
A little bit. If you cried, I'd start coming.
I did tear up when you did that.
I'm sorry. I thought you wanted me to pop the shoulder out.
I just needed the arm outstretched so that my shoulder could come out a little bit.
See, and I thought if I did it real quick, you wouldn't have time to tense up. So I was like, all right, ready? Boom.
I don't know what that sensation was, man.
Because you know how you have me pull on your leg and you want me to really give it some gas? You want me to really give it a pop? I thought that's what you wanted with the arm.
Oh, no, it's like tingly and I'm sweaty and weird now.
You'll probably die in a few days.
God bless, right? Then you can find a new one. Are you and Geno are free to be alone?
I guess so. Maybe I have to be like in a commune with him and what's her name? Keanu. I say what's her name? She's a friend. I called into her show last night.
What do you mean?
CK Benzona says, I know a Dago. I think he's really Jewish, though. That Roman knows. Yeah, Italian Jews are tricky. Because you don't know. You're like, are they Italian or are they Jewish? It's like Fauci. It's like, when is he? T. Jefferson says, don't drop her goods out on air, Aaron.
Yeah, I do get worried that when you shake me, my tits are going to fall out of my shirt.
I'm sorry to your tits. Friendo says, I'm tired of so-called libertarians wanting the government to have a say. Dude, don't worry. I always get kicked out of the, what do you call it? The libertarian
Well, don't make it
treehouse.
sound like you're a victim of something. You said the thing.
John Hahn says, yeah, Aaron, I hear about all the potheads hitting other cars and people driving home. Way more dangerous and obnoxious than booze. Dead Jester says, there are people that for whatever reason become the stereotypical dazed and confused burnout. I know maybe 3 people from high school / entire town that couldn't avoid being noticeably impaired. Left-handed says, agreed, it enhances their positive and negative traits.
Yeah.
The drinking. Yeah, I think it just kind of reveals what you are.
Well, I think so do drugs.
Yeah.
Like, there's plenty of people who function pretty normally when they're high, actually. Like, you could walk up to them and not know that. You know, if they didn't tell you. What are you doing?
Man, between Rumble and YouTube, D-Rex says there's only 278 witnesses to what I just did on YouTube, and then only another 250. So we're only in the 500s? Oh, man, maybe they're right. This show is rotting to death.
Somebody just said something about a nerve. Yeah, I feel like you did something.
Maybe I
pinched a nerve.
Oh,
it really hurt, and it was like a sharp, quick tingle pain.
Aaron Imhole says she never listens to me. That's why I teach her to get better at listening after the show. Yeah, Aaron Imhole usually says my not to be spoken inner thoughts, but I think in this case, he just makes a lot of sense. Just making a lot of sense there, that Aaron Imhole. You're really not doing well.
I'm fine.
No,
fine as I can be.
like
It does
pain-wise.
hurt, but I'm trying to do
You've
a
been
show.
holding it the entire time.
Because when I start to move it, like if I were to...
Let it dangle.
Yeah, but it hurts. Like
Let it
there's a
dangle.
tingle in there. And if I hold it still, it doesn't tingle as much.
We have to work on our therapeutic skills. I thought you wanted a good poppin', and I overdid.
I already got a good poppin', over a decade ago, son. I'm 28.
Over a decade ago, a good poppin'. I don't... Oh, when you lost your... Oh, you whore. Oh, you terrible thing. Ransom payment. Please keep the wife and kids, but release my cat, please, says Jeff. Ooh, I'm sorry. I killed your cat. I apologize.
Yeah,
but thank you for the 25. And then Kevin with 10. Thank you very much, buddy. Appreciate that. Guess what, guys? 35 away.
Cats are not long for this world here.
Yeah, 35 away. We may not... There may be zero e-begging today. Not only none during the show, but this may not even come out. Oh, I just whacked my microphone stand with that.
Wow, he's actually almost removed the stand from the table. He made Shaka dance.
Oh, my God.
The whole table has shaken.
35 away. You guys really are making me look like an idiot. Scarface with $2. Says, stoners are preachy, drunks can be abusive or too touchy, and I love you, man. It's best to find a balance between the two.
I agree.
You're saying I activated your funny bone.
Yeah. You know how when you
Now you're going to be hilarious.
No, do you know how when you hit your funny bone and it's like that brutal shock, weird, quick pain that tingles?
Sure.
It's like you did it in reverse. It went this way, not this way.
Wood Chippy says, Aaron converting to Islam before our eyes. Yeah.
I'm going to be wearing a hijab next week.
Aaron Imhole says, when she spills my coffee, that really gets me mad. Hey, you haven't been here long enough. I don't drink coffee.
Aaron, yeah, you're breaking kayfabe.
You're breaking kayfabe, Aaron Imhole. Get it back. Get your shit together, God damn it. Or I'm going to pop you out of socket. Death Proof says, you just jinxed tomorrow. Hey, if you think about it, we really only need to get through tomorrow because Rumble Link Friday is a fait accompli, as the kids say. All right, let's
Well, you're a fancy abuser.
I really am. I'm a fancy, violent man. We can watch, I guess Andrew Callahan made a comeback with the Channel 5 News.
You were just talking about him.
Yeah, I thought he was pretty much done and finished and over with. But apparently he interviewed Q Shaman. And I think that would be, if you guys are interested in that, we could do that for overtime today.
I'd watch.
The Q Shaman thing, I wouldn't be against that. Thank you guys very much. And thank you over on Kick. We've been in the double digits today. We're coming back down. It's towards the end of the show. I get it.
Somebody somewhere in a chat, one of our 3 chats, just said that they almost finished a bottle of bourbon or whiskey tonight. Ooh. I never understood the people that can finish a whole bottle in a sitting.
Bigot on socialist media almost finished a bottle of bourbon tonight.
How?
What, like a 750?
How do you do that?
Fuck, that's a lot of
How
booze.
do you put that away?
I can't remember the last time I drank a half of a 750 in a night.
I drank a third of a 750 of Bacardi Dragon Fruit for my birthday on my 20th birthday.
How'd you do?
Not well.
No?
I was praying for the sweet release of death.
Is it bad to drink a bottle of bourbon? Let's see what it does. Let's see. Unless you have built up a tolerance to alcohol through heavy drinking over several years, drinking that much in one night will make you very sick. It is likely that you will become unconscious at some point. You have given yourself alcohol poisoning, which may cause you to vomit.
Isn't it interesting, though? Like, we've all had that one friend who can just put away alcohol like nobody's business, and they still function. And it's scary. Like, you almost can't tell.
Right. They seem normal.
And it's like, okay, what have you been doing? When nobody else is around.
Yeah. Also, he Bigot on socialist media just said, Rumble Fridays, I'm guilty of drinking almost 2 bottles. Fuck.
Do you have to be really big to do that? Do you have to... You're just an alcoholic? Like, what is that?
Just an alcoholic, I guess.
That's insane.
Thank you to The Mood for gifting a membership to Death Proof. Death Proof always looks better in our chat with green lettering, in my opinion.
Thank you.
Let's go on to Aaron finishes a whole pallet of cake in one sitting, says Hobo Chili Recipe.
Yeah, you know how they buy those sheet cakes for birthdays? It doesn't last around here. Kidding. Aaron's not a sweets guy.
I'm not a sweets guy.
Unless
thank
you
very
want to
much.
be a child and eat 300 packs of Skittles or Starburst, is it?
I love Starburst.
Do you recall what's sitting on your nightstand right now?
Just a shitload of Starburst wrappers.
I had no idea. I thought there was something on your desk this morning. It was dark in there, so I went to look, and it was all Starburst.
Yeah. I would say I'm sorry, but I'll do it again.
I'm just not a big candy guy like that. Even chocolate, it's got to be like a dark chocolate.
I'm usually not either, but look, some days you just have a sweet tooth.
I love a good hot tamale sometimes.
All right, we got time for one more, and then we'll rattle the can a little, but it's only $35, so I think we'll be, what?
Let them finish it.
All right, but I didn't want to mention the goal. All right, $35 away, you got about 8 minutes to KO it on Venmo, PayPal, Streamlabs, YouTube.
Sure, here.
Kick, and Rumble.
Whoa. Yeah, you get to give them a 10-minute warning. How about?
Okay.
Do you know that sensation when a limb starts going numb because you've laid on it or sat on it?
I do that to my balls all the time.
It's now gone from hurting to that kind of feeling, like up here.
Well,
what nerve is this, you guys?
We're going to rally. Hey, the next 45 minutes, we're going to rally.
He's broken my nerves.
So apparently there was a really stupid idea in California. And this is such a Democratic thing. This is a very Democratic Party thing to do, which is they were upset that like Amber Alerts and shit like that like weren't as quick on the draw or weren't as elaborate or whatever. They thought that the Amber Alerts didn't help black girls as much as white girls for whatever reason. There was some claim of some kind of racial offness about the Amber Alert. I have no idea how to put it. So they passed a law in California, and this is I love that they did this because it shows kind of that democratic racism that they have, where they're like, hey, we're going to help you. We're going to help you become part of the culture, and we're going to help you be equal and this and that by separating you from everyone else. You can't do two things at once. You can't achieve racial equality and then divide people by race.
You don't say.
It doesn't work.
See, now I thought we tried that once.
So this state senator, Stephen Bradford, passed a special alert that will be done when a black child goes missing, which to me is stupid.
YG starts playing.
Wow. I did not think about that part. That was brilliant.
Was that bad?
Brilliant. What's the, just Rick Ross, Black Coffins starts playing.
100 Black Coffins.
100 Black Coffins starts playing when there's a black Amber Alert.
I need 100 black coffins for 100 bad men.
It's too early. It's too early. That's not what we're looking for. No. But they decide, you know what they decided to name it?
I don't want to guess anymore. It's not Rumble.
The Ebony Alert. So, I'm sorry, but if you're trying to discourage racism, this is a stupid move, because if you're a racist guy and every kid is an Amber Alert, then you don't know black kid or white kid. You just know the car they're driving, the description, all that stuff. I mean, you'll find out they're black. But if you know it's an Ebony Alert, then you know it's a black person, and it's just...
Can't we just look at the names?
You would like to think that would be the case.
LaShondra is not going to look like me.
But which alert would that be?
The YG Alert.
Well, a lot of people were against it. A lot of people thought it was very offensive. The man behind the new Ebony Alert in California is defending the new law in the face of tons of online backlash, telling us disparities and a lack of resources for missing black kids forced lawmakers' hands. This is what he had
black?
to say. Yeah, this is what he had to say.
Well, you can't be mad then.
I'm really interested that you had two routes to go. One was...
Don't say roots
Don't
to
say
a, yeah.
roots, yeah.
Don't say roots to a black guy.
Problem.
Next year, you're going to be calling him Kuta Kinte. You relax. Look, Harvey, I know things are going weird with Israel right now, but you need to keep your shit together. Bless you.
To create this new alert, the Ebony Alert. The other would have been to...
Can we please get an Ivory Alert? And then when two kids go missing, there can be an Ebony and Ivory Alert?
Yeah, why does it always have to be Amber?
Abducted in perfect harmony, tied to the radiator on these floorboards. Oh, Lord, they're missing.
Have mercy on me. Just kill me.
All right.
Call
Wait
the
till after the
police
show.
on the carpet and say, we're going to monitor what you do with an Amber Alert and make sure you're representing us. Why did you choose the former?
Because we've called law enforcement on the carpet for decades as it relates to disparities and the lack of resources when it comes to addressing crime of any nature in the African-American community. So we felt it was a time for action. No one questioned.
The only ebony alerts I've ever gotten are on my phone from Pornhub.
No, Aaron, that was
No? It's ebony.
blacked.
It's the ebony alert, I believe is what it's called. Yeah, look, I think this guy has good intentions.
I think they should keep it.
I think he's fighting for his community, but I don't really understand how this is going to help.
I would love to go on my phone sometime and see that there's an ebony alert going on.
Right, but doesn't that just kind of like, if you're a racist white guy and you go, oh, geez, it's going off on my phone. Oh, ebony alert, who gives a shit?
Hopefully the search doesn't happen at night. It's harder to...
Why would you do
harder
that?
to find.
Why would you do that? Or like you see an ebony alert and you're like, D'Artagnan! Oh no, that was the slave that ran away. Marsha, come on, we gotta go looking. Marsha will find the kid.
Send D'Artagnan up to heaven.
Marsha comes out and trees a 4-year-old. You're like, no, you were supposed to tell us where she was so we could save her. You don't tree him. What the fuck is wrong with you? Marsha, get in your hole, you bitch. Thank you very much to Steven. He says, can't believe Hamas decapitated babies when that's the same line the Allies said about the Germans. Not that either side is good. Yeah, who knows?
Not good.
Who knows?
Either way. Thank you.
Sean Raz says, YouTube safe for April. Sean Raz, I need you to put that in the Rumble chat. I can't click on them through PayPal, buddy, but thank you for the $5.
YouTube safe for me.
I appreciate that. Also, $5 coming in from God's Node. He says, "Love that chicken from Popeyes" is the commercial jingle for the Jinger Unchained.
Why did you do an Asian accent for that movie?
Sorry. I apologize. God's Node, the Ebony Amber Alert. Love that chicken from Popeyes.
Do you want chicken today?
At least you would know.
I gotta have chicken, whether I make it or get it.
All right. Just fucking, can you chill for me a little bit?
Chicken and red beans and rice.
You got a little bit of time left. All right, April, we're going to play the music for just a couple of minutes.
No, they'll get it.
It's only $25. We'll get a quick 25. You want to wait till later?
I have faith, unlike you. So
All right.
I think you should play it.
Let's skip
Actually.
it. We're going to skip it.
You should play it now.
We're going to do overtime. We're going to
Play
go
the
till
music.
Nope, we're going to go till 10:25. I've been overridden. You guys are going to knock out the last $25, and we'll have no e-begging today whatsoever, and you guys will have knocked out the goal, so Aaron can shut the fuck up about it and stop being a wiener guy.
If you guys want him to stop talking about the goal every day, you've got to do it on your own, which they've been doing in spades today.
They've done a fantastic job today. They've done a fantastic job all week.
Yeah.
They've knocked out everything while we've just been doing content.
You've been a beautiful bunch.
Nickel Nose did do an N Tower, so there you go. That's over on Kick. See, Kick and Rumble. If you guys like N Tower, there's plenty of options for you. Leprechaun Blood becoming a member for their 16th month says, Jinger, please.
With a hard R.
I started.
That does kind of say, or if you were doing the Django Unchained, but that word, I'm too scared I'm going to say that word. It does sound like you're doing the Asian accent over it.
Ladies Man says, don't do it, bro. All right, they're saying we're not doing it.
See, why do you need to? Look.
$5 from Chevrolet JB. He says we need a mod over here. Starting to be a lot of bots in chat. Oh, you know what? I can take care of that. I'm sorry.
Mod him.
I will.
He has your best interest at heart.
Here, leaked video from Gaza. I'll take care of that guy.
Gaza?
Mute him forever. Oh, I'm sorry. Am I not allowed to talk the way I speak?
Is it not Gaza?
I read how I read.
You nincompoop.
Aaron Imhole says it's $25. What are you a-holes going to do with it? Go to Applebee's? Just give it to me. Now, bowl of shit from David Chandler. Does that mean stirring shit?
Yes.
I believe that means stirring shit.
Yes, he is indeed stirring this shit.
I don't think it means he's eating a bowl of shit right now.
I think it's insulting almost that you feel that you need to play some music for a piddly $20.
$20. I'm sorry.
As if these men won't treat you with $20.
April has properly chastised me. All the links are in the chat.
My arm. Nerve.
I apologize. I'm sorry. Let's talk about something you white bitches do apparently now.
Oh.
You white bitches love brunch.
That is true. I do love a brunch.
White women and brunch are like...
Pretend you don't.
I can either have breakfast or lunch. I don't need to be mixing and matching. And
look at the time we get done with work. It's brunch time, man.
Right, and I'll have either some eggs for breakfast or I'll have a sandwich for lunch.
Either way, made by me.
I just don't, I don't understand why brunch became such a big thing for white women that it can stop them in their tracks. They hear brunch and they go, I'm sorry, what was that? I was talking about saving for retirement, but I just heard brunch. Are you guys going to have brunch?
I mean, I've never.
You would, but you would. Now, apparently, white women who only know accelerationism, they don't know how to tone it down and ratchet it down and bring it back a little bit.
They do know ratchet.
They do know ratchet, but not ratchet it down. They're now doing what's called brunch vomiting.
See, I'm staunchly against vomiting. I don't like it. It's unbecoming.
These whores.
So I'm out.
Apparently, what these hoe bags are doing is they're getting, you pay up front for brunch. You got your brunch buffet, right? And they go and they eat all the food and they love it so much. It's just so good. Oh, God, I want to taste more of it. I need some more of that brunch.
Don't tell me this.
They go in the bathroom and they throw up. And apparently in California, of course, California, it's become such a problem that they're actually starting to fine people for brunch vomiting.
Come on.
Yes. There's a reason we revere brunch. No, we don't. Blah, blah, blah. Just get to the point.
It's food. We like food.
Dealing with patrons who lose their brunch is a reality for Bay Area restaurants, offering the popular perk of bottomless mimosas. Particularly since the pandemic, they're finding that diners, often ones in their early to mid-20s, are drinking too much and vomiting in the bathrooms.
Oh, so it's not a conscious decision to vomit so you can eat more.
Oh, they're just getting too shit-faced.
Like you were saying, it was more like bulimia.
Yeah, I thought it was like a binge and purge thing so you could go eat more.
No, they're just getting too drunk and they're vomiting.
Oh, so dumb white broad. Well, now it's worse. Dumb white broads are just drinking too much and puking like a bunch of real walk of shame class acts.
We are a retarded bunch.
Thank you. Should you be allowed to vote?
I can't go on
record. Okay.
I can't go on record with my feelings.
You were almost there. You almost made it. Yet dealing with particularly early to mid-20s are drinking too much and vomiting in the bathrooms or even right on their tables. Just keep drinking. The burden on servers and staff to clean up after these public pukers is reaching a fever pitch, making it necessary for restaurants to take precautions and even implement fees.
Isn't this where people need to be cut off? Isn't that what bars do?
If it's bottomless, I mean, you know what it's going to lead to? The end of the bottomless mimosa.
It will, 100%. And look, you don't need bottomless fucking mimosas. When do we ever do that? No, when we go to like Granite City or something for a brunch, I'll get a drink. I'll get one Bloody Mary or like at the one in Maple Grove. I got the Chambord one, which is stupidly big. And it's like, you don't need more. Just have a drink with your fucking food.
Well, you remember being in your early 20s. You would binge. You would get fucked up at brunch.
I didn't.
Really? You didn't get fucked up in the morning in college?
No, I got fucked up. If it was in the morning, I did it at the townhomes with my friends.
Okay.
Where nobody could see us being pieces of shit.
I loved like the kegs and eggs thing where you'd go and get shit hammered in the morning, take a nap in the afternoon, be ready to do it again at night.
I mean, for case day and stuff like that, we'd all fucking start drinking in the morning. But you do that at the houses or the townhomes or the apartments.
Well, at these restaurants in San Francisco, they're enacting a $50 cleaning fee.
Not enough.
That will automatically include your tap when you throw up in the public areas. Thank you so much for understanding.
It's not enough, and you deserve to be punched, too, by everybody in that bar who now had to watch you throw up while they're trying to eat.
David Chandler says, come on, big one, it's time. We won't miss you, California. I mean, I'd like to keep Northern California, like the wine area.
You like a good wine country?
Well, they're productive there. And also Silicon Valley, where they make all the tech shit. I'd like to keep that, and then the rest of it can just break off and leave.
Do you know what
There's nothing in Southern California worth keeping.
My brain has a very childish moment whenever I hear Silicon Valley, I think of breast implants.
Of course you do. You think of tits.
I think of silicone.
We didn't get it. What do you think of again? Silicon Valley? You think of?
Tit implants.
Oh, okay. Jack Burton with 1999 says typical San Fran L. Yeah, it doesn't surprise me.
That.
Well, we take 15 of that, so we're 5 away. There you go. We'll knock out.
It seems like we needed to shake something at them.
We clearly did not.
Their ankles.
Look, man, I'm learning this week that maybe if I trust this audience to just contribute to the program, our goals will get handled. And I think we should use our extra, what do you call it? Our extra kick cushion tonight for the evening show, because that would make it nice and easy. David Chandler contributing all of those.
Oh yeah, I don't care.
Those subscriptions on Kick. I think we'll use the Kick cushion tonight. Thank you, buddy. So there you go, guys. Thank you very much for supporting this lowbrow dog shit humor program.
Thank you.
We really do appreciate it.
Yeah, I could never be bulimic. Like, there's something about throwing up that should be like against your human nature.
The only thing is
you do
get the taste of the food though. You get to eat it, you get to drop it down.
Plus bile.
Yeah, you do have to puke.
And stomach acid.
That's rough. Yeah, you could just try moderation.
I think the only thing you can actually puke up and like have it taste pretty similar is like if you ate a fuckload of candy.
I was really waiting to hear what you had to say about what thing you could eat and throw up and you would enjoy
It's
it.
just-
That really fascinated
If you're
me.
going to be, why be bulimic? Like, why even eat the food in the first place if you're just going to go throw it up? Why not just not eat? You can skip that part, right? You could just go right to anorexia and not be bulimic.
Well, you go talk to those crazy white bitches that do it. Don't talk to me. I know. I understand. Do you see me throwing anything up?
Lobster rolls mostly.
Well, yeah, that's involuntarily.
Oh, sure.
What's the Carlin line about?
It's just
about
I'm
anorexia.
I'm just saying that you can skip the bulimia part and just not eat the food, so then you don't have to rot your teeth and your esophagus from all the stomach acid, and you can just not eat.
Yeah, it's
if you got such a problem with eating, stop it.
I can't. Okay, well, shit. I can't find the Carlin anorexia bit. Yeah, what, entitled cunt doesn't want to eat? Fucker. I love that. Anorexia and bulimia. Yeah, this one.
Speaking of places to eat and what they're named, Beverly Hills has a brand new restaurant specifically for bulimia victims. It's called the Scarf and Barf. Well, they were going to call it the Fork and Bucket. Thank God, good taste prevailed. How about a restaurant for anorexics? What would you call that? The Empty Plate. The Lonesome Chef. Start without me, guys. See, somehow I can't feel sorry for an anorexic, you know? Rich cunt don't want to eat? Fucker.
Food is delicious. I agree.
Rich cunt don't want to eat? Fucker. It's so beautiful.
Do you know how much more food I would eat if I were rich? I love food.
You would eat more food.
I would either eat more
You would be a
food.
fat rich person.
I don't know if I'd be fat, I guess, but I'd eat more. Or I'd eat like higher quality foods.
Romans, Delco Lou says Romans used to gorge themselves with delicious food and throw it up so they could eat again.
That's bulimia. No, that's not bulimia. Bulimia is eating. I think bulimia is you eat the food with your peers to avoid social pressures of not eating.
Sure.
And then you go throw it up in secret. What would that be called then if you're throwing it up just so you can eat more?
Gluttony?
I don't know.
I think that's just old school gluttony.
That's just so strange. Just wait 20 minutes, you can eat again.
This might be a brilliant moneymaker. We were talking about Domino's yesterday on the show.
Oh, yeah. That's
how they're the #1 pizza place in America, which surprised me a little bit.
It is weird.
They overtook Pizza Hut a while back, I guess, and now they're the #1 pizza place in the country. And I'll be honest, they've tried some weird shit in the last few years, and it's all worked.
Yeah, I was going to say it usually pans out.
Like the one thing that I see what you did with the pan and the pizza, and it pans out, and hey, they took a slice out of the market, didn't they?
You really boxed that one up.
Well, at any rate,
what a delivery!
Domino's, I think their re-rise to prominence, if you will.
Re-rise.
I think it started with the whole "show us your dog shit pizza" thing. Like, remember when they had that thing where if you got a shitty Domino's delivered to you, you take a picture of it, you send it to them, and they'll give you a free pizza?
Or if it's cold.
Yeah, I think they had to cancel that, though, because why wouldn't you just
fuck up your pizza?
Like and then
sit on it or something.
Oh, look at this. Who took a shit on my pizza, Domino's? Why would there be human...
Don't shit on it, because you can still keep it.
Why would there be human poop on my pizza, Domino's? Somebody spray farted on my pie.
Could you not violate the pie? Just mess it up a little. You still want to keep it and eat it.
Oh, you're saying you just want to tussle it a little.
Yeah, stupid.
Oh, okay. Well, I wanted to swing for the fences and make sure I got some free pizza.
But you're going to get the free pizza, but they'll let you keep the crappy one too.
Oh, yeah, I guess you can't eat it if your shit's on it.
Shit's on it.
Yeah. Maybe I shouldn't have gone so far. Maybe I could have taken like a knife and just carved some shit in it.
A swastika mostly.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Just carve a swastika into the pizza, take a picture of it, and go, Domino's, this is wrong. This is inexplicable. How am I supposed to eat this pizza with that beautiful work of art on it? I can't ruin it.
They were giving away, like with every order, weren't they giving away like a free, like a 7-inch like cheese pizza or something like that too, or whatever it was? Weren't they the ones that did that?
I don't know. Friendo says Domino's now has a steel toe pizza. It's covered in lard and frosting. That's, I feel like that was an attack on me. I do. I hate to be paranoid in front of you guys, but I feel like that was a personal attack, Friendo.
It does. It sounds creamy.
And it hurt my feelings. That's all.
Are you going to be okay?
Probably not, actually. I'm probably not going to be okay.
Well, what was it about the Domino's this time?
Domino's is doing a thing that I just closed because Friendo hurt my feelings so much. They've announced a new emergency pizza promotion. And I actually think this is going to work. The Domino's Emergency Pizza Program offers a free medium 2-topping pizza that can be used whenever they deem necessary. Perhaps you burned dinner, the power went out, or maybe your in-laws just dropped in without notice. Whatever your emergency situation, Domino's believes a free pizza can make anything better, said Kate Trumbull, Domino's Senior Vice President and Chief Brand Officer. This is why Domino's is so successful. They know their audience. Garbage.
Could you just call into them and say, like, look, I just had a bad case of diarrhea. My stomach's empty. It's an emergency.
Yeah, I'm like, I love how they're putting these wholesome situations in there. We know when people are going to be using these emergency pizzas.
Hey, this stupid bitch that was supposed to come home, have sex, and leave won't leave now, so I need to give her food.
Now I got to feed her. It's fucking stupid. David Chandler says, click the like button. It's free, and you'll have good karma the rest of the day. Absolutely, David. Yes.
Thank you, David.
And one of you become a member or throw in $5, and we can call this completely wrapped up for the day. We appreciate your guys' generosity and the lack of disgusting begging that happened on today's show.
This has been nice. I've really enjoyed this show.
The thing about Domino's is they won't go the whole way in embracing what dog shit they are and what their clientele is.
The dog ate my supper.
It's going to be drunk people. That's who's ordering the emergency pizza. Like, pizza is such, especially Domino's pizza is such good garbage drunk food because it's soft and mushy.
Or pizza.
Or pizza. Either one. It's a peachable fence. But if you go and you eat pizza, like Domino's when you're shit-faced, you know you're going to get a mushy, easy-to-chew thing, which is what you're looking for when you're drunk because you're basically an infant.
I want a whole platter of the Parmesan bites followed by, for dessert, get this, a platter of their cinnamon twists.
Ooh, that'll go great with my pizza.
I want that to be a drink.
I'm really hoping my pizza sits well after I eat it. But that's why Taco Bell is so popular when people are drunk because it's soft, mushy,
slides right out in the morning.
And it's in like a little soft diaper tortilla. And you can just eat the damn thing.
Seriously, though, those little tiny, what are they called? They're not quesaritos, I don't think. The little cheap ones, like $1 tortillas with the chicken mush in it. God, those used to fuck. What were they? They had like a chipotle sauce in them. Like a chipotle chicken in a tortilla, but they were like $1.
Thank you, David Chandler, for gifting Steak and AIDS a membership. I'm calling it. That's good. We did it.
Thank you.
Nice work.
Steak and AIDS was the last thing we needed.
David Chandler's the man. Thank you, buddy. Chicken, you said it wasn't the quesarito.
It was whatever the cheap ones were. It was like it used to be $1. Clearly not anymore.
Cheap chicken burrito Taco Bell. We'll get it for you.
Taco with 2 C's.
I'm sorry. $2 chicken burritos. They might have just been called that, April. Enchilada burrito.
It had Chipotle sauce in them.
Chipotle ranch grilled chicken burrito, $2.
That's the one.
There you go. You want to go get them today after the gym? You want some Taco Bell? What kind of piece of shit are you?
I had on here that I had to retry Raising Cane's.
I cannot follow you into
All
that.
All right, then I'm gonna table that for later. I don't know. I guess, but that sounds like death.
Here's the problem.
I'm not in favor.
Would
of
I
death.
love to do? You know what I would love to do?
Steak and AIDS.
Steak and AIDS is a wonderful name. David Chandler pointed out, nice steak and AIDS, twofer. The chicken place.
The one chicken.
Slim
place.
Chickens.
Where ironically nobody is slim.
Yeah, and they're all chicken.
Why is it called Slim Chickens?
It's ironic. They're being humorous.
I would prefer it to be Fatty Chickens.
This isn't a terrible promotional idea from Domino's, honestly. Okay, greatest fast food promotion of all time. Ad campaign, deal, whatever.
Jared at Subway.
That's unfortunately, dude. Honestly, $5 footlong might be the greatest fast food promotion ever.
That's pretty good. I went to there for many times for the fucking $5 footlongs, and I remember the Jared cutouts every time.
And then you married one.
Look, it won't last. Nothing lasts forever. That's what keeps me going every day.
Excuse me, Los Federales with $2 says, instead of pizza, I love to eat pussy when I'm drunk. Well, that's nice and soft and mushy.
That's actually fun. I like that guy, Los Federales.
There you go. Anything you guys throw in during overtime here goes towards tonight. Honky Tonk Tennessee says, when Legion of Skanks when LOS shows up, you grab him by his squeaky knees, and all the ladies in the chat, along with me, only type diss. And now you're banned. Okay? He got that out.
I feel like my slate was just wiped clean like an Etch-a-Sketch.
Paul Polito says, April, it's likely a play on Slim Pickens. Get it?
No, I don't. Why would they do that?
Fatty Cluckbuckle, says Mark Stevens. Is that my name or is that the name of the place? I hope that's the name of the place. I don't want to be Fatty Cluckbuckle. That really hurts my feelings.
Fatty Cluckbuckle?
You and Friendo really know how to cut me deep. You son of a bitch.
Well, there's a lot to cut through.
Fatty Cluckbuckle
Muscle.
is, I feel like I should be wearing a chicken costume if I'm Fatty Cluckbuckle. David Chandler says, come on, Ronald McDonald ruled children for decades. Yeah, Ronald McDonald's a good ad campaign.
I know, but that Jared's $5 footlong, man, that really got passed around.
The Taco Bell dog?
The fuck's that? Oh, the Gordy.
Wow, I was going to say, are you not old enough for the Taco Bell commercial?
I remember the Taquito of Taco Bell.
Yeah.
Like the little scurrying dog with the hat.
You know, Ronald McDonald, $5 footlong, Taco Bell dog, those have got to be the three best. Those are right. I mean, in terms of fast food promotion.
I'm thinking hard.
Where's the
King
beef?
at Burger King.
You've got Wendy's, where's the beef?
The King at Burger King, you could go there and be a king.
What was
Have
the
it your way.
What was the where's the beef thing?
That was
where's the beef is a catchphrase in the United States and Canada, introduced as a slogan for the fast food chains Wendy's in 1984.
Wendy's.
Since then, it has become an all-purpose phrase questioning the substance of an idea, event, or product.
No, Arby's is we have the meats.
Yes, Arby's is we have the meats. Jared ruined Subway, says Union Jack. He did hurt their business, man. That's for sure.
I don't think Jared ruined Subway. I think they did. They like redid their whole menu and like didn't let you add things to certain things. They took away seafood sensation. Fuck you forever and a half.
I think that was the lawsuit that did that.
I always thought that was real crab, of course.
Of course. Skeezy says Jared from Subway wooed children too, but in a different way. Yeah, he was like their Ronald McDonald. They just didn't know it.
But what if Ronald McDonald's dirty?
Are you accusing Ronald McDonald of touching children?
In them feet.
Oh my God, I can't believe you would do that. Brian Thomas says the food at Subway is what ruined Subway.
Yes, I agree.
I still have my Hot Wheels cars from Hardee's from Days of Thunder, says Mr. Q.
That's fun. I used to really love going to, like, McDonald's back in the day actually had really cool toys. Now they're just really copy-paste shitty things that I just throw right in the garbage.
Fred with a good one. The Monopoly thing, McDonald's. That was a really good promotion.
I loved the Monopoly thing. How did we forget that?
That was pretty good. Johnny 1.0 says Jersey Mike sucks now too. Look,
No,
man,
they don't.
if I had to pick my absolute favorite sandwich place, April and I have a slight disagreement. It's not, she doesn't hate the place.
It's very slight.
It's remarkably slight, but my favorite is Herbert's and Gerbert's. That's my
Holy shit, I did not even...
Really? You didn't know that?
I thought you were going to say Jimmy John's.
Do you know I don't even ask to go there because I know it's not your favorite. I'm like, you know what? I'll get it.
I still would go there.
I know you like it, but I know that I like Jersey Mike's a lot and you like it too. So I'm like, why don't we just go there? And then, Herberts and Gerberts, I'll just grab sometime.
I get club points at Jersey Mike's and then I get free sandwiches.
I understand. I get it. Firehouse Subs is the best, says Kyle. Very good. Bo Diddley's beats them all. Bo Diddley's can be a little
good.
on the bready side for me.
There was a time where I thought that bread was so bready, I actually switched to the pita pockets, but then the pita pocket blows out in the back and you got shit
Just like a butthole. Just like a butthole.
It's hard.
That's too bad. All right, guys, let's go to this. I don't think we're going to have time for Q Shaman being interviewed by Andrew Carnahan from Channel 5. It's good to see Andrew Carnahan back, though.
I'm hungry now.
Or Callahan, not Carnahan.
Carnahan.
God, I can't say words during overtime
Are you
today.
stroking out?
Yeah, he hasn't done anything for 9 months. Because if you'll remember, he got accused of, a woman accused him of being sexually wrong with her. And look, I defended this guy. I took a lot of shit in comment sections and stuff when I would post videos about it. I defended Andrew Callahan, even though he's one of these guys who tried to be like this progressive male feminist and it bit him right in the ass because he also liked to fuck and choke bitches consensually. Like he liked to fuck. He liked to hook up. He liked to fuck them and leave. He liked to, he saw it as an accomplishment.
Right. I'm hoping not a hot take. That's fine if it's consensual.
Right. There's nothing wrong with that. But he kind of angled himself as I'm a feminist and I'm kind of progressive. Like he kind of kept it out of his videos.
Okay.
But when he would give interviews and stuff, he was kind of a West Coast pussy kind of a guy. But he then got accused, and the woman who accused him of like the liberal form of grapage. Not like grape.
You mean the kind where you regret it the next day?
Right. It was regret grape, which, I mean, the fact that we have to explain to people in a civilized society that you agreeing to do something and then regretting it later is not something you can hold the other person responsible for. That's you.
Right. Like, that's the type of thing where if you're not proud of whatever sex you had last night, you just go forward and hope nobody ever finds out and you don't talk about it.
How do you know that? Everybody's got to learn the hard way, I guess, huh? I understand.
You're just rude.
But like with a guy like him, here's his problem. He wanted to be champion. Oh, women, I'm on your side. And he probably used that to get pussy. He probably used that to get laid. And then when he didn't call him back and it was just a hookup and they slept with him because he was the Channel 5 News or all gas, no brakes guy, because he's not a good looking dude.
No.
So
actually not at all.
When he would use his YouTube fame to get pussy, which in my opinion is fine, what's the point of having it? When he used that to get pussy and then he didn't call them, the women would have a misunderstanding with what they thought this was going to be, and that equated that misunderstanding with the grape. And to me, that is fucking detestable. That is disgusting and gross. That is your lesson you have to learn.
Yeah, that's...
You have to figure your shit out. And now you're running this guy's name through the mud, and he had to take 9 months off because people thought he was a grapist.
No, that's 100% a lesson. You can't claim rape if some dude just didn't call you back the next day.
But they do.
That's not even close to that situation, though.
Yeah, and not only do they, but they do it in a way where it's very public. First of all, whenever a woman makes an Instagram video and that's how they're announcing it, I immediately become skeptical. I go, I think this was less a sexual assault and this was more a misunderstanding between two consenting adults, and now somebody's out to make somebody pay.
Yes, because I'll tell you this much. If you're a woman and you're assaulted and you want to talk about it, which a lot of them don't.
Right.
But if you want to, you're going to a position of authority. You're not putting it on Instagram. Instagram's not going to save your life. I'm sorry. It's not going to save your mental. It's not going to do any of that for you.
You go to Instagram when you know you probably don't have a case that could win in court, but you want to get somebody. It's the vindictiveness of announcing it on Instagram kind of is a window into the fact that this might not be a hard and fast case of sexual assault.
Okay, well, here, I'll wager this too. If you feel that you don't believe that somebody else will believe you in your story, and you think that, oh, maybe Instagram is my only option, you probably don't have a case. And you should probably just stop there and move on.
And if look, I'm only talking about the Andrew Callahan case.
Right.
Which is clearly they fucked. It was consensual. Yeah, he's like, oh, maybe I could do this. Maybe I could do that for you. Who knows what could happen down the road. Then when he got pussy, he left. And yeah, you got tricked. You thought that this guy was going to bring you with him, that you were going to be his Channel 5 princess. And it didn't happen. Well, that doesn't mean you have the right to destroy that guy's life. That means that you fucked up and you got to figure your shit out and be smarter next time. You got outmaneuvered. That's why they call them players. They played you.
Yeah, but that's the thing. Like, that's the oldest time, man. Like, people have been playing people that way for forever.
Right. And, women act like it's like their thing, like regretting sex. Well, if you regret sex the next day, then they victimized you. Bullshit. Because if guys wanted to play that game, there'd be so many fat girls in prison right now, we wouldn't be able to feed them all.
Yeah, I'm on your side.
There would be a bunch of uggos just rotting in jail. I mean, look, there would be guys too, but there would be a lot of piggin' girls. I mean, guys, when guys regret it the next day, do you know why we don't make a big capital case out of it?
You don't want anyone to know?
No, you know what? Look, maybe I'm being too misogynistic and too on my own side here, but the reason guys don't come forward and bitch about it or anything else, you're part right. We don't want people to know. But also, we understand it's a dick move. We don't want to be mean to that person. I
agree too. Like, I don't want somebody to know I didn't want to have sex with them.
Right.
Turns out, like I woke up, I'm like, oh, that was kind of bad.
That girl got dick. You woke up, you felt shame, you left. But now if you publicize it, now you're yelling, oh, gross. If I was normal, I would have never slept with that fat pig. And now you're shaming them publicly on top of accusing them of something.
Yeah.
That's really shitty.
Nope. I feel like when you wake up and you're like, well, I probably wouldn't have had that sex sober.
Yeah.
You just kind of move on and don't talk about it.
Keep that to yourself. You learn what you did wrong and you move on from it. That's about it.
You chose wrong.
Yeah. Joe the Toe says, what's it like boning a big girl? I've never boned a big girl. I've gotten way too close before. Like I've made out with
Were you in the folds?
No, I was not in the folds. I didn't touch I don't know what fat pussy feels like. But I definitely made out with a fatty and at a party.
I've made out with the dudes.
A friend came upstairs. And so I was like, oh, no. And I knew enough then that I was like, okay, I don't want anyone knowing I'm doing this.
Do you think then that if that friend hadn't came upstairs and made you nervous and self-conscious of what you were doing, that you might have finished that motion?
I don't know. It's been too long. This is like 20 years old.
Because what that sounds like is a friend came up and you started feeling very self-conscious about what you were doing.
What happened was I had made out with a really, really cute girl earlier that night.
A lucky girl.
She ended up getting way too drunk. And there was like, you can't do anything. In fact, one of my friends yelled at another one of my friends.
To stop something?
Because she was like passing out and he was kissing her. And we all came upstairs and were like, dude, what the fuck? And we had to like put her in a... That's why I hate it when like activists try to go, oh, guys are so shitty and they're so bad towards women and women. No, actually, most guys are disgusted when shit like that happens. And if we catch you in the act, we're going to stop. We're going to put a stop to it.
Because if you don't, it looks bad on all of you.
Well, and you're looking at that girl. There's no, you see a girl passed out. She's completely helpless. And you see a guy like kissing on her and stuff. You're like, what I'm watching right now is completely fucked up. And it's making me uncomfortable. I have to stop this because I feel weird that this is happening.
Yeah.
And yeah, he was like kissing on her and stuff. And we're all just like, dude, get the fuck off her. And he goes, you guys are just jealous. And I'm like, oh. I mean, yeah, but once, she was one of the cuter girls at this party, so she was definitely getting offers. So, when
she's just testing all of you out with the making out.
Look,
session.
by the time, I'm not saying there wasn't a friendly competition going on. By the time she was too drunk and she was like, oh, guys, we're gonna... Well, there were a lot of us who looked at each other and we went, shit. You're kind of like, because you were watching her, going, she's off the board.
Okay.
Like that's not going to happen tonight.
Sure.
Like it's almost like winning a game by cheating. It's like, I'm not going to feel good about this one. That would be bad. But then, yeah, so I was feeling sorry for myself. So I was making out with a chubby girl upstairs. And then one of my friends came upstairs.
How chubby? Comparatively.
Portly. Portly. Yeah.
That's not a good word as a woman.
She was a chunker.
Can you compare her to like a celebrity or something, size-wise?
Boy. Not like Melissa McCarthy
Wilson?
or, like the trimmed down Rebel Wilson, maybe?
That's not fat.
No, not like fully skinny Rebel Wilson. Like when she was maybe in the middle. Adele fat. Not like Adele at her peak fat, but like Adele when she was almost skinny fat.
I'm guessing she probably wasn't fat and you're just being mean.
My buddy came upstairs and I jumped up like I had been caught murdering a child. I was like, no.
What'd you tell her then? Because clearly she probably thought something was going to happen then you stopped.
I think I just went to bed. I don't, like I said, I'm kind of.
Girls notice that though when you just mid-stop everything.
I'm having editorial problems with this night because it was, 16 years ago. I don't remember it that well.
Sure.
But I think I just went to bed. But if he wouldn't have come upstairs, I might have. The only thing is like the fat, like touching the fat always bothers me. So maybe I wouldn't have done it. I don't know.
My only similar experience is I dated 2 boys who were definitely, we'll call them husky.
Okay, husky.
For a while.
Whatever makes you feel good.
One of them certainly more husky than the other one, but they were both husky nonetheless. And
Sure.
I never had sex with these people, but I definitely have made out with chunker butts, and it wasn't that bad. So
I just don't like touching fat.
it is weird putting your
hands on chub, and it moves.
Well, when you're not used to it, I guess, but like you get used to it.
Oh, really? Somebody says, Aaron at that party. Oh, shucks, the good-looking one is too drunk. Fine, I'll settle with the tubby. Yeah, yes.
He went slumming.
That is exactly what happened. Then I told you the story when I was partying in Mankato once, and this girl and I were hammered at a gas station, and there was a little bucket of roses, and I bought her one. I thought it was so funny. And then we made out in the grass part of the parking lot at the Quick Trip. We're just making out.
As you do.
And then I'm like, oh, yeah, this is going to go great when we get back to my buddy's house. This is going to be awesome. And then I didn't know she had made out with one of my other friends before I had gotten there. But then she made out with me. And then she blew another friend of ours in a bedroom. And my buddy and I that had both made out with her both went, yeah, I'm not pursuing that any further. I'm done there. I'm good. She was testing us out for which dick she wanted to suck, and I guess I lost. But I didn't come in last, which is nice.
You certainly did not come.
No, I didn't come at all. I didn't come at all. SH says, I made out with a fat guy. It wasn't nice.
Yeah, I would say that one boyfriend I had was probably, like you guys would probably label him fat. Not a bad makeout sesh at all. But like I said, I've never had sex with somebody that was like overweight.
Skeezy tells me you blue-balled that poor piggy. Yeah, I probably did. What are you going to do? Tin Man Taylor says, I was at that party and Aaron is talking about, and Aaron yelled, get off me, porky, and ran out of the room. Yeah, it wasn't. I could have handled it better.
That's really mean.
I could have handled it better. Somebody is right. He says, if you ain't first, you're last. In that case, absolutely. Cocktiff says, so you kissed her after she blew your buddy? That's gay, bro. No, I was very clear that it was after, you piece of shit.
How is that gay, though? She definitely rinsed it down with vodka. She's fine.
The alcohol burned out all the semen.
It burns everything.
Yeah, exactly.
She probably had a bottle of lemon Kharkov.
We didn't know she blew him until the next day, so it's just by luck we didn't make out with her anymore. Or
so why did you guys decide to quit them? Because no, your previous statement was you guys all gave up on that.
Well, no, we saw her go in the room. Like, we saw them go together. We didn't know until the next day that she just sucked his dick. We thought he was fucking her.
I never understood the just oral stuff.
Neither do I.
Isn't that like getting to the next thing?
Yeah, it's like, look, man, I'm trying to fuck.
Right. I never understood the just blowing someone.
Thanks for wetting up my cock a little and getting it a little harder. I appreciate that. But
I guess,
it's time to get down to business.
If you nut, I guess, then it's kind of over.
It's kind of gay.
That is gay, but it's over.
Like, wait till you fuck. Control yourselves a little bit. Stop Everything says, I like big butts and boobs, unfortunately. Well, that doesn't mean they have to be fat. Jesus. All right, guys, that was a good conversation to end the show on today. I hope you guys enjoyed yourself. I hope we helped you out a bunch. We're going to use the kick cushion tonight on the evening show because we only have 2 more goals to knock out this week. Thank you, guys. No e-begging today. I think this is going to be our regular thing. Thank you to everybody who contributed to the program today. It means a lot. It keeps us going. Hit subscribe, hit like if you enjoyed today's show, whether you're on Rumble, Kick, or YouTube.
Absolutely.
We will talk to you guys again at 7 p.m. Central Time tonight.